Please excuse the Windows sound effects. Hang on. I had forgotten to plug in my phone. I forgot to plug in my phone before the stream started. Whoops. I mean, I could charge it anywhere, but I mean, I've got a USB right here. Why not? Makes it easier to cookie run? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I was setting up. I'm getting the screen share thing started. Whoops. Hey, Alchemic, how are you doing today? What's up, my friend? I saw that you were hiding in the chat a little earlier, yes. Yeah, nice and early. Oi, Lynn. How are you doing, Dad Wrestler? Big chillin', baby. Aw, yeah, we're chillin'. Lynn, hope you're doing fantastic. Hi there, Independent Oreo. Hope you're doing well. Mercs, what are you doing? All the way from Bagged Milkland. How art thou? Bubbly, come in with my drink. You got a mojito. Aw, yeah, rocking the mojito. I actually drank the last of my claw last night. So, I will not be drinking this stream. Which is probably good, because we're going to be staying up late, so I probably don't need to... alcohol mostly just makes me drowsy and gives me good sleep. Doing absolutely fantastic, Kenny, especially with you in my mornings. What? Aw. Thank you, Lynn. Much love, much love. Awa. Good morning. I really won't be here whenever you play Arceus, because I want no spoilers. Have you already bought the game? Have you already got the game, Lupus? Are you ready to rock with it? I've got it downloaded. It's ready to go. It's all loaded up. We're gonna be playing it tomorrow. Does that mean that we don't get to see any Lupus tomorrow either? Oh, sad. Spoiler alert, you can catch Pokemon. No! Why are you putting spoiler? Please delete that. Wait a second, you're a mod. I cannot remove that message, you guys. Please just ignore it. It's not true. That's only a rumor. That's not one of the spoil things. Oh, you'll be around tomorrow, so you will be playing it tonight. Very good. Did you take time off, Lupus, to play Arceus? If so, I am so proud of you. Will Ivy remember that she even played anything? What? Will you even remember? Oh, my memory has been scrubbed of the issue. I may have been imbibing during it. It is true. That spoiler. I'm so mad, honestly. You got the game, but you got a physical copy. Oh, what? Lupus! I'm just kidding. Physical copies are way smarter. The only reason that I bought it digitally is for streams. You landed a job today, Dad Wrestler! Hey! Congratulations! Congratulations! You can see Cookie Run on the side of my screen. Just ignore that. I'm gonna put it on the other screen. Dad, congratulations! Awesome sauce! Also, I have, if you haven't noticed, I used, maybe it's not noticeable, but I used an air dryer on my hair. I took a shower and I dried my hair, and it looks very floofy. I kind of love it. It's noticeable, but looks good. Yeah, definitely extremely 70s, very hippie. It's true. It's also kind of messed up, but that's all right. Lime, what? How are you doing, Lime? Welcome to the chat. I haven't seen you in a minute. Oi. Lime, how are you doing, my friend? There it is. There it is, sitting right there. All right, we're going to get started with the new game, you guys. I hope y'all have been excited about this. All right. New game. Let's go. What? I cannot play this software yet? What? But I bought it. Hang on. But I bought it. I'm confused. Am I not allowed to play this game yet? Why not? I'm ready to play it right now. Look, it says purchased right there on the side. Purchased. Estimated release date 1/28. That's today. It's already 128's already happening in Japan. What's happening? Change the time zone? Actually, these are region locked, so you really can't do that. Just change the time zone and your Switch is like, I guess we get to have it. That is why it said checking the internet. It also says pre-order. What? It does? At the top? Oh my gosh, you're right. It's not released till midnight? Ah, fiddlesticks. Well, I guess we're gonna have to go off of that timer in the corner then. Oh well. Can't blame a fella for trying. World of Robbie, how are you doing? Oh, what? Snug Thulu's here. Hey, Snug Thulu, World of Robbie, how are you doing? Welcome to the party. We're gonna be chilling. We're gonna be chilling until Arceus releases. And I've got a lot of gyms and cookie runs, so we can run some gacha. I've got water and coffee. Very accurately measured to make sure that I get the exact right amount of nutrients. So don't worry, I'm caring for myself perfectly. Ahem. I also have nourishment. This counts as nourishment. 3 peanut butter sandwiches in case I have to eat them. Hopefully I will not eat them because peanut butter is not something good to eat during a stream, but that's all right. Your hair, my hair is your favorite hairstyle yet? I can barely even notice the difference. It looks like it's almost exactly the same. I'm confused. It looks the same to me, but I think it looks all right. Hey, Linz is here. What's up? By the way, you guys, today's gonna be kind of a chill stream. Not gonna lie. We're probably gonna be playing playing a few games. Like we're gonna be playing a little bit of Cookie Run as we open up some stuff, but there's not that much content there. And then I think we will maybe be playing Phasmophobia. We might be doing a little bit of doodling. I mean, I have my tablet right here, but it's not exactly plugged in. Did you make sure that your peanut butter wasn't already opened? Independent Oreo, it was not opened already. Don't worry, that is a very unexpected thing that happened to you. It was perfectly sealed, 100% safe. This peanut butter is untouched by human beings. Also, Brisa, how are you doing? Hey, Brisa, hello. And Kivi, welcome. How are you doing? Kareem, I hope you're doing fantastic. I saw your old man horsey picture on Discord. Very adorable. Ivy was like, wait, did he purchase this in a different time zone? What part of the region does he live in? Bubbly, listen, Ivy, I'm sorry for lying. I gaslighted you. I lit gas to try to trick you that it was daytime, but it was just gas lanterns. I'm so sorry. Teehee, Ranger is an old sweet soul, an old horsey, old reliable. Wait a second. Do I have my Cookie Run set up? Because I'm really actually slightly annoyed that I've streamed any of this game. Because it's I really want to play it, and I have been playing it, but it's like if I can't pull the gacha, then it's not as fun. I've made the game slightly less fun for myself, and I might change the way that I do it because I don't know if I can stand to wait for a certain time every day to open my gacha. But we can open up how many boxes can we open? We can open up 11 10 pulls, man. 11 of them. So that was worth a wait, no matter what. Definitely this one was worth saving. Also, how you doing, Ann? Oi! Ann, how was work today? Did you do well? 11, I know. We better get close to Eclair Cookie Bean level 10. Not level 10. 5 stars. We better get close. I better make it to like 4 stars or I'm gonna be mad. And I hope that I get a new cookie as well. You don't have to wait to pull cookies. It's not cheating on us if you do. What? What was that word that I was saying before stream? Listen, I will never have infidelity to this stream, okay? That would be simply incorrect. And also, this hair makes me want to emote more extremely so that I can see it going boing, because it reminds me of like video game physics. But no, I absolutely am waiting on you guys because you know what? That's what streamers do. Streamers sacrifice their own happiness for others. And you know what? I'm so glad to do that for y'all. Okay, this screen is just gonna it's true. It's all boing boing. Did you cut your hair or did you wash it? Excuse me? Excuse me? What is that supposed to mean? How would cutting it and washing it do the same thing? I don't can he cut it longer? Yeah. I cut it longer. Definitely washed it for once. I wash my hair. I just wasn't taking good care of it, okay? I was washing it. It was clean. It was just I never dried it properly, okay? I just go to bed with a wet head. All right? It's not a big deal. Independent Oreo, it's anime hair? What? Wait, that sounded mean. I didn't mean it like that. Lens, you are funny regardless of your fears of offending people. Don't be upset, Lens. We think you're funny, not that you're mean. Elusive Peach, how are you doing? Hey, we're waiting for Pokemon. For only 5.5 hours, roughly speaking. Don't be upset. What? Is that the same person? Did you change your color just now? That's amazing. Kenny washes his hair with Gatorade. Excuse me, G Fuel. Thank you very much. I am a gamer after all. I'm upset by that you would say that I wash it with Gatorade. What do I mean? Oh, I mean, Elusive Peach, that you're, at least on my screen, your name keeps switching colors. It could be on my side. Besides, like right here on the side, it's all the same. My chat has been a mess. Ignore me. My chat is constantly see, now it all looks the same. I just had to refresh it. But yeah, it looks normal, but I keep something with Twitch is making me like exit and enter chat over and over. Like right before the stream started, it was like, welcome to the chat room, and it just went doo all the way down for no reason. I don't know what's wrong with it. Also, I finished the 1 year CRK puzzle thing, so you can have my daily anniversary gifts. Ooh, I would trade with you. I finished my puzzles as well. For those of you that don't know, let me see if I can pull up the. Where is it? Is this it? Is this Cookie Run? Warning: you are using a free trial version. Do you want to subscribe now? I don't know about that. Maybe I just want to use the program, please. Go away! Okay, maybe I have to keep it on screen for it to be captured. I don't know. I've always what? I don't want to subscribe. Could you please stop? Excuse me? Where is my... Gosh darn it. I have my calculator running? Since when? Okay, there we go. Now it's working. You stupid thing. Okay, I might have to fix how this is captured. Sorry, you guys. This is a mess. Look at this. Look at this Cookie Run kingdom. Let me just trim up these edges a little bit. Oops. Let me just, there we go. That's better. That's right. That looks like a cookie. That looks exactly like a cookie. All right, there you go. Cookies exist. Little do you know, regardless of what the government will tell you, cookies do exist. Nardivel, how are you doing? What's up? Hey, are we excited for Arceus? I'm excited. I was calling it Arceus, but then I heard somebody say Arceus, and now I don't know what to do. Also, somebody was naming it Wordeer or Weirdeer, and I don't know which one it is, so I guess we'll try to figure that out, will we? Mother walked in and asked if you were Jack Black. I don't know how to feel about that. Does your mom know who Jack Black is or what he looks like? Dude, I read an article, Why People Talk Fast. You should read it. Oh, that's a good, yeah, Elusive Peach. It probably has something to do with me. That's true. Honestly, I would subscribe to more people, but I don't trust putting my credit card on Twitch because I know that they'll take my Molotov. You get a sub. Everybody gets a sub, then I'll be homeless. Listen, Elusive Peach, I'm glad that you're taking your financial stability by the horns. I'm glad that you're being careful with your money. Okay, that's very reasonable. I don't think that I've given my credit card. Well, actually, I have to give all my bank account information to Twitch. But I normally buy subs with PayPal. That's what I normally do. But Yeah, I totally feel that, Elusive Peach. I've actually, just yesterday, I deleted a lot of my subs. I'm so sorry if I was subscribed to you and I unsubscribed. These are financially tumultuous circumstances that we are all living under, okay? And I was paying like, I was paying, I think, around like near my grocery bill was the same as my Twitch bill. My Twitch bill was the same as my grocery bill. So I was valuing emotes as much as food. So I'm trying to back off of it just a little bit. And I will probably resubscribe to things later. I'm okay, except that one of my kittens learned how to jump on the counter today and taught the other one. Oh no. Ruthless Orange. This is gaslighting. This is absolutely gaslighting. I will not. What? Has anybody told me that I kind of look like Jack Black? I don't. I don't look like Jack Black. What are you talking about? I'm looking it up. We're going to compare my face to Jack Black's face. I don't look anything like him. Let me see. I've got an image somewhere around here. Oh, there it is. That's my face whenever you call me Jack Black. I'm just kidding. Let me see. What does Jack Black look like? Okay, this is probably the closest image. This is an image that looks relatively close to me, I guess. This is probably the closest approximation. Y'all will have to tell me what you think. Okay, I'm gonna make this tiny so that whenever the image pops in, it's smaller, I guess. Or it might be freaking massive. I don't know. I'm not a professional streamer yet. I've only been full time for almost 2 years. Where'd it go? It's so small. Oh my god. What's that face that he's making? Maybe a teeny bit. Ah! Let me see. Okay, what? During School Rock? Okay, I'll look that up. See, Jack Black. Where's the School Rock picture? Ah! His hair looks like mine. All right, it's just the hair. Okay, that's the only similarity. I can't. Where's School Rock picture? I thought his hair was super long during School Rock. I'm confused. I'm gonna end up looking like Jack Black when I'm older. Oh no. I can't find any good. His hair is too long. It's too long and it's not fluffy like mine. I'm gonna ignore this School Rock reference, okay? My hair doesn't look like that right now. 'Twas a typo, you good? Oh yeah, no worries, Nardavel. It's just a messed up word. Oh yeah, Jack Black is the one that I was thinking about. I was lurking while watching someone else, and I kept thinking, who does Kenny look like? Oh no! All right, I'm gonna make it disappear. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I no longer look like it. It's the hair and eyebrows. Also, I don't see it. Oh, what? Thank you, Alchemic. Alchemic doesn't like, what is it called? Nacho Libre. So I take that as a compliment that you don't see it, Alchemic, because I don't think that you see Jack Black highly. Also, how are you doing, Shiny Gleely? Hey! It's Pokemon time! It's almost time for the new Pokemon game. Very exciting, very exciting. Dude, I was told I'm only getting my physical copay on the 2nd. What? What do you mean? What does this mean? I'm confused. He looks younger. I am younger. It's the hair and stash. Whenever somebody says Jack Black, I think of the time that he's saying Five Nights at Freddy's. That's where I wanna be. Five Nights at Freddy's. You mean that? Yeah. I've seen a lot of memes of it being like, Kanye West sings Five Nights at Freddy's. Your Twitch bill was like $500 a month and you had to cut it down? Oh my god. Oh my god. Also, OC, how are you doing? It's OC. Look how bouncy my hair is, Obst. Look at it. Woo! It's got physics now. I can't believe it. They updated it. Also, Thora, how are you doing? You're very excited for Arceus. So am I. I think that, again, this could be my favorite Pokemon game. It has the potential to be my favorite Pokemon game. I think that Breath of the Wild might be my favorite Zelda game, and this is very similar to that one. This could be my favorite Pokemon game, or it might be a nice little like Pokemon Excursion. That's fun, but I don't play it too much. We shall see. But I cannot see this game being bad. I don't think that it can be bad. I might be frustrated by some of the systems in it, but I feel like it has to be good. It has to be good. Wow, my hair is jealous. I'll tell you the trick to my hair. Let me tell you, Obst. It's called blow dryer. That's the only thing that I did to it. Don't LWT Callie. Don't what is LWT? Probably don't let Callie hear you say Breath of the Wild and your favorite in the same sentence. Listen, I have talked extensively about her to her about it. Kenny, don't get your hopes too high, because if you don't, you'll be more happy with it. That is a way to live life, Mercs. That is true. I do that some of the time, but that's more pessimism. And I mean, you can do it to protect yourself, but in general, being like overly protective of yourself is a bad idea, because I don't know. You can pretty easily like disallow yourself from having joy so that you don't get joy taken away from you. So it's like, instead of being happy or excited about something, you would instead be cynical about it. And I'm trying to get away from that kind of thinking, at least a little bit, because I think too much of that is definitely a problem. But I totally understand the reasoning. That's how I do most things. But I'm trying, okay? I'm trying to get excited about this game, but I am generally cynical, especially when it comes to video games. Especially whenever it comes to turn-based games. But I'm going to try to be excited, okay? I really hope it's good. You've been watching gameplay, and it's easily worth the hype. All right, good. Also, while we play some games tonight, I'm going to try to avoid open worldy games so that we can really be feeling like, finally we get free upon this landscape, because I know that they just like set you loose and you can just run around like a maniac. I don't think that it's a whole open world though, right? I'm pretty sure that they said that it's like that it's zones. So you'll do one big open zone, and then you'll unlock another big open zone, which makes it easier to like control the environment or like keep the challenge interesting. I feel like they would have to do a lot of like more random stuff, I guess, if it was bigger. It might look more empty if it was bigger, but it's not one big world. It's like, it's freedom with it. Yeah, freedom! It's freedom within like different environments, okay? But it's worth the hype is what Alchemic says. Spoilers in hand. Alchemic says that it's pretty good. Can't wait to be attacked by Pokemon. Me either. I'm getting sick of all these Pokemon just being like, ooh, please don't catch me. Instead, I want these Pokemon going after me and being like, you're not gonna catch me. And I'm like, oh yes, I will. Okay, I want some battle. I want some battle to it. I don't. Hey, listen, you didn't say any spoilers. I wasn't saying that. I was saying that you have the spoilers, so that means that you can like confirm that it's good. I wasn't saying you're breaking any rules. Is your me still egg? Yes, it is. Should we update it? I don't think so. Have you played Icarus? Icarus, Jelly Buttons. What is this? What is this thing of which you speak? Icarus? Is that a game? Is it a board game? No doubt it's a board game. Great. Yes. Allow my computer to steal all of my phone's data. But yes, in case you are not aware, this game is Cookie Run, and many of us have been addicted to it for quite a while. But I have like a billion, if you can see those tiny, you see that little tiny gem number up there? 34,000. 34,000 gems, which means that we can open up a lot of gacha. Lots of cookie. Lots of cookie. And I've been looking forward to this, so please indulge me, because I really want to open these up. The arena really pays off. It sure does. In fact, we should check if we can beat up anybody. Can I beat up anybody with my cookies? Darn it. These stupid guild battles are so tough to do right now. They're all tough as nails. All of these are way too powerful for me. Well, actually, I guess we're kind of right on par with this person. And I've got the Jelly Watch. I think I might be able to win this. We shall see. I might be able to. I don't know what they set up. You save gacha to do whenever I'm live? Oh, well, here I am. Open up those cookies. See what happens. Come on. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. What's happening? Nothing good. Okay, can we win? Is it possible? I'm not sure. They've got, well, I think I still have the advantage. Ah! The cockroaches. That my team is just, they're impossible to kill. Yeah. I think that they had slightly more power than me, but they were too weak. They were slaughtered. Lovely. Lovely. Bunch of dead cookies. Jolly good. But I'm working on my arena stuff. What? Did somebody send me something? Alchemic Refuge. Holy moly. This is amazing. Alchemic. How could you? How could you? Okay. Now, you guys, let's open up a couple of cookies, all right? You can't see me. I don't really know what to do about this. Can I just cover up my face? Is this what real streamers do? Okay, does this make sense? Is this making you nice and comfortable? Let's just open up this little random one, okay? We're just gonna crack open the random one. Very good, very good. I don't think that she makes faces for singles, unfortunately. Boom. I think it's just a normal cookie. I think it's just a normal, oh, it's just a soul stone. Who needs that? I mean, me, obviously. Oh, yeah, we can open up a couple of costumes. Oh, snap. I just got a super cute costume for this character here. Look at the baby. She's got a little cat ghost. I mean, excuse. They are, they/them. I do not think that they're gendered. Look at that baby. I love. Anyhow. Let's open up a couple costumes. We'll see what we get. They're a robot. What? Is that true? They're merely a robot? They look like a cookie to me. All right, come on, lady. Make me something lovely. Oh, that's good. Wait a second. That means that it's something epic. It's epic. It is, that animation. I only realized that recently. But that means that it's a good outfit. Whenever she does that little, like, whenever she does the little crossy hand thing, that means that it's good. Yeah! Yeah! It's the best kind of outfit. If it's that cat outfit. I'm sipping my coffee. I'm scared. All right. What is it? Oh, no. Not this one. I don't want that. Oh, low battery. I don't want this. No. No! I don't want an ugly pumpkin! What? Dryad Bunny? Hey! Thank you! I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the subscription! Aye. Can we get some hype in the chat for Dryad Bunny? Thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. You sweet bean, you. You sweet bean, you. Oh, you converted it from Prime Gaming to a tier 1 sub. Hey, thank you so much. I hope that you enjoy all of your emotes. Look at the little eggies. They're going. Oh, yeah. Mickey Mouse pumpkin cookie. I am not pleased with this. This is unacceptable. I cannot accept. Well, at least that means that I can't pull it later. The other thing about these costumes is that they do give benefits. Let's see. And I know that this one does too, because it's part of the Halloween set. Right there. So you got Ginger Brave in his little suit. And that means I got some bonuses. What? Lemon Berry! Lemon Berry!
Hello.
Thank you! Thank you so much for the sub! Lemon Berry! How long has it been? Lemon Berry! Thank you so much for the 28 months! I can just barely see it over Cookie Run. Thank you so much! Hey! Thank you so much, Lemon! Also, Awkward! What's up? Hello! Oi! Hype train, what? There's a hype train! Hey! Arceus hype! Arceus hype! We need to pull some cookies during the hype train so that we have some extra luck. Fetty! Five Nights at Freddy! What? Lemon Berry, thank you so much. I'm so happy that you found us 28 months ago. Goodness gracious. I can't believe that it's been so long. 28 years of support. I appreciate it. Lemon Berry, I hope you're having a fantastic day. Dryad Bunny, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, stop giving me money.
Yeah, boy.
Nora, thank you for the sub.
Hi.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Thora. I appreciate it. 6 months, half a year. Mamma mia. I appreciate it. Oh, wow. It changed from sweet babies to sub goal. Oh, man. No, I wanted it to say sweet babies. I forgot to change the other setting. Oh, what? You have an overnight shift tonight, so you're just chilling? Nice. Nice, big chilling. Big chillin'. Dryad Bunny.
Corgi for the Corgi shirt.
Corgi's one of my favorite biddies. Thank you so much. Dryad Bunny for the 100 bits. Gosh darn it. What is wrong? Is it something broken with this cable? Why are you doing this? Just stay plugged in, you silly thing. Carly Bell. Yes, we're only doing a little bit of cookie run. All right, it's not a whole stream. But look at this gem count. Look at it. 34,000. We're gonna be opening up some serious cookies, baby. Some serious cookies. We're getting serious with it. Also, I can open up one more outfit. We should open it during the hype train so that we have extra luck, okay? Okay? Extra luck, extra luck, extra luck. Let me make this a little bit bigger. All right, let's go. Let's go. I need my big money, big money, big money, big money. Let me see. Okay, we're gonna draw one. Have the animation, baby. Give me that animation. Come on, do your fancy crossies. Oh, come on. No, just normal, but it could either be a copy of something that I already have and I'll get a gem that allows me, if I have 100 gems, to buy whatever outfit I want, or it could be a new small outfit. I want something new. It takes 100 of those gems to get something, to get something that you want. Be something new. Ah! Not only is it ugly, but I already have it. It's gonna be ugly Wellens. I'm afraid you're correct. This is one of the ugliest outfits I've ever seen in my entire life. And I really hate to, listen, also this character's boring as heck. And super weak. Garbage. Absolute garbage. Let's open up some free little cookie things, all right? We're gonna open up some little baby cookies. All right, these are little quickies, little quickie nothings. Wow, I was on the money. Linz, I wish that you were wrong. In general, but also, especially with this. You hate that they give one crystal gem because of duplicate costumes? I know. But actually, Alchemic, have you ever got a duplicate of a rare costume? I have not had that happen before. I've only got duplicates of crappy ones. They might... Oh, what? What is this? What? She can make the eyes at you? She gave me the eyes. So it's either fancy eyes or nothing? What? Epic cookie! Epic cookie. Come on! Be almond cookie. Be almond cookie. I want almond cookie, please. Please? What? New? Oh my god. What is this? Oh, okay. I know who this is. Nice! Hey! Not bad. Red velvet cookie to battle. Nice new cookie. I'll take it. All right, I'll take it. Jolly good. Jolly good. New cookie. I only have a few cookies left to get. That's nice. Although I don't think that red velvet is in any of the bonds, which is fine because there's only almond cookie has a bond and so does cream puff. So that's fine. All right. But nice. That means I'm only missing 4 of them. I'm only missing 4. How much XP can I give them? Let me see. Can I level up this boy yet? I'm at like half. So I can either level them halfway or I could level blackberry or no, red velvet to what? Oh my God. Level 36. Let's do it. I want them leveled up, okay? I want them to be a little fancier, all right? A little fancier. What is this charge? I can't get rid of my charge stuff. All right. I just wanted them to get past all these scrubs, okay? I wanted them out of the running there. What? Calico, thank you for the 100 bits. Hey, nice. They sit comfortably up there. Very good, very good. What? Calico, thank you for the hearts. Also, hi there. Welcome to the chat. Hello, hello. Please give me cream puff and normal gacha. They can't. How dare they? I'm so upset. Is this game the new Genshin Impact? Well, this is mobile, and also I find Genshin to be very money hungry, but maybe that's me misremembering. We already used all of our good luck on the hype train. All the hype train success has been harvested into one epic cookie, and we will no longer get any more. Incredible. Now we spent it all, you guys. Totally worth it for just that one cookie. Thanks so much. Now we won't get any more epics, but thank you for the hype train, everybody. I appreciate it. And Kareem, thank you for the 100 birthday bits. Arceus birthday hype. It's happening in 5 hours, baby. In 5 hours. My hair's the bomb today. What? Thank you, Calico. All I did was dry it. I think I also washed it better. Okay, maybe if everybody say that it looks good, then all right. I mean, I thought that it looked pretty good. Speaking of guild, which one of you is buying all the decor? That's a good question. Who is that? You guys, I logged on the other day and there was 99 plus notifications on this. Look, who did this? Yeah, boy. Harley. Who did this? Who bought all of this? Huh? All of this? Who did it? Who did that? Who bought all that stuff? Thank you so much for the sub, Carly Bell. Hey, welcome to the party. Enjoy your emotes. Nice. Enjoy your emotes. Soon we will have animated emotes. Obst has told me that we may have a friend that can help me animate some emotes. We'll have to see, but now I've got animated emotes. And also, Anne can do actual animation as well, like frame by frame, I mean. So maybe we'll have a mix of frame by frame and edited emotes. I will have to decide what kind of emotes that I want. I'm excited. I'm excited. We're gonna have some cute emotes. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. But thank you so much. Let me see. Not me. I didn't know that you could buy stuff. See, who bought all of it? I know I bought the bar thingy, but that's it. Not me, not me. I see a bunch of not it's. Listen, just like my mom has said in the past. She said, don't tell me if you didn't do it. I only want to hear it if you did it. Okay, so I guess they're hiding. Could be King of Squirrel, maybe. Could be. I'm not sure. Okay, well, KP, you're not in the guild yet? Well, you better hurry, because we only got 2 slots left. We got 2 slots left. In fact, yep, we still got 2, but you might be running out of time. I'm scared for you. Also, let me just get rid of this notification as we continue. Stupid time-limited deal. Always a bad deal. I think that we have one more normal pull. And then I will remind you what we're looking for, okay? I'm invisible. The Bachelor of Animation worth nothing. What? Awkward. I'm trying to think if I've seen your animations. Who did the squirrel? Who did the squirrel going through space? I thought that was somebody else. I don't know how many of your animations I've actually seen, Awkward. You need to flex your animations more. I want to see some of the fancy stuff that you created. I know that you're in animation, but I've never seen any of it. I want to see it, blast it all. Okay, let me see. Yeah, Blue Jay does animated stuff that they post. What's the guild name? We're called Squirrelies. It's up in the corner, up in the top left corner, right there. Squirrelies. SQUE, and then just so it's it's Squa Earl Ease. Earl like me. Okay. So we're gonna open up some gacha. This is what we're looking for. So my most wanted thing, besides getting, I mean, there's no way that we're gonna get any more Frost Queen. There's no way that we're gonna get any more Sea Fairy. Those would be awesome, but they're not gonna happen. I want some more Eclair Cookie, all right? He's only level 2. I want to pull as many of this bean as possible. That's number 1 for me. Probably number 2, I really want Almond Cookie, because I actually figured out that he's really good in dragon battles. I hate his design, but apparently he's actually good at stuff. And, but, I mean, number 1 of number 1, pure vanilla, which is impossible to get. They're ancient. They're ancient. There's no way that I'll be able to get this one. Not a chance. Not a chance in heck. Anyhow, I say that we pull some cookies because I've been excited about this for a while. Oops, I pressed guild. I messed up. You got almond today? Well, they're part of the best team. Let's see, I got to do a little profile thing from getting that other cookie. All right, let's open up a real gacha. By the way, like you saw earlier, the pretty eyes means that you get an epic cookie. And then the like angry eyes mean you got nothing. You with pure vanilla, it's like it's such a low chance to get. It's incredibly rare. It's just a normal pull, but it does mean that we get a bunch of coins. So this is not a good pull, but at least we get a lot of coins out of it. I'll be able to buy almond with coins, especially if we keep getting garbage like this. I mean, not the worst thing ever. Who do we got? Custard cookie? That little king. That absolute king. See, because that's 300. So that means that you can buy 3 soul stones of your choice with that. Not bad. Not bad for an epic pull. All right, eclair cookie soul stone, not bad. Tay, what's up? Oi, 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 oi. How are you doing? Tay. Tay. Hello, it's me, the Earl of Suds, awaiting Arceus. I'm gonna stop flipping my hair, all right? It's just fun to do, okay? The physics are enjoyable. All right, ninja cookie. Garbage, absolute garbage. Also, I spilled a tiny bit of my coffee on my hand, but that's okay. Strawberry cookie, boring. Okay, all right, Garbaggio, very good. Very good, very good. Except for that custard cookie, that's nice. All right. You guys rub your hands together, cross your fingers. I don't know, recite your star signs, charge your chakras. I don't know, rub rocks on your legs. I'm not sure what gives us good luck, but come on. Give me the pretty eyes. We're opening a lot of them, but still. No! Why? Why 2 in a row? That's uncalled for. That's absolutely uncalled for. 2 in a row? This is upsetting. This is upsetting. The idea of an avocado cookie makes me uncomfortable, but it'd be so smooth. Such a smooth flavor. Ew. The grossest cookie. The yuckiest cookie. Oh no. No good. Gross. Icky. Oh. Did we just exactly level up night cookie? Okay. All right. So anytime that we pull night cookie from now on, then we get 300 coins. Not bad. Not bad, Dad. What the heck is this music playing? Go back to what I like listening to, all right? I've told you 1,000 times, YouTube. Great. We're just getting a bunch of junk. I want my... Oh, baby! Oh, it's so cute. What a cutie. Look at that little... Oh, the little hoodie is so adorable. I love this cookie so much. Cutie! Pancake cookie. Yeah! You found me! Yeah! What a cutie pie. He is the cutest one. He's the cutest cookie ever. Ah! Avocado cookie. No. She's got a seed for a face. What? Clover cookie? All right. Look at the cute little... There's a little radish baby. There's a little acorn squirrel. What is that thing? What is that thing? Also, there's a bunny that's made out of... I can't tell what the bunny's made out of. I see a radish, an acorn, and... I don't know what the last one is. Maybe that's a nut of some sort. I'm not sure. He's got pretty eyes. What is this? This is actually a really lucky lame pull. Check it out. We got 300 coins. Got 300 coins. Not bad, not bad. This is actually really lucky for an unlucky pull. Because we pulled 4 epics. 4 epics is actually an incredible result. That's the best that it could be with the worst situation. Okay. Let's pull another one. I'm ready to go. I'm ripping and roaring. I want to just keep opening these bad boys, all right? I need some flipping... No! I want my eclair cookie! What is this garbage? Who made this game? Is this retaliation for how many gems that I have? Does the likelihood of getting good cookies go down with the amount of gems that you have in your storage? What is this? Ah, 3 in a row. Carrot cookie. All right, all right. Carrot cookie would be good to level up because she has a bond that would be very valuable to me. Eclair cookie. All right, all right. Not bad, not bad. Dev Sisters made this game. What? The witch is jealous of your hair? Well, she can't have it. Carrot cookie looks like a tsundere. She definitely looks like a tomboy. She's a tomboy cookie GF, I guess. 100 for the angel cookie. Angel cookie just looks like a cherub. I'm not crazy about him. All right, we got Darren the Wizard. Very nice, very nice. Canadians in the chat. Very, very spicy. What is this? A Vodigo. A Vodigo. A Vodigo. Thankfully, they're almost leveled up, so I can stop focusing on them. They are acceptable, I guess. I mean, she's still epic, but Canada's a cruel mistress. Oops.
A Vodigo.
A Vodigo. Thank you, Oopsie. Stop. 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 Stop giving biddies. Thank you, Oops. All right, let's open up some more cookies. Let's keep it going. My bad luck can't possibly continue, right? What? Oh my God. Stop! Why did I save up all of these? What is this, 4 out of 11 already? We're almost halfway done and all of them have been bad. I have friends that already have a 5-star eclair cookie. Why am I so unlucky? Ugh. Why am I so unlucky? No! All my luck is worn out. This is what I get for pulling Seafoam cookie, I guess. That's what I get for pulling Seafoam cookie. All right, I spent all my luck already. Onion cookie, very cute. Not even close to a level up, though. Yeah. Gumball cookie. Oh, Pog. Great, Gumball. Well, at least that's complete. That's a 5-star now. Beet cookie. Beet cookie's already done. I'm already finished with you. I think that she's even max starred. I even promoted her. I'm done. There's Darren the Wizard. Very nice. Very nice. Carrot cookie. Wonderful. Incredible. Devil's cookie. Whatever. Hey, some more soul stones. Are we going to only level them up via soul stones? That would be most upsetting indeed. What does that say? I'm going to wish you luck that I gained from this 4-leaf clover that I found in 4th grade. 4 leaves, 4th grade. This can't possibly fail. Thank you, Linz. All right. Now we've got our good luck. I'm going to be super mad if this is another bad one. There's no way. There's no way that it's bad, right? Yeah! All right! Finally! Finally something good! Oh my goodness. Okay. Now we're hoping for 2 epics, baby. 2 epics. Come on. We can have 2 of them. Come on. Give me 2 of them. Pushing it even harder. Come on. Keep up the good luck. Yeah. Fun fact, I used to collect 4-leaf clovers. What? You found you're so lucky that you just collected them. Baby. There you go. Got some bombs going off. Better look out. Better look out. You predict that it's going to be a bad pull? There's not a bad pull that's epic. All epic pulls are good. Even if I've already maxed them, that means that I get a ton of coins, and that's fine with me. Any epic is good. Come on! Yeah! What? Werewolf cookie? Did I say that none of these are bad pulls? Werewolf cookie is... Could you please stop? Werewolf cookie is not very good. Not used in any teams, and I didn't get any coins from it. It's lupus. That is the only redeeming quality is that it reminds me of lupus. All right, well, this one's a bit of a wash. I mean, what are the odds that I'd get a new one? I mean, come on, I've almost got all of them at this point. It's gonna take forever to get them. It would take forever to get these cookies that I don't have because it always rolls. That's it? That's all of it? All right. I see how it is. How many pulls do I have left? I only have a few left. 3 times something is 20. That's less than 7, right? That's 6. We've got 6 more pulls. 6 more. They better all be lucky or I'm going to be mad as a hatter. I'm just kidding. Come on. Lucky. Yeah! 2 in a row. Nice. Hey, not bad. All right. Let's go. What do we got? 2 lucky ones in a row. Nice. Come on, baby. Come on. Give me something good. Give me something spicy. Papa needs a new car. Here we go. Eclair cookie. Yeah! Eclair cookie! Nice! That's what I'm talking about. Level up that fellow. Yeah! All right. Nice! And they're almost leveled up. Nice. Very good. Exactly what I'm looking for. That's what we want. That's what I was looking for, Dev Sisters. I'm glad you're finally listening to some complaints. Sweet eclair, jolly good. I just want them level 5 and then my life will be complete for the next month, okay? Nice, now they can level up. We're gonna promote them immediately. Twizzly gummy cookie, not bad. I like them. They're not incredible, but they're super fun. They're super fun and they're totally optional. Hey, we got some hype in the chat. Eclair hype, baby. Eclair. Nice. All right. I mean, the likelihood of pulling them is 1.4%. It should be common, but I need them. Oh, 46, 9. Come on now. Eat up all those soul stones. Nom. Interested in dragons? You came to the right cookie. All right, 14. No, it's 14. It's slightly bigger, okay? It's a little bit more power. Nice. Their level. This is gonna take forever. I hope that I can level them up fast enough. When does this event end? It ends in 27 days. I can totally do this. All right, let's pull another one. Ahsoka, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Hey, every lurker is special. All right, no worries. We just got a clear cookie. I don't care about this. This does not upset me. I'm not super mad or anything, okay? I got 2 lucky pulls in a row. You know, you gotta have a little unlucky one in there. It's fine. Adventure cookie. Oh, epic pull. All right. What do we got? Blackberry. Nice. They're already 5-star. 300 coins. Sheesh. How many coins have we got now? Carrot cookie. Could pull another epic one if you don't mind. Let me see epic. Blackberry got a nice design. I agree. She's so cool. Kind of a gothic Lolita look a little bit. I like her style. I dress like Blackberry cookie. Just a bunch of soul stones. Another adventure cookie. All right, we got something here. Strawberry cookie. She's so cute. Look at her little eyelashes. Cutie alert. She's got a gigantic lollipop that she's gonna shove down your throat and you'll die. I'm excited. All right, lovely. Okay, so let's see. How many more do we have? We've only got 4, I think. 4 more pulls. Oh, we could upgrade custard cookie, but we don't need to do that. I'm gonna upgrade this werewolf really quick. Boop. Strawberry's cute, but her personality irks me for some reason. Maybe I don't really pay attention too much to the story, so I don't want to hurt you. This does sound like Lupus. Even more confirm that this is the Lupus wolf. All right, I don't want to hurt you. Nice. You just upgraded all the story ones because of the bond? Oh, yeah. This one? I'm only mostly behind because of Chili Pepper. I've been kind of grinding Chili Pepper soul stones, but yeah, whenever I've unlocked everybody, then I'll be able to like focus on those bonds, but yeah, I've upgraded them as far as they need to be. All right, let's pull another one. I'm just hoping for some eclair cookies. That's all that I need. I just need some eclairs. All right. Another unlucky one. What is this? 7 unlucky ones, 2 lucky ones. Come on, man. I should have saved all these pulls for off stream. This is just embarrassing. This is just embarrassing. I'm sorry I'll have to see this. Ugh, I can't believe that you have to see the Earl in such a state. Oh, custard cookie. Nice. 300 coins. You know that we're gonna buy almond cookie whenever this is over, right? You know that, right? We're gonna be upgrading almond cookie. We're just gonna buy him, okay? Because these pulls have been garbage, and I'm probably never gonna get him. Also, how are you doing, Darren? The wizard from the game. Listen, I'm trying to harvest soul stones, all right? There's even a Darren cookie in this game, all right? You're in this game. You're in this game, Darren. Have you seen it? Also, Bakemono Katamari is here. Hey, what's up? Welcome. Mermo. Yeah, check it out. Look, they even made a version of you. Let me see. Where are they? Where's the Darren cookie? There they are. Nice. Let me see if I can put on a more Darren-esque outfit. There we go. This is a little Darren cookie. Ta-da! There we go. That's what I'm talking about. There's also this sugar gnome one, which is pretty cool. But yeah, there we are. That's the one. Now we've got ourselves a proper wizard. Taste my lightning cloud. The witch isn't looking for her wand, is she? A magical challenge? Bring it on. What? Is this the cookie game you're always talking about? It is. I'm sorry for talking about it all the time. Hey, positivity boy, what's up? Oi. How are you doing? How are you doing? Are you working, my friend? I'm waiting on that new Pokemon game. It's happening in 5 hours. 5 hours of the new Pokemon game is here, baby. Oh, you got the 10 days 10 days off coming up? We gotta hang out. Work today and tomorrow? Okay, that's good because I'm gonna be playing a lot of Arceus during that time. But we should definitely hang out. Yes. It must happen. If you wake up, listen, that was a mistake. Okay, that was a small mistake on my part. I had stayed up till 6 in the morning and I had set an alarm, but it didn't go off because my phone died. And I couldn't hear your calls. And I didn't know that you were at the door, and you didn't knock at my window. Next time, I expect you to bring a giant wrench, and I want you to smash through my window. I'll pay for the damages. Okay, we're gonna open up a new. We've only got 3 rounds left. 3 rounds of cookie openings. Okay, I'm upset. I'm so frustrated. I cannot believe that I saved up all these gems and I've gotten absolutely garbaggio. Yeah! Lucky pull. Lucky. Give me the eclair cookie. Give me the eclair cookie. Come on. Come on. Gimme. Eclair. Where are you? No. Cherry cookie. All right. Come on. What is this? Night. Ignore you. Open the doors. What is this? No, not this one. Oh, he sucks. I don't like him. No, I don't want to see this. Oh, thank you for the follow, Positivity Boy. Appreciate it. I don't want to use your real name on stream, but oi, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Let me see. Rye cookie. Ridiculous. What is this? What? Can we please get another epic cookie? Please? Come on. You can still do it. It's totally legal. It can happen. I've seen it happen before. Come on. No, oh, come on. This is my only chance. There's no way that my luck's gonna give me another chance. Oh, no, I got rye cookie and werewolf cookie. What are the odds of getting rye cookie? It's lower, it's low. Why am I getting these quote-unquote rare cookies that are garbage? Look at the chance for werewolf cookie. It's 0.0. It's 0.03. 0.03. What about, where's rye cookie, huh? Huh? What are the odds of getting them? 0.03. I don't even want them. I don't want them. Don't give me rare cookies. 0.03 as well. And the likelihood of getting the cookie that I want is 1.4. Come on, dude. We've only got 2 pulls left. Only 2 more, man. Come on. She's pretty lame. Oh, I didn't know it was a she. Oh, nice. Nice. All right, another chance. Yeah, awkward. You're just playing the odds. You're just guessing. You're just guessing, all right? You're the astrology of Cookie Run, gacha. Come on. Come on. It's all just probability. And I probably really want Eclair Cookie. What is this? What? I mean, that's fine. The astrology of Cookie Run gacha is not a phrase I thought I'd hear today. I'm all about saying things that you don't expect. A vote ago. Let's, come on. Now, Eclair Cookie must be done. It must happen. Oh. You have gut feelings? Well, you should eat something if your stomach's feeling bad. Yes, Eclair Cookie. Oh. What? Is this Seafoam? No, it's mango. Mango. I don't think that they're too bad, honestly. They're not too bad, but it's not what I wanted. This is still somebody that's 0.04% chance of happening. Yet, I can't get the 1.4% chance. Why? Why are you this way? Why are you this way? There's no reason for this. It doesn't even make statistical sense. It's not even probable. I've gotten 3 other epics and only 1 Eclair. 3 other epics and also like 8 bad pulls. This is horrible. Well, we got 1 more pull, you guys. Only 1 more. This is horribly unlucky. What's the point of this game? So it's like a couple of things, I guess. I suppose like the main thing that I really enjoy is the arena. So you like build teams and then you equip them with toppings that gives them buffs and you can upgrade their attacks and such. And you like combine the cookies that all have like different roles. So there's like magic, bombers, support, charge, ranged, and you combine them all so that you can make a team of 5 that you can fight with other people. You can also fight through like auto runner battles that defeat enemies. You can build your kingdom and decorate it. You can do guild battles where you fight a big dragon. There's like a bunch of stuff. The main point of the game is to waste your time and spend your money. So it's pretty great, but it's extremely cheap. It's an extremely cheap game, and I appreciate that they let you do so much with free items. They give you like the expensive elite currency really often, so you get to do a lot of gacha. All right, last one, you guys. Oh my god, fiat currency, yo. You shush now. Come on now, give me something lucky. Last one today. This is why I didn't hype it up, you guys. This is why I didn't hype it up, because I knew there was no way that we were gonna, all right, we're just gonna buy a bunch of cookies, all right? We're just gonna buy them, all right? If that's how they want this to happen. Thankfully, I've already opened up enough of these dang old cookies that I'm gonna have plenty of coins to be able to buy stuff. When will they let me pay for things in what? Pay for things in NFT? Yeah, can I buy this? Can I buy some gems with my monkey pictures that I bought? I bought some really ugly pictures of monkeys. Can I please trade those in for some fake gems? please. All right, all right, all right. You've still pulled better cookies than I ever have. Oh, what? Is that true? All my apes gone. What? In an instant? In an instant, all of my apes were stolen. I gave away all of my apes to the poor and the less fortunate than me, so I don't feel bad about it. All right, this is totally expected result after all of this. But look at these coins though, 4,000 of them? Not bad. How many rainbow cubes could I buy? 178. Wow, that's almost enough to pull one outfit. That's incredible. We're gonna buy almond cookie. What is it gonna cost, huh? What is it gonna cost? For almond, we need 13 more soul stones. 13 more, you say? That could be done. 13, where is that ugly gentleman? Beep, boop, bop, beep, bop. Ta-da! There we go. There, look. Oh my gosh, you guys, we pulled a new cookie. Oh, nice. I can't believe that we got a new epic. You guys, we pulled a new epic. Lucky. Yeah. Oh, I think I know who this is. Oh, no. Oh, it is. It is who I think it is. Oh, what? Who is this? Oh my gosh, it's Almond Cookie. I can't believe that we got ourselves a new cookie after I've collected almost all of them. This is a shocking turn of events. Wow. Nice. Let me see. We also need Malasauce, which is 18. We need 8 go away. We need 18 more bad boys. 18 more, and it's is she even in here though? What is this? Cotton cookie? Oh, I can't buy any because they're already maxed out. Okay. Wait, oh, there they are. How many was it? 18 of them? I have a good feeling, you guys. I think that we're about to get ourselves a new fresh one. I think that, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I can't believe what I'm seeing. This is new. The text means that it's a new cookie. Oh, what could it be? Oh my goodness. It's a hot dog. It's 2 hot dogs on a stick. I'm so excited. Malasauce, time to spice things up. Nice. A new epic champion. Wow, I can't believe it. Now I've only got 2 cookies left. 2 cookies left. Pure vanilla, that is currently at 13 out of 20 gems. And cream puff that can only be pulled from Guild Gacha. And you can only get her soul stones through Guild Gacha. I don't remember Thanos getting the Malasauce cookie soul stone. Exactly. That's why he could only defeat half of the earth. Okay? He didn't do it on purpose. It was just a marketing strategy. He only had the power to kill half the population. So instead he spun it in a different direction and said, "Oh, I want to create a balance. It's all about balance, 50-50. Haha, that's exactly what I was planning on doing. I could kill everybody. I'm totally super powerful." What is this? You've met all the cookies from the second Cookie Legion. Prosperity to your kingdom. What does that mean? Go away. Second Cookie Legion? What is that? What is this? Does this just sit in my inventory? What is this? It's just an inventory item that you can look at? All right, that's kind of cool, I guess. I mean, that's all right. Not bad. I guess it's just gonna sit in my inventory forever. Okay, jolly good. Jolly good. I suppose I will have to ignore that in my inventory from now on. Okay, all cookies defense goes up 1%. Nice. Okay, well, we're pretty much done playing Cookie Run now. I can't believe that we are so unlucky. That is too bad. But you know, these things happen. These things happen. Pick of daddy, excuse me? That's not how you spell daddy in this chat. Okay, we just need one more potted plant. One more biscuit planter. So I'll make a few extra ones. Oh, thank you for the follow, Valproma. What's up? We're here waiting for Arceus. I'm playing Look, I'm hiding behind this mobile game, okay? Hello. Hi, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Let's see. I'm just gonna do a couple more things here, and then I guess we'll be done. No, stop. Go away. Oh, actually, ooh. Oh, wishes. I wish. Listen, I need those for the train. I can't give them to you. I'm so sorry. I cannot fulfill your requests. Ooh, season rewards. All right, we get a couple of soul stones here. You sent a guild request? All right, I will accept it right now. Oh, actually, ooh. Thank you for the gifts. What the heck? I will send y'all gifts as well. All right, I think that means that we've got only one slot left. One slot left? Sheesh. I can't believe it. Our guild, it's grown so strong. Between Ope's community and mine, we're at 29 out of 30. By the way, I can see what y'all do in the day. Do y'all see this? Do y'all see who are the slackers? Who are the slackers in this guild, huh? Let's see. Let's take a look. Who's doing their job, huh? Interesting. I think I know who's getting kicked next. I'm so glad. Oh, well. Who's doing their work now? Okay, all right. I see this person hasn't logged in 4 days. Uh-oh. Somebody might get might be getting out of there. Dangerous. Words coming to me. So smooth. Memory jellies. All right. I'll send some gifts out soon, all right? You weren't able to play today? I was just kidding. Rosera, you're fine. You're fine, Rosera. I won't delete any of y'all. I checked in like a good bean. You've done fantastic. Well done, Linz. Well done. Valprama, yo, can I get in on this guild action? You can. There's one slot left. Before I start kicking people. We're not gonna be kicking people too quickly, but there is literally one spot left if you want to hop on. It's okay if you're not powerful. It's not a big deal. The name at the top there was Squirrelies. A new follower wants to get into the guild. This can't possibly go wrong. Okay, sweet. We got that there. Squirrelies. Thank you for spelling that. Let's see. I think I'm pretty much good. We could just do a quick arena battle. And then I think I'm done with all my checking in. I have a bunch of tickets, so we could just beat up some of these. And I'm thinking a clever guild name. It took a little while. I think that somebody helped me with that idea. It's the squirrels, but also the earls. The earl squirrels. All right. Who else can we beat up? Can I beat up some of these chumps? No, they are not chumps at all. They are powerful. They are powerful and dangerous. Text me when you're through streaming. We can plan something nice. I'm gonna be streaming pretty late tonight because we're staying up for this game's release. So I'll probably be streaming for another 6 hours. But yes, we will work it out. We shall work it out. You said that today and tomorrow you're working, right? We can work it out. Darn it. I went down on the rankings, but whatever. I can't do anything. Gotcha. Might be back then. Oh, cool beans. Good luck with your work, my friend. Good luck with your work. All right. I don't think that I need to do anything else. I already did my arenas. Let's just get my jellies going. My jelly berries. My sweet sugar cubes. I got a bunch of sugar cubes. I think that I need to start my I need to make some more enchanted tongs to be able to do expansion. And I think I need more stakes. How much land expansion still needs stakes? It looks like 8, so we could just make the maximum stakes. Steaks for dinner. Yum. I'm so excited. Are you planning on sleeping at any point? Yes, I will be sleeping after we play Arceus for a couple of hours. All right. We're gonna play it for a couple of hours. We're gonna get a feel for it so that the next morning I can wake up with renewed vigor, with excitement for the game, because I think it's gonna be fantastic. Whoopee! You should really start working on your own kingdom again. I have been slacking a little bit. I mostly just wanted to expand for a little while, and now I can actually make it look better around here, because it don't make no sense, because it's just really ugly. And now there's a bunch of like extra spots with nothing in them. Like, okay, whatever. Morning, quote unquote. Yeah, like you know, noon, normal morning times, you know, times when you wake up. All right. I think that is enough cookie run. That's enough cookies, okay? All right, now that we've scared away everybody that doesn't like Cookie Run, how are you guys doing? Y'all are the real fans. Let me know how the new Pokemon game is later. Night night. Hope y'all have fun and get some sleep. We'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. And Good Bean International. Actually, the CEO of Good Bean International. It's true. Carly Bell. Oh yeah, we're do the rat jam. Okay. So what are we gonna do? I have a couple of options. We could either play more Banjo-Kazooie, which we are not gonna be able to finish, or we could play something else. I mean, it can totally be up to y'all. If y'all want to see maybe some, I was thinking about maybe playing Phasmophobia as like something fresh to do. So I'm not sure, but I mean, the main thing, of course, is that we're waiting on Arceus. So we've got to play something. We got to do something for 4.5 hours. I thought about Hades, but that seems like a bad transition into this game. Like, that seems like a weird game to play before, like play this spooky, scary game, and then play Pokemon. The CEO of Good Beans International. I take interns. I pay you an experience. Oh, thanks. Pay me an experience. Would Nintendo copyright strike me if I watched one of these videos? What happens if I watch one of these videos? Do I get in trouble? I'm scared of you, Nintendo, because you're oop. Nice job clicking there, buddy. Okay, wait a second. You said likely? They better not. It's okay, because since you're providing commentary, yeah, look, this is so transformative, you guys. Look at how transformative my stream is being. We're transforming this boring old content into some real rip-roaring entertainment. Yeehaw! Okay, give me hype for this game. I command you. Oh, this is a good way for me to tune my audio too. Oh boy. The first open world Pokemon game. The most single-player focused Pokemon game ever. The first Pokemon game where they can attack you in the wild. And with a totally rehauled system of capturing. A totally overhauled system of fighting. And a brand new Pokedex that actually is like information about the Pokemons instead of just catching them. You love this shirt? Hey, Stat, what's up? Welcome to the Arceus waiting room. We're not going to be sitting here watching trailers the entire time. I just wanted to watch these because I haven't seen them all. A big suspicious mountain that looks like it's got some Ganon vibes. Big Pokemon that'll wreck you. Look at his axe hands. And the Pokeballs, I think that you have to make them yourself by collecting oh, I saw Magmar in there. See Scorpy, whatever that thing is. I hadn't even watched these trailers, but now I'm seeing, oh, there's Mr. Mime's in here. Mr. Mime. Fancy Owl. We already know about that. That's a starter. You're so heckin' excited for this? So am I! Spoiler alert. Arceus is a game. Arceus is in the game? That is a spoiler alert. And it's all animated. Incredible. It's an animated game. It's just in 3D. They just happen to do 3D animation. I see. Very interesting. Very exciting. Unique. Okay, let's see what else. What else can I glean from this trailer? I saw some more Pokemon in there that I haven't seen before. The Rhyhorn is in there. That's true. Saw Rhyhorn. Got one large cat. Magikarp. Turtwig. Very cute. That little thing. Scorpy's little brother. Some big old spooky bear. Oh yeah, I've seen this. That's a
Pokemon had not yet learned to coexist.
Talking! The landscape animations are primo. Oh yeah, it looks exactly like one of the best Nintendo games. It's made with the same engine and everything.
This time, the ecology of its wild Pokemon
Oh,
remains
Geodude,
unknown.
Drifloom,
Therefore,
child
many people
stealing.
Still fear Pokemon.
I fear Pokemon
Such people live
anyway.
Together in Jubilife Village.
I feel like if Pokemon
Where
were
this
real, we'd
story
all be dead,
begins.
right? I'm pretty confident that we would have all been eaten by Pokemon. There's no way that humans
Your goal
and
is to
rabid
research the
Pokemon can
of
exist.
this region.
I see Golduck. I see a beach
As a
ball.
member of the
A beach
Galaxy
ball with a seal
Expedition Team,
face. The
an
child snatching
organization
balloon.
dedicated
Oh
to
no.
studying this land.
Not the child snatcher.
You will strive to build a
Yo! Did I see Togepi? Togepi, Sphinx. Nice! Calico, thank you for the sub for Shiny! Muchly appreciated. So generous. Shiny! Now you have all of the cute squirrel emotes. Nice! Callie, 6 months?
Be warned.
Whoa, Callie! 6 months? Holy crap! I only saw it as 1. Oh my gosh, what are you doing, Callie? Holy moly, the generosity. Callie, thank you so much for the 6 months for Shiny. That is very
Not
generous.
every Pokemon
Goodness
is
gracious.
so easy to catch.
Well, Shiny, enjoy your half a year
One
of
option is to challenge
your
them to
half a
battle.
year of subs.
Command
Oh,
your Pokemon
yeah.
to weaken the opponent, and it should be easier to catch.
Catch him, baby. Yeah, you caught Growlithe.
Pokemon behaviors
We got
vary in the
Chim-Cham.
Hisui region.
Pikachu. Pikachu is in this
They
game.
live
I
in
thought that
groups,
somebody said that
or
Pikachu
they may
wasn't.
flee upon sensing your presence.
Look, the bird will run away.
The
When in
aggressive
danger,
sort
the
will attack
bird
without
will roll
hesitation.
away. I see a bug.
Some are much
That's
more
not
powerful
the
than you.
normal Butterfree,
If danger
right?
comes
Isn't that
your
something
way,
else? Snorlax. Giant Snorlax
The
attacks.
Important research tip.
Snorlax attacks.
Back at your base camp, you can let your team of Pokemon recover.
I'm looking
their
for
health.
like new Pokemon in all of this. That's Beautifly. Oh, I
Robinson,
see.
a researcher on the
Beautify.
Galaxy
I don't think that
Expedition
I've
team,
ever seen that
will provide
Pokemon
research
before.
support.
Professor Lavington.
Report back to the
Lavington.
Professor with any and all research, and the
Get
information
money,
will be
they
entered
pay
into the
you.
Pokédex.
I legit almost dropped my Switch
There are
reading
various
6
research
months.
tasks afoot, including
Shiny,
number
enjoy.
caught and times
Yay,
you've
yay,
seen
yay,
these
yay.
moves.
Nice. No more ads for an entire half
As
a
you
year,
fulfill
baby.
these tasks, such entries will populate.
Caught a Wurmple. Nice. I like the GUI
The
so
central
far.
hub for your research
Not looking at the
is
picture, just
Jubilife
listening to your
Village.
voice. Jealous?
It's a great
You got
place
to
prepare
play
for
the game this
excursions.
early?
Visit
Who?
the general store where you can purchase
Not
items
looking at
with in-game
picture.
currency. Or head
Early?
to the Craftworks
I'm
to
pretty sure
craft
that you can
using the
play it before
materials
I
you've
can,
gathered.
right, Ivy? Or not?
The Pokemon
Yeah,
you've
we're just
caught
going through the
can be left
trailers.
to
I'm not
factors.
playing the game. I don't get the game
The
yet.
clothier and hairdresser let you customize your
It'll be
clothing
like
and
4.5
your
hours
hairstyle
before it gets
as well.
released. I'm excited for this character design. From what I've seen,
When you
I'm gonna
feel
have
like
to
it,
pick
head to the photography
female
studio to
Pokemon,
take pictures
female
with your
trainer.
Pokemon.
Sorry, it's gotta happen. There's way
Jubilife
too many
Village
super cute
is
outfits.
also home to
I
the
want to wear a
headquarters
kimono
of the
and have
Galaxy
fancy hair.
Expedition
Okay.
Team.
I was thinking about it, you guys.
Alongside
I was
Commander
thinking about
Commodore
it, but I think that
and
the girls
Captain
have better
Cylene,
outfits. Definitely
you
gonna
will
pick
carry
them.
out Pokemon research
As
and
if you would ever pick the male. Listen,
doing
I pick
so,
males in games where I'm
you will
like,
grow as a team
sometimes
member
I'm
and
like, oh, I
eventually
wanna be
explore
able
new
to feel like
areas
this
of the
character.
region.
I want it to be named after me and to like feel like I am that character. But whenever they have great outfits, I can't help it,
Certain Pokemon
okay?
with special powers will allow
The
you to
women in
ride them.
games always have better clothes, alright? Okay, how does she pronounce it? Weird ear? I've heard people say weird
With the
ear.
aid of your Pokemon, your research will take you to greater
Wow, she's not
areas
saying
of
the
region.
names. it-
Eventually,
Is it word ear or
you
weird
will
ear?
come to learn about noble Pokemon.
There's also
respected by the
no,
people of
there's no
Hisui.
gyms in this game either.
Frenzied
Girls
by
always have better
mysterious
outfits.
power,
I agree.
These
That's true.
Pokemon will stand up against you. For just such an occasion, special bombs have been created.
Bombs!
To calm them.
You have to explode the Pokemon. That's a shame. That's a shame that you just throw
Powerful
bombs
attacks
at their legs
and
like that.
create opportunities to challenge
Look
it
at this. You
Pokemon
actually
battles.
you're battling characters and stuff.
Quell the noble Pokemon
Dancing
with
around throwing
very
bombs
small
at
bits.
them. Nice. I want to name my character Bubbles. Do it. Do it, Ivy. Bubbles the Pokemon trainer. That sounds kind of like a Pokemon.
And wild threats await
Ooh,
you.
a hippopotamus. Lucario? Nice. Lucio's in this
And
game.
what is the mythical Pokemon
Munchlax?
Arceus?
Nice, nice, nice. Exploding Pokemon. I count that as a win with real physics.
The story of humans and Pokemon
Carnivine.
begins right here in the
Drapion.
Kazooie region. Pokémon Legends.
Got the little
Arceus.
magnet boys. Got some little
Available
magnet
January
boys.
28th on the
What are they
Nintendo
called?
Switch system.
I
Digital
don't remember their
pre-orders are
name.
available now on
Okay, I'm not a
Nintendo
real
eShop.
Pokemon fan. How about Powder Puff Girl? I thought that it was Power Puff. Power Puff? What are you doing to my names? That is 6-minute trailer. What is this? Is this the reveal? I think it goes backwards of like information. This might be the reveal trailer. Pokemon Legends. Update. Oh, this might be the Kricketot is so cute. I love that baby. Kricketot. I hope that we can actually use them, but I have a feeling they're gonna be weak as heck. Play your little flute, boy. Play your flute, hop on a deer, go for a ride on a glorified jet ski, catch an octopus. You can do everything in this game. You can even Breath of the Wild glide everywhere. Meet the wardens. Oh, they must be like the leaders of the area. The leaders of the little areas that you go to. Nice. Powder Puff Girls are the Walmart version. Oh no, not the off-brand Powerpuff Girls. They're just makeup focused and they're just selling their brand of makeup. It's a little cow person. A little cow bean. Leon. Can't believe that there's cow beans in this game. All right. I think I just saw Galaxy. I'm scared that they're gonna be the founders of the evil Galaxy crew. All right, I guess that we're gonna have to live in the cowboy town. All right, it's the only place that I belong. Customize your look. Take photos. Buy. What is that? A sock puppet? I want a sock puppet. Look, there's so many hairstyles. Whilst you go through the trailers, I'm gonna run and take a shower. All right, Linz, we'll see you whenever you get back. Go take that shower. Noise. Where's Opes when I need him to do his him impression? What? His H-I-M impression? What is this? Him only. Bees, Combi. There's so many Pokemon in this game. I'm excited. Catch a bajillion of them, man. The customization options, I know. They're actually letting you do it. Him from Powerpuff Girls? What? I don't know what it is. I ain't watched any Powerpuff Girls. I'm sorry. Okay, we didn't have cable. I couldn't watch it. I watched as much as I could, okay, whenever SpongeBob wasn't on. Oshawott gets destroyed by a large Pokemon. Nobody bats an eye. It's a legendary god that you're supposed to pray to that has shrines all over the world. What do? You throw a bomb at him. You explode God's precious creatures. No, I don't want to watch it again. Oh, wait. Oh, there's another one? Nice. Cleaver's OP? That's the only, like, a legendary Pokemon, fancy-pantsy Pokemon that's been revealed, as far as I've seen. All right, I guess we're watching the powerful girls for the next 4.5 hours. No, we are not. I am not in that Twitch meta. I'm not in the Twitch meta of trying to get my channel copyright struck, okay? It doesn't work for us small streamers, okay? We can't exploit the system like that. The Lord of the Woods. Adaman. Adaman's got, like, the coolest hair in this game. Adaman, how did you get so cool? Those dum-dums watch copyright stuff on Discord like everyone else. Well, they're doing it to get popular, right, Alchemic? I'm pretty sure that they are. Pretty sure that they're just doing it for attention. So that there's articles that are like, big streamer banned. I think that they're doing it for the clout. And they're doing it for the money. Which is really strange that the system works like that, but okay. Just wait till Bezos hears about this. Is this the Ginkgo Guild? Ooh. Boo! Teleports behind you. Puts you in a Pokeball. You are now my Pokemon. 4.5 hours left for you. It's 4:20. Here comes. 4 hours and 20 minutes. I'm excited. What is for those of you that are getting this game, which starters are y'all gonna go for? I'm still a little bit undecided. I'm a little bit undecided on which one I want to pick. But Routes is very tempting as a starter, but I don't even know if they're an option. There's Oshawott, there's Cyndaquil, and there's Owly. Owly, I believe, is their name. Got Rowlet, Cyndaquil, or Oshawott. I'm still not sure. Oshawott is so cute, but they have a really ugly final version. Are you keeping all your Mons as babies? If I pick Oshawott, that's what I'm gonna do. They will remain a baby, and I will not let them grow up. But I am kind of tempted to get the emo Owlboy. I don't know. Oshawott's so cute. I don't know if I can avoid this sweet little baby. Ashley, thank you for the 10 bits. Oi! What's up, doggo friendo? Friendo that's always bringing the doggos. Oh, yeah. You still don't know who you're going to get shiny? What? You have to decide. They all have different final evolutions than usual. What? Alchemic. Spoilers. But that's a pretty important spoiler. There's there's a little log. There's a little log there. There's Lucario. There's Pikachu. And there's Rhydon and Ralts all in the picture. I don't know if they have any significance. Also, I don't know what this is. It's the thing. The new Typhlosion is fire and ghost type. Ooh, kind of interesting. Rowlet is great with a final Evo. Well, now it's not even true. Now Rowlet turns into a steel type. You won't be getting the game for a while, but you haven't decided on your starter. Usually you go with the fire type. That's what I do, Rex. That's what I did with Soul Silver. And so I've already had a Cyndaquil before. Also, hi, how are you doing? Emily. I'm just sitting here waiting for this game. We're gonna have to play something because the anticipation is going to destroy me. I cannot do just chatting while I'm waiting for this game. I am too excited. I can't wait to see what kind of hairstyle I can have. I can't wait to get the cool outfits and stuff with like traditional garb and stuff. I'm so excited, but I can't. Divey!
Hey handsome. You've really becoming an amazing streamer and force of positivity. I love watching you work and bringing this community to life. You're not shot of me yet. Expect me to stick around a while. Hey chat, you too. Thanks for all the smiles.
Divey is so sweet, no. Divey! You're too adorable, holy moly. Thank you so much. Thank you for the sub for 28 months. Nice. I'm glad to hear that you're not going anywhere because I would miss you dearly. A force of positivity. I don't know. That is so generous and kind of you. Thank you. Divey, are you excited for the new game? The new game. I can't do just chatting. I can't do it. Just like Callie said, we got to play something. Phasmo Spelunky. I mean, we could maybe play Phasmo. It's possible. Hi, I had a bad day, but I'm taking it easy in self-care, so all is good. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that you had a crummy day, but yes, self-care, very important. I've been trying to take better care of myself. I've been trying to take days off as well. I'm glad that you're doing the same. Do something that you enjoy. I'm so happy for you. I hope that your mood improves. I'm glad I arrived in time to hear that. I know, Jedi Die being adorable. Shaking my head. Dragon Beowulf, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. And hiya, Jedi. I love your new hair. Just like I said, it's so fancy. It's so beautiful and blue. I love it. Now I want to redo my hair. I've been tempted. I've been tempted to dye it platinum, but I don't know. I think I'm gonna hold out for a little while longer. You don't have a Switch? Let me see. Who said that they don't have a Switch? I don't have a Switch. I'm going to... I am gonna have to live through you, lad. Die! Oh no. That's actually totally fine. Don't worry. I bought this game and I pre-ordered it so that we can all enjoy it together, okay? And then it's because it's so single player focused, I think that this will be a really fun game for you to play laters. Yes, join me in the Blue Hair Club. What? Blue Hair Club? I don't know about blue. I'd say let it keep growing out all natural. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking, even though white hair is super cool. And I loved it last time. I was thinking that I'd maybe dye the hair and then let it grow out so that my roots would be natural, but I'm thinking that I can just get the tips done if it comes to that, okay? So it's not a big deal. What? Usually, I'll keep that shy. I love your hair, though. Yeah, Jedi's got the fancy hair, the cool blue hair. Everybody loves colored hair. All right. If I see colored hair in the wild, that is one of the only things that I will bother people and give them compliments about, because I love to see it. You love to see it. All right. So what are we gonna do? I don't know if we should be playing Banjo-Kazooie though. That seems like an odd pick of game. Seems like it would be strange to play Banjo, which is kind of like an open world 3D platforming game. Let it get super long and then dye it for max artistic options. Ooh. Get some fancy gradients going on. Get some multicolors. Maybe I keep all of my hair totally normal and then I dye just one strand of it pink. That's a great idea. Definitely can't play Pokemon while we wait for Pokemon. That would be redundant and painful. Oh yeah, we could play Metroid Dread. That's a good game right there. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Too bad that I already sold it. I've been playing Pokemon Sword and I have been doing an egg train. See, you're playing Pokemon before the Pokemon. I can't take that. I cannot take too much Pokemon, okay? I can't take too much of it, otherwise I will be destroyed. I will rot from the inside out with Pokemon related injuries. I'm still wanting to finish Banjo, by the way. We're not abandoning Banjo-Kazooie. I've been really enjoying this game. And also, I don't even think that we're stuck anywhere. We've been playing the game and completing everything, and it's very fun. Maybe that would be... it's so hard for me to focus right now. I have so few brain cells. It's really upsetting how little I can focus on things while I'm anticipating other things. Nope, you left off in Freezy Peak. That's true. We could go do some more snow level. We could go do some more snow level and try to destroy those stinky snowmen. But yeah, I don't feel like I'm stuck there. We've only died once there, I think. It's something that we could do to pass the time. It's true. Family member, doctor, how did he die? The doctor says, too much Pokemon. I'm afraid that he was lost. It's the virus that's been heading around. Now, I know that COVID-19, listen, that's killed some people, but let's not lie. Pokemon has killed people too, and why isn't the media talking about it? Whips out a snowball at Kitty. Muahahaha. How dare you? Do you ever play Star Fox 64? I played a little bit of Star Fox on an emulator, but I don't know how I feel about it. It's kind of janky. And I didn't totally get it, but it is relatively fun for like a flight game. There's not a lot of, I haven't played a lot of flight games. I'm trying to remember, there's like a World War II fighter pilot game where you do dogfights and stuff. I can't remember what that's called. Is it like... I'm thinking Medal of Honor, Act of Valor, but it's something else. It's like... I can't remember, but I've played a few flight simulators. Star Fox is definitely cartoony and fun, but I don't know. Flight and racing games are a little weird for me. Like, sometimes I can enjoy them, but I, like, don't get too far into them. In my opinion, Star Fox 64 is the best in the franchise. Is that just your opinion? I thought that was the opinion of all. I thought that all knew that Star Fox 64 is the best game in the series, right? Doesn't everybody agree? If they don't, then they should be ashamed. Ashley Rose, what is this? What is this scream emote? Who made this? That's not a peekaboo that I want to see. Oh, please no. Please no stabbies. Ashley Rose, what is it? It's three evil breezies in a house that are summoning Scream. It's pretty dark. Some people like the ones on the SNES. What? Is that included in the virtual console? You said the S. No, I don't want to play Yoshi Story. In the SNES. I didn't even know that I didn't know that such a thing existed. Where's my SNES console? I was pretty sure that I do. Okay. What kind of games do they have on this? Yeah, maybe we can play a retro game. Like some kind of limiting retro game. And whenever we get, uh-oh. How big is this? Whenever we open up Arceus, then it'll feel very spicy. It's from Sleepy Miko. She's a Dead by Daylight streamer. Oh, Dead by Daylight. I see. I still haven't gotten into that game much, but what little I've played was relatively fun. It's just so difficult. There's so many strategies and everything of like how you run around things and like make them trail you. It's very complicated meta, if that's the right word. It's fun. Yeah, I agree that it's fun. It's just so hard. There's something new to play. Oh, look, one new game. Oh my God. Holy moly. They have Claymates. Oh my goodness, you guys. Claymates finally got released. Spanky's Quest. Spanky the Monkey. Baseball Simulator. Jelly Boy. Oh my God, I can't believe they put Jelly Boy on here. Spanky's Quest was your childhood? The witch Morticia has come to bring darkness to Mopoland. It's an action game. Sounds pretty fun. You gotta go up to 6 towers. All right. Super Valis. The Ignition Factor. Psycho Dream? What is this? Is this a scary game? Ooh. Hey, punk, are you tough enough? This looks like the design for, looks a little bit like the design for that, Boku no Hero Academia character. Donkey Kong Quest 2, Mario Picross. I've seen a little bit of that. I've seen Opsty play some of that. Logic Bomb, Natsume Championship Wrestling, Donkey Kong Country. Ooh, interesting. Mario All-Stars. Interesting. I really want to... Is this Tetris Attack? No, it's Panel de Pon. I don't know what that is. Is there... I don't remember what Tetris Attack is on, but I'm interested. I've heard that it's very good. You got... Oh, they do have Star Fox on here. Well. They got Star Fox, Kirby Superstar... A bunch of games I've never heard of. The old F-Zero game, Pilot Wings. Man, they've got Donald Trump Soccer Simulator. What? What is this? I can't believe it. I can't believe that he made it into a game. Ay. Oh, Puyo. I think that this is Puyo, right? It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Super Puyo 2. Super Tennis. Very cool. Lots of great games on here. What? Super Ghouls and Ghosts is on here? Ooh. Oh no. We can't play this though. It's too hard, right? Ooh, I do like this game. I own this game on my SNES. Actually, I don't have Super Ghouls and Ghosts. I have the one on the NES. Is it on? Is the original one on here? Because I've never played the super one. I don't know if I'd want to play the super one. What do we got on this NES? I haven't dug around in this library for a minute. No new games since I last looked. SP Special Edition. We got Ninja Jaja Maru-kun. Maru-kun, who is this? Okay, music. You can keep going. I believe in you. I believe in you, YouTube. You can do it. Come on. There we go. A little encouragement goes a long way for YouTube. Fire and Ice, Nightshade. Scat? What? What is this? Alright, whatever. We got Wrecking Crew. I don't know any. Ooh, is this Gradius? Ooh, I've kind of wanted to play this. I've heard that it's all right for a bullet hell game. Twin B? Ah, Twin B, classic arcade games. Nice, nice, nice. But do they have Ghosts and? Oh, I've never played the original Kid Icarus. Ooh, that's a little tempting. I wanna play that. That's all. They've got it. What does this special mean? Welcome to the extremely difficult stage 6. Oh, this is just like an add-on for it. But that means that they've got to have the original one, right? Or the real game. Where's the real? Oh, there it is. They do have it on here. Ugh. I don't know if I can play this game right now. I don't know if I can take it. Picross seems very big brain to me. Opes explained it and I watched him play. Do I understand it? Still no. I'm trying to remember if I know how to play Picross. I thought that it was just that it tells you the amount of lines that are in a certain area, right? Isn't it? I think. Maybe we'll play a second of Picross and I'll see if I remember how to play it. What, that was on the SNES, right? That does not. Let me see. River City Ransom was your favorite? What? River City oh my god, what is this? Takes the place in River City, where our heroes Alex and Ryan find a letter on Ryan's locker from a guy named Slick. The letter says that his Ryan's girlfriend Cindy has been kidnapped, and Slick is taken to as a River City hostage. With the help of countless games and evil bosses, it's up to the heroes to save poor Cindy and free the evil River City from the clutches of Slick and the underlings. You can play as Alex and take on the challenge alone or battle as Alex and Ryan simultaneously with a friend. Kick, punch, and fight your way out of the gang members. So many words, holy moly. River City Ransom, pretty cool dudes. It looks like a movie. I do love some of these covers just look like Pixel Town, and some of them look like it's just a movie poster. Is this exactly what the game looks like? You just punch some teens, you know? You're just a couple of grown men beating up teenagers, you know? It's nice to see. I'm glad to see it. I feel like I'm in the 80s. You are in the 80s. Yeah, maybe we should play old games. And I've got my old hair. I just need some old clothes and get an old background. Wario's Woods. What is this? Is this a Wario game? Released in 1994? I didn't know that Wario's Woods was a game. There's so many games on here that I've never even heard of. Tecmo Bowl. Jolly good. I kind of want to test to see if I know what Picross is. But that's not like a rip-roaring, interesting game. I think that we might just play some Banjo until Arceus gets released. Because I think that Banjo can distract me enough. Otherwise, I think I'm going to just be bouncing through games, super distracted. I think that Banjo might be able to keep my attention. I think that we should play Banjo, okay? And we've been playing it. Let's conquer that ice area, all right? All right, we're gonna play the game that we've been playing, all right? This is a normal stream, you guys. We're just playing Banjo just like we were. Here we go. Just playing Banjo. Nothing special about tonight. Ice area, let's go! Thank you, Alchemic. Thank you. Last week and over the weekend, I was feeling kind of meh. So I replayed through Super Mario Bros, Super Mario Bros 2, Super Mario Bros 3, Lost Levels, and Super Mario World. I haven't even played all of those. I've never beaten in my entire life Super Mario Bros, the second one or the third one or the Lost Levels. I don't think I've beaten any of them. I'm such a slacker. I'm a slacker on my Mario games. I've only finished the 3D ones. How I got through those as a kid, I have no clue, because some of it was difficult. Yeah, like the Lost Levels, wasn't that supposed to be Super Mario Bros. 2? But it was too difficult for Americans, so they named it something else? Right? Didn't we get a different ordering because Japanese kids know how to play games better than American kids? Just grab a little bite. Grab a bite of a sandwich. You YouTubed a lot of it. No shame there. I have to look up stuff for games sometimes. But thankfully with games like Banjo, everybody in the chat already knows how to play it. So y'all can just help me. But if I was playing this alone, all the tips that y'all give me, I would have just probably looked them up. All right, it's time to go back to the ice level. That's where we were, I believe. Let me get reacquainted with this game. I guess it's only been a day since I played it. We're hopping right back in. Yeah, the ice area is, I think that we just continue up here, right? We just slither our way up to the big witch head. Which I think is up here. Hard decision. Should I go to my room or snuggle with my dogs all night? Aw, that's so sweet. Doggos. Isn't it Penny and Dollar? Aren't your dogs named Penny and Dollar? I love it. Boing. I think the ice area is this way. Is it? I think the ice area is this way. This leads to the spider webs, I think. Oh, not quite. We're not there yet. We gotta keep going. I think we go up. Boing, boing, boing. Everybody's saying dogs. I didn't know that we had a bunch of dog lovers in the chat. All right, all right. Dogs are pretty great. I like other people's dogs. I would definitely like y'all's dogs, okay? I would pet them and be sweet to them. But I don't want a dog. Penny and Dollar, the little beans. Aw, they seem so sweet and smart. You got some smart doggos. They're gonna start opening doors and raiding the cabinets. This still sounds like the Simpsons music, and I'm totally fine with that. You're gonna make some brownies while I play? Nice! Please save me one. Brownies. Oh my gosh. I am gonna be tempted to order pizza today. Wow, where's our presents? Our dad Bonky said he was fetching. Oh yeah. Their dad bear is supposed to bring them a present. But their dad is he's a good for nothing. He's a good for nothing. We'll have to bring these kids something. Just grab all these little musical notes. There's 100 of these buggers everywhere. Goodness gracious. Doodle-doodle-doo, doodle-doodle-doo. They are too smart. They are too smart. We genuinely had to change the door handles because they could get into the kitchen unsupervised. They are! The dogs are too smart. I had a friend who had a border collie that was so smart that would open doors and would get up to all sorts of mischief. Absolute mischief. Can't trust a border collie. They're too smart for their own good. Let's grab some goodies. Yum, 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 yum. Ooh, ice block. Run away. I don't want to get styled on by a block of frozen water. All right, we gotta slam down on this one. Go. What is this? We're the Twinklies. Protect us from the Twinkly Munchers. What? We're the Twinklies. Enemy known as Twinkly Munchers. We can light the tree for you. Ah, so we need to carry this. What? What is this? They're getting wrecked by the Twinkly Munchers.
Oi! Marisley tipped
How do I get rid of them?
$15. Did someone say pizza?
Stop
Have
them!
Pizza. Have it right now.
What?
Fatten up, my dear. Mwahaha.
Rosera! Thank you for the tip. I have sandwiches! I made sandwiches for me to eat. Thank you so much for the $15 tip. Did somebody say pizza? Have pizza. Have it right now. Fatten up, my dear. Fatten up. Actually, I've lost a little bit of weight recently, and I'm very proud of it. What? Thank you very much for the generosity. I guess we're having pizza tonight. It's pizza night already. I can't believe it. I think we gotta kill these suckers. Get them out of the way. We gotta light up this tree. It's too late, by the way. There's no way that this is gonna work. Kill them! These dang Twinkly Munchers. I should have gotten started earlier. It looks like 2 can get past. 2 per slam. Now watch me slam. And welcome to the jam. At least they're easy to hit. Boing, boom. Do 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 do. Kaboom! There we go. There we go. You said pizza. No mention of sandwiches. What? I mentioned those earlier. But I'd much rather have pizza. Pizza's so good. Oh, we did it. Nice. All right. Let's turn on this Christmas tree. That was close, but we made it. Now switch us on. They're all there. Everyone's here. Oh, wait a second. What did I just see up there? Oh, I thought that the moon was like a shape or something. Is there any more sneaky secrets around in the air? Easy peasy. Exactly. Exactly. Easy peasy. You can't touch the water in this area, which is unending annoyance. How do you kill this ice block? Maybe you gotta do the like slide slam thing. This? Oh, it worked. Splits him up. Nice. You gotta maybe shoot this thing? My aim, incredible. Whoa, Christmas tree. Dun, 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 dun. The moon is a shape. What? It doesn't have a shape in it. The moon's just a big old circle with a bunch of holes in it. It's the shape of like it's just the shape of the moon, you know? I thought that there'd be like, I don't know, Banjo's face on the moon or something. Huh? Is a timer? For what? What do I do? Did it say? There's so much fluff coming off of this faux fur that I'm using for a sewing project. Ooh, faux fur, you say? That's what my little Viking outfit's made out of. Just some fake fur. I guess there's something that we gotta go do after we turn this thing on. I'm missing. I guess it's on for a few more seconds. Huh. Well, you turn on the Christmas tree. Failure. Maybe you fly through the top of the star? Is that what it is? Maybe I have to run over there and then fly. I mean, the star looks like you can fly through it, right? It's giant. Can I point forward? There we go. You love that idea? I'm a horrible shot. It says, yippee, be a star and you'll find your reward. Oh, be a star. Okay, so it does tell me. I just wasn't reading. I'm sorry. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. I think that the flight spot's up here. Is it at the very top? No, good. Because it's kind of hard to grab that Jinjo. I'm gonna be the star. Oh, inverted flight controls. Zoom. We did it. We're the star. I think. Nothing happened. Do I have to do it again? Do I have to fly through it a few times? We did it. It made a noise. Oh, there. Okay, yeah, you did just have to fly through it a few times. Just like that key earlier. No worries, no worries. Hey, Divey, thank you for the gifted sub. Can we get some hype in the chat? Ah!
Die 101.
Thank you so much for that gifted sub, Die. I appreciate it.
They have given
Hey,
oh. in the channel.
For Independent Oreo. Oh, that sweet bean. That sweet bean. Yahoo! Also, Tay, you're still here. What? Okay. Okay, you have to be 3 times a star you thought you ever could be. What do you think, Banjo? Am I a star yet? Wouldn't be Banjo-Kazooie if you didn't have to do it 3 times. At least you only have to go to the levels once. That's real nice. Alright, little Jinjo. Jinjo! We gotcha. We got you, little buddy. We gotta kill these snowmen. I've never successfully killed one of these buggers, but I think that it's time for me to show him who's boss. Gonna show him who's a real bear around here. I can't bear to let him live no more. All right, first one on the chop block. Ooh. Oh no, I didn't hit the hat. How do I aim? Am I supposed to use, maybe I'm supposed to aim using the top of the bird's head. Somebody said that last time. To use the bird's head just like an iron sights. Alright, we'll blast these guys. I'm sure we gotta get something for killing them, right? Don't I get a gift from the mayor or something? Boom! First kill! Yeah-oh, whoops. Gotta aim a little higher than that. No! Ah, I missed him! Dang it. We killed it, though. We killed one of them. What does it give me? Does it give me a little honey thing? Okay, I have to lurk for a little bit. Mr. Jedi and I are moving a fridge into my mom's place. Nice! We'll see you whenever you come back, Jedi. Good luck. Good luck with moving that over. Be careful. Mind the back, mind the back. We will eagerly await your return. We got an Ekum Bokum. Ekum Bokum. I need Ekum Bokums. Boom! Nice. Oh, it looks like there's a switch under that one. A Nintendo Switch. Boom! All right. Gotta get rid of all of these nasty buggers. I don't trust them. Oh, nice health upgrade. And there's like maybe just this guy left. Ow! Dang it. At least that doesn't hurt you too bad. Oh no. Gotta go back. You stop chucking those snowballs at me. It'd be way easier to grab all of this. So many childhood memories being unlocked with this game. See, I kind of wish that I'd played this earlier so that I could have nostalgia for it. But it's quite fun regardless. I can confirm to all of y'all that are nostalgic about this game, it is indeed a good game. Okay, y'all kind of already knew that, but I'll just confirm it for you. It is a good game. As somebody that has never played it before and hardly watched it, and who is a whiny millennial, slash zoomer that's used to like modern gaming stuff, this is super fun. I mean, I love Mario 64 as well, so I guess this isn't too unexpected. I played a lot of retro games whenever I was younger, but it wasn't on the, it was just all emulated and stuff. But this is not one that I got to try. Go right up to that hat. We're just gonna rip off all of the feathers from our friend. Jolly good. Now, how do I cancel flight? Oh, I think I'm supposed to slam down. If I remember. Let's get up onto this pork pie hat. All right, nice. Just gotta give him the old razzle dazzle. Boom! All right. Oh, we got it. Hey, Erie Coffee is here. What's up? You reminded me that I need to drink some more of my coffee. Erie Coffee, are you excited for Arceus? It's almost here. I'm excited. How are you doing, Erie Coffee? We're counting down, baby. We're counting down. Less than 4 hours until it releases. We're not going to play it for too long after midnight, but I'll be streaming it all tomorrow. Alright, now we can fall down onto the bill. Onto the bill. And what do we have here? Some eggs? Exactly. What else can we find on top of this snow boy? Fall down this hole. Ooh! I'm a present. Give me to someone sad. Oh. We got one present. I guess we need 4 of them for each of the children. We could either take flight from here. Well, we gotta go down and see we gotta see what's down here. Oh, we've already been around here. Well, we gotta collect them all again because I flippin' died. I'm trying to remember what killed me. Was it the water? Did I freeze to death? I think that I was, like, I'd slowly gotten my health drained by the, See, look at my health now. My health is actually really low right now. Oh, no. I need to actually get more health. Some down here. Oof. Yikes. It's really easy to just lose health and not realize it on this level. Because there's just a bunch of stinky snowmen. But they're all dead now. I saw in that broom was a Jinjo. I don't know how far I'll make it tonight, but I'll be around to see as much Poke content as I can. Nice! Yeah, we'll be playing it all of tomorrow for like 12 hours, I believe, is what we're aiming for. If the game's not horribly bad, which I can't imagine it being bad, but if it is indeed good and fun, we'll be playing it for 12 hours. So I'm sure there's some time in there that you'll be awake. The Victory Fire, how are you doing? Have you poked your head into stream recently? I feel like I haven't seen your name in forever. How are you doing, Victory Fire? Welcome, welcome. We're playing some Banjo. We're all very excited about the new Pokemon game. And I'm just trying to distract us all, okay? Starting normal time tomorrow? No, extra early. I'm gonna be starting at noon. So 4 hours earlier than normal. Because I don't want to stay up that late. I don't want to stay up till 6 in the morning. Ahem. Streams super late at night are not a good idea for me. Unless it's a 24-hour stream, then, you know. It's getting dangerous out here. Give me my honeycomb. Kaboom. Yum, 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 yum. But we will do a 24-hour stream sometime soon. We'll definitely do it on my birthday. It remains to be seen if I do it before then. Maybe I shall. What? You can't climb up the surface? What? You can climb this though, right? This ice? It's strange that the slippery ice would be better. Oh, here we go. You've been watching another friend. Oh, nice. I hope you've been enjoying your time over there. Boy, yo, yo, yoing. I like your new haircut and shirt. Oh, thank you. My hair has not been cut for over a year now. It hasn't even been trimmed. It is just straight growing. It's been growing for, almost a year and a month. Schedule conflict, the bane of all Twitch viewers. Oh no! See, that's why we gotta switch it up every now and again. That's why I'm switching it up tomorrow. There's schedule conflicts and all the time zones. Those are the worst. I wish we could get rid of them, but we can't. Can't get rid of time zones. If we could just get the Earth to stop spinning, that'd be pretty great. Yet not split ends? I'm envious. I don't know about that. I don't know about no split ends. I haven't really looked too hard at it. Did you get the jiggly from the tree? I'm gonna check. Oh, the jigsaw piece. I'm gonna double check. Just in case, because we had a day off. Am I streaming tomorrow? You bet I am. Big stream. Giant stream. All day stream. Playing that new sweet Pokemon game. Very excited. Playing much more of it than I will tonight. Okay, I think we got everything up here, right? Just gonna double check. A little peeksy. Oh, there's gotta be something in this pipe, right? Oh my gosh, I almost missed it. Hey, it's a whole jigsaw piece. Nice. I like his big old barrel. Big old barrel, he's smoking. That's why his teeth are all falling out. Uh-oh. Take care of yourself, Mr. Snowman. Boing. What? How do you make a snowman with eyes like this? We asked that last time, but we never had an answer. Why do his eyes look real? Did somebody just paint them here? I am frightened. I don't think that we've ever been to that area where the bear is and just like discovered. There might be nothing else there. I have a tactile memory from pressing the snowman's chest buttons. This game is such a memory lane trip. Nice. We're all going on a trip down memory lane. My memories are just from watching Opes play this game a little bit. And I know all the music too, because I've been jamming to it for a while. Where is that guy? Is he down here? Boom! What? That kills you? What? Since when does a ground pound kill you? That is so disappointing. What? From that height, so what? Mario doesn't care about heights like that. What? I thought that this was a Mario game. Who cares about falling from that height? I did a ground pound. That's supposed to make you invulnerable. What? What do we have to redo? Oh man, all the snowmen are gonna be... Well, wait a second. I don't think you have to get rid of the snowmen though. They'll just kill me, that's all. Man, what? Why? This game has such unnecessary retracking that I have to do because of its unfair mechanics, dude. All these unfair mechanics, dude. Kids in the 90s, y'all had a messed up gaming industry. I am so sorry. I am so sorry that y'all had to live like this. Listen, I may sound like a baby, okay? Sometimes I am a baby. I want mommy, I want milk. I want to be held, I want to be comforted. Thanks, Kenny. It was horrible. I know. And now good modern games like Breath of the Wild, you can enjoy them. You can finally enjoy yourself with some good games now. Instead of crummy old games like Ocarina of Time. Yuck. Yucky. At least they make it fun to collect stuff in this game. Get over here, buddy. Boom. And you're dead. And your children are dead. Alright, but we do have to get the presents again. How dare you insult the classics? Oh, I pledge my allegiance to Ocarina of Time and for the gaming industry for which this game stands. One Nintendo, under Reggie, indivisible, with liberty and high prices for all. Now give me them delicious notes. I need some more notes. I forgot to take notes in class. I'm gonna have to pick up these music ones. I kind of want to kill every one of you snowmen. I don't know why. Blame it on my vindictive nature. Well, no doubt now, because you are monsters. You're all monsters. Every snowman must die. Regret to inform you that you have to, hang on. I'll finish my sentence in a second. You have to, wait a second. Let me talk to your brother over here first. Blasted me out of the, okay, you turned me around. Now I'm serious. Now I'm seriouser. Now I'm getting mad. Stop aiming at, but wait a second. Do I have to aim my camera? Am I aiming my camera or my bird? I do not understand. It seems to go the direction of the camera. Hey, Dana, how are you doing? What's up? Welcome to the Pokemon Arceus waiting room. It's great to have you here. It's great to have you here. We're looking forward to some spicy games later. Oh, yeah. Man, don't try and make graduation bears for you and your friends. The project is tiny. Graduation bears. Are those like little stuffed animals that are for graduating? I just gave all my friends my Beanie Baby collection. I just split them up. Yahoo! Get out of here. Okay, I need some more health. I'm dying out here. I'm dying out here. Remember Gex on the PS1 and Nintendo 64? Reminder, don't drink water at Jerry Garcia's house. I'm trying to remember more of the quotes. I can't remember. Wow, this reminds me of a luau at Mel Brooks' house or something. Gex is just making dated references the entire game. I don't even know who half of the people that he mentions are. Boing, boing. Oh, I never thought that you could maybe go down one of these chimneys. Looks like there's a... Is that a flying spot? All right. I'll take that. Yahoo! Ekum bokum. All right, we're going to blast some of these snowmen. Whoa! All right. Perfect shot. How do you kill them? No, I missed again. Crap, I'm in dangerous. No! Come on! I wasn't close enough. I was so scared. I thought that he'd start spinning and attack me now. Ah! No! Not again! Do I need to kill everything first? Oh my gosh, and the water injures you too. If the enemies don't get you, the water will. It's dirty tap water with rust in it. Ah, these snowmen are so hard to hit. We gotta get them. We gotta get them. We're gonna start flying immediately. We're taking to the air. We're gonna murk them. Kill all snowmen. Kill all snowmen. I really am bad at aiming it. I missed him. It's hard. Okay, we got one. Nice. All right. We got it. Let's get him. Come on now. Akemic, did you say that you're making a steak sandwich? Yum, yum. Niku. Niku, Niku, nee. Yo, you dead. Yo. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Oh, I missed it. I missed. Oh, I missed. Boom. All right. Steak sandwich, yummy. Kaboom! All right, I think they're all dead. I think they all dead, and now I know that you're not supposed to slam down from a height. There, see? I can succeed. But there are still ice cubes around here. We must be wary. Never let your guard down in this game. Hey, it's Kato Poke Nerd. How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Kato Poke Nerd. Are you excited for Arceus? Of course you are. You don't have to answer that. Of course you are. It's releasing soon. Ooh, that reminds me. I probably should order the pizza soon because they close really early. You watched a lot of Arceus gameplay. Don't spoil anything now. No spoilers, no spoilers. I haven't watched anything. I'm excited. I always love single player games. I really hope that I enjoy this game. I feel like it being more single player focused is only gonna make me enjoy it more. I never liked the multiplayer in Pokemon. Just don't really care for battling other humans. Whee! Oops, wrong button. So many US streamers with Australian Switch accounts. Shaking my head. So it's attached to your account, not your console? I thought that they used region lock, but I do not remember apparently. Kaboom! All right. Give me some yum. Order that pizza. Yes. Linz is back. All right. Welcome back, Linz. We've just been working on this level. No deaths yet, but you know, fingers crossed that we can just beat it first try. Oh, wait a second. What is that? See a cave over there? Okay, question. Can you fall forever as long as you hold the B button? Like as long as you hold this the A button or whatever, the flying button, you cannot? He runs out of like gliding stamina? So can you like drop a super far distance and then activate it? You'll eventually free fall. Oh my gosh. What a lazy bird. This bird would rather us die than actually put some work in. Oh no. Oh no! Nice! We survived, holy moly. That was frightening. You'll eventually free fall. Kenny was reading out of the corner of his eye. Makes a mistake. All my fault. I wanted that Jinjo. Oh yeah, we haven't even picked this thing up yet. Oh, maybe we should activate seal powers. We should just get all the Banjo stuff out of the way and then we can be a seal. Then we'll be safe in cold water. 3.5 hours. I can't believe it. Yeah, I've seen you succeed again and again, and I believe you will many times to come. But Banjo-Kazooie is an uncaring god. It will chew you up. Good luck, lad. Oh no! Die! Did y'all see that Darren said that this is the level that made him quit the game? That he was playing the game and then he came to the ice level and he quit. It's like, that's enough. No more Banjo. This is a run-ender. We all have our limits. Exactly. This is a guy that plays Dark Souls for fun. For fun. I'm not 100% sure on that either, but there were so many that did whatever they did to get it this morning. Yeah, I see. People so impatient. I'll wait till everybody gets it. Then we can all play it together. What's going on? Did he challenge me to a race? I don't need to race you, buddy. Yeah, give up. I thought that I was spamming B to say no to whatever he was suggesting, because I just want these notes. Okay, come on, buddy. Try again. Press A. No, I've been pressing B. I don't want to. Malice is here. Hey, kiddo on troll. Nice. Welcome. Welcome to the waiting room. I'm pressing B. Leave me alone. Yahoo! We're all in the waiting room waiting for the new Pokemon game. Apparently some people didn't wait. I've heard that Banjo is like one of the best platforms ever. I mean, I don't know. You could be the judge of that. I'm no professional game reviewer, but I've certainly been enjoying it. I mentioned it earlier how I never played this before, so I've got no nostalgia for it. I've heard some of the music, but not even while I was a child, so I've really been enjoying it. It's a very fun game. I think it's a great platformer. I do suggest it, especially if you've already got the, dang it. If you've already got this game, I'd say give it a shot. Yeah, did we already get all the notes up here? It's a real collect-a-thon, but it's definitely brutal. I've died several times. Quite a handful of times I have perished. Whee! You've been a Crash player only. Ah, Crash Bandicoot. Another game that I've never played. I'm sorry. Did you inspect the tree? What, this tree here? You mean the top of that? I have not gone up the tree yet, if that's what you're saying. I have not gotten all of the notes up there yet. I think it'd be easier to do that as Banjo rather than a transformed creature. But yeah, this game lets you change into other critters that have different powers, which kind of reminds me of Mario Odyssey. Of course, Mario Odyssey reminds you of Banjo, because they came first. All right, little Jinjo. I got you, buddy. We found Captain Toad. I mean, the Jinjos. Alright. We could go to the top. I think that I started from the bottom last time. What came first, the bear or the plumber? The bear or the plumber? I mean, it was definitely the plumber. Like, didn't Mario pretty much make 3D platformers out of nothing? Like, it didn't exist, and then Mario 64 came on the scene and everybody was like, what is this? We love it. Let's make our own. Started from the bottom, now you're here at the top of the snowman's hat. I'm on top of the world. I'm on top of the world. Oh, I'm dying up here. Give me the honey. Give me the honey. Oh my gosh, how do you start up your spin so quick? All right, that was a net loss. I think I saw a feather on the side of this hat. Did I? Jump peck also works? Ah, just a beak attack, eh? This thing. I could have swore that I saw a feather. If I saw a feather, maybe there's something else. Is that further down? Did I hallucinate it? Not again. Not again. How have you been, Malice? It's so nice to see you. I am sure that you've been a busy bean. Oh yeah, wait a second. I have something really cool that I could show all of y'all, but I think Malice would be particularly interested in an item that was sent to me by Rosetta. A surprise package that just showed up in the P.O. box. Something that I could have never anticipated. Let me just grab this. Pudescento. You like to hit your face against ice cubes? Yeah, just use your head. Use your head. Yahoo! Okay, what is out here? Oh, this is for flying. This is for flying. Okay. Can I just sit here? Will I be safe? I'll probably be safe. I'll show you what was sent. Oh wait, the music paused. My bad. Let me see. Let me just turn on this music then. Yeah, let me grab the package. There's a weird. Don't worry about the doxing. It's sent from a business to a PO box, so it should be all good. But yeah, this came in the other day, and it's super cool. I think Malice would like it. Let me see. Let me see. So I just randomly get this this package, and the first thing that I see are dice. It's a bunch of D&D dice. Ooh, fancy rainbow. I haven't even opened this yet. So fancy. Probably safe. I like those odds. Look at these cool. Oop, I dropped one. Look at these cool dice. And they're so heavy. They're so heavy and they feel high quality and fancy. Dice, dice, dice. Dice. It's so fancy. I love them and they feel so heavy. Just grab that token with a little dice bag. And also, I will show you off a little holder for dice as well. I don't even know how this works. Is it supposed to stand on its end? Is it supposed to be like this? Are you supposed to like shake up the dice like... I'm not sure. I think you do. But it's pretty cool. Pretty cool with the dices. Oh yeah. Diso. That's a prison. A prism. A prison. And as another thing, a D&D figure as well. What the heck? It's supposed to be filled up with whiskey. Oh, you could use it as a giant shot glass. Genius. This is a figure that was also included. Just for fancy. What? Just a fancy little skeleton dude. I'm not sure. Rosera, are you saying that I'm too bony and that I need to eat more pizza? Is this a message that you're sending me? All right. I hear you loud and clear, Rosera. Okay. We'll order pizza tonight. I get that I'm starting to look like a skeleton. Like a bony little... oh, there's a lid. Okay, there is a lid. There are 2 dice sets. I was about to show off the other one. Okay, so it does close. Nice. A prison. Oh, it could just lay on its side then. I see. Yeah, and then tiny dice. Why are they so small? Are they for ants? I love it. This is for whenever you don't have much room to roll your dice. Look at the babies. Little teeny tinies. Little teeny tiny dice. Just in case that you want to roll, but you don't want to roll too big. I just want to show it off because it's super cool and I really appreciate it. I can't wait to play with these dice. Thank you, Rosera. And I wanted Malice to be able to see them. But they're so cool. Okay, I'm gonna pause this music now. Darn game wouldn't continue over the audio. I wanted to listen to banjo music the whole time. Shaking my head. It's fun watching you play D&D. I've never seen a barbarian so trigger shy on relentless attack and rage. I have to patience. It's nice to see you play. Oh, I have to patience? What? I'm a super calm barbarian? I thought that I was super aggressive. I'm playing as aggressively as possible. I'm just not a very aggressive person. Oh, just no patience? I've never seen a barbarian so trigger shy and relentless attack. I have no patience. It's nice to see you play. I do play D&D on a friend's channel, and we play weekly. I think that we're almost done with our campaign now. I think that we're all level 4. I think that we just leveled up last round. But it is quite fun. I normally dress up for it. Hey, Homestar Gamer's back. What's up? It's good to see you, Homestar. Have you been, my friend? It is almost time for the new Pokemon game. So excited. It's coming out tonight in 3 hours. And I thought that we just play some sweet Banjo until then. We're still on the stinking ice level. I've already died twice this evening. I am ashamed. Lo, I am ashamed. Okay, have I already picked up everything here? Pretty sure we did. Or we made it a little while down, and then I fell, right? I think that I fell off with a scarf and didn't collect everything. Camera's a little janky. Well, nah, it looks like we got everything. Noise. Okay, we're gonna go boyoyoyoing. I remember lurking during a D&D stream and you said something about a face hugger and it broke me. What? Face hugger from Alien? Well, hey, you just passed your best note score for this world. Nice. We're doing our best. We're doing our best. I want to see, can he play D&D if streamed? Yeah. It's streamed. It's over on my friend John's channel. Maybe I'll give it another shout out next time that we play. Okay, try number 3 to get this design right. What? Try number 3. Oh, the design of something that you're making right now? Did you say that you're making bears for graduation? Graduation. I think we need to become a... No, wait, we already became a seal and talked to this seal. So is there anything else to do in here? Just look in this water. Oh, there's a sneaky area there. I think I've been in there. But we need to be a seal for that. I think we're almost done with the banjo things to do. Oh yeah, if you click on that emote, that's our DM. That's our DM. He does the streaming of our D&D games. He also DMs for other people if you want to see what other people's campaigns look like. But I gotta say, we've got a pretty good group. I definitely would suggest only watching us. I'm just kidding. Great. I'm gonna die from freezing to death. I'm sorry, Banjo. My bad. There we go. You died in there last night by Ice Cube? What? I died in there? Did that happen? Also, Silver Wings. It's nice to meet you, by the way. It is nice to meet you. I saw you talking earlier. I'm sorry for missing your chat messages, I think. Oh, you said very cool. Oh, for the dice. That was the first time that you talked. Hi there. You said you should have another sub on that count because you just subbed? What? Thank you so much. I don't see it showing up. Did you just sub? Well, thank you so much. If that's what you did, silly old Twitch not giving any credit. I see the name. I see the squirrely right next to your name. Thank you so much. I hope that you enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your emotes. If you want to, you can hop over on our Discord. If you want to post something like art that you make or pet pictures that you think are cute, or if you play Cookie Run, then you can talk about Cookie Run over there or games or whatever. You're totes invited. I mean, everybody's invited. But I thought that I'd mention. Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the party. To the party. We were playing Cookie Run a little bit earlier. Sheesh. Okay, I can't get over there though. Just subbed like 3 minutes ago. Cheers. I don't see it. It's so rude. It didn't even show up. But I do see that you did. You get your 2-month subscriber. Thank you so much. Did you kill all the snowmen? Well done. Yes, I've done it. We finally did it. Homestar Runner, I'm getting moderately better at killing the snowmen. I had to do it twice tonight. Oof. We're making it. I'm thinking that I'm gonna fly over to Ikambokum's house, turn into a seal, and then I think we're ready to rock, right? Oh, there's Jinjo over here. Got a little bonus Jinjo. You're on the mobile app. Oof. No. The mobile app's like 20 seconds behind natively. It's like automatically 20 seconds behind. It's so rude. And I still use mobile sometimes, but it is really frustrating to chat and see their response so late. Flight pad on the chimney, yeah. Found that a little bit earlier. Very convenient. Thank you. Go. Also, I figured out that fall damage exists in this game. What a nice surprise. What an exciting thing to discover. I did a giant slam from up above and freaking died. I did not know that there was fall damage in this game. Excuse me? Could you? Look, if I push you a tiny bit, you don't make it. If I push you a lot, then you fly over it. Go. Gotcha, little buddy. Gotcha, little Jinjo. All right. Let us become a seal. Or wait, no, a walrus. Become the walrus. Ta-da! If I'm going to be on Twitch from my phone, I just open it up in browser instead. Ooh, interesting. But my laptop is so far away. Well, don't worry about it, Die. Well, don't worry about it. There's a trick for getting down from high places without getting damage if you want to know. Is it just that you wait to glide, and then whenever you get close to the ground, you glide? Because I think that works. I kind of used that earlier. Don't you just free fall and then you just hold the jump button for the bird wings before you hit the bottom, but not at the top, right? No, you just get good. Die, you weren't even introduced into Die. You're just inserting yourself. You didn't even sucker me into asking a question. You didn't even start to fool me. I saw an Ikombokum in the water. Ikombokum. I wonder where it was. Must be over here on the other side. It was a setup for Die. Don't take this away from him. He needs this. Listen, you don't know what Die's been going through. He needs a get good lad. Just to raise his spirits. Egg. Yummy eggs. You do a ground pound, and then you move... What? You do a ground pound, and then move off the edge on the recoil, and he'll fall down with no damage. Wow. All right. Ground pound and slide trick. I could have swore that there's another game that had something like that. I think it was, whenever it was released, Cyberpunk. I think what you could do is... If you did a slide and then you fell off of a building, then you would just hold the slide. Or there's something like that. What? It's Drex! Hey! Drex! How are you doing? Hi, Kimmy. Hi, Drex. Are you excited for Arceus? Arceus is almost here. Arceus is almost here. I've been waiting all this year. Now Arceus is almost here. Drex! Friendo! I'm good. I just got home from work. Nice! You're free. Drex is finally let loose upon the world. Can I not attack? Am I weak? Home from work, ready to party. Ready to party on a beehive. Oh, yeah. All right, now can we get all these musical notes? Are we gonna be the most musical seal in all the land with my little fishtail? Wee ho wee! Just gotta ignore this piece of ice, you know? They can't get us. Never mind, they can't. Rude. Stay away from me. I'm a cute little seal, and I don't want to be interrupted by your spinning moves. I wish I could kill you, but I have no attacks. I'm a pacifist. Pacifist seal. Boing, boing, boing. Now we just need to go to that seal dungeon. To the house. The house of the seal. What else is in this water? Do we have any more Ikombokums? Ikombokum. You gotta get going. I hope you have a lovely time. Hey, Rosera, we'll see you later. Thanks for chilling with us. Enjoy your evening. I bet that you're doing some gaming. Hope you enjoy your games. I don't really want to race this big old bear. I think if I stay on the outside, then he can't bother me. Oh, looks like I already collected those notes. Nice. Now I just gotta find that seal cave. I think it's up here. I didn't say hi to all of you in chat. I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out why my sub wouldn't work. Well, don't worry about that, Silver Wings. There's no requirement, but it's nice to have you here. Twitch being broken? I can't imagine. I actually scrolled up a tiny bit and yeah, it said, welcome to chat. It keeps welcoming me to chat over and over and over. I do not know what is wrong with Twitch right now. Alchemic said that he blames the animated emotes, and you know, I'm prone to agree with him. Twitch actually implemented something? Uh-oh. There's no way that this system's gonna be able to hold together. All of our paper mache system. You put one tiny drop of water on our beautiful little castle that we made out of paper. Uh-oh. Oh, this is the end of that sled race. But I've already beaten him, so I think I already got that jigsaw puzzle. Let's just grab some goodies. Yeah, it's been a while since you died. Wait, what? Me? Hamsters with duct tape and gum are holding this bad boy together. What? Just duct tape. Hey there, big friend. Why, hello again, Mr. Walrus. Feel free to have a look around. Waz's cave. Thank you. I think I shall enter your secret chamber. And I need to make sure that I don't get killed by the ice. I think that it's right outside this cave, right? Right? Isn't it? It's in here? Yeah, I think that I just hopped right out of here. And I got murked by ice. There it is. How did it kill me last time? It starts over there. Leave me alone. I'm just a cute little baby. You wouldn't dare kill such a cute little walrus. Okay, so I can only get here as a walrus. I wonder if there's anything that I can do to this ice block. I don't think I have any attacks, though. And there's nothing in here but an extra life? I'm pretty sure that you walked up to the ice cube and said hi. Hi there, Mr. Ice Cube. Would you mind killing me? Oh? Oh, there was a health upgrade in here and I already got it. Nice. Yeah, I've already got both of the health upgrades. We need 12 more notes and 4 more puzzle pieces. One of those is going to be probably giving the bears back those presents. One of them is going to be finding all the Jinjos. So there's still some more to find. One more Jinjo. Could have swore that I've already seen that orange guy. That tricky orange Jinjo's hiding somewhere in here. One you cannot currently get because you lack the move. Oh yeah, the run. Oh, he's in here. Well, what do we have here? 2 more Jinjos? I think I've got, look, it's the orange one. We just found him, but I don't think I can jump up there right now. I'll have to come back with Banjo. I gotta come back with a real jumper. Boing, boing. So we've got the presents to do. Oh, it's Nunny, what's up? Also, welcome to the Discord. I saw you hop in there the other day, like a couple of days ago. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay. All right, we're gonna change back into Banjo. Go in there, grab the Jinjo, try to deliver the presents. I don't know if I have them all. I failed you, lad. Disown me now before I embarrass you again. Die. Could you calm down, please? You are doing fine. You are doing fine. You are an incredible help and a pillar of the community. Calm down. Duh-huh? There we go, bear mode activated. Di, are you sure you don't teach theater? Oh no. I'm sorry, class. I regret to inform you that last week during class, I told you something false about Shakespeare's work. I was wrong about one of the dates of when his plays were released. Sorry that I failed every one of you, and I wouldn't blame y'all if you left this class and took up, I don't know, shop class or something. I failed you as a teacher, and I failed you as a friend. If you don't want to be in drama anymore, I wouldn't blame you. You teach theater tech? What does that mean? Theater tech? Like the technology that supports theater? Like lights? Camera? Action? What is this? A big old key? Look at that big old key. Ah, building sets, lights, sounds? That's super cool. That is super duper cool. The only connection that I have to things like that is that my sister used to be in a few plays. I always thought that stuff was so neat. I wanted to run the lightings. The lighties. I don't know what the heck is going on here. What do I got? Do I got to pick up a stick? I got to pick up one of these fire sticks and burn it all down? Excuse me, sir. Mind if I give you a few hits? Is this a move I don't have?
Yeah, boy.
Darn 101 gifted a tier 1 sub to Homestar.
Nice.
Gamer. They have given
Hey,
81
what's up?
gift
Welcome
subs in
back,
the chat.
Random. How you doing? I do remember you. You showed up a little while ago. Did you watch while I was playing Five Nights at Freddy's? Or was it a different game? It was something in the past month. Yes, I remember you. What's up? And Die, thank you for the gifted sub for Homestar Runner. So generous. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you for the gifted sub. You teach literature, drama, and art. You're an actual drama teacher. What? We got a bunch of dramatic teachers in the chat. That's awesome. Theater bros. Anybody get Liar Cookie yet? Who's Liar Cookie? So what's a gifted sub? You're a Twitch noob. So subs mean that you don't have to watch with ads. And it means that you get to use whatever emotes that streamer has. And what other benefits are there? It supports the streamer, but I think that's the bulk of it. Might have some other benefit in there, I'm not sure. I just normally, I subscribe to a few people to support them and definitely to use their emotes. Well, I wonder. I mean, that's got to be a new move, right? We can't get the chi with the key without being cheaty, so no worries. Okay. All right. Thank you for telling me. That is important to know. What am I playing? This is called Banjo-Kazooie. It's an old 3D platforming game. But we are going to be playing the new Pokemon game as soon as it releases. I have it loaded. I have it downloaded, installed, ready to go. It will be dropping in 3 hours, starting right now. It is almost time for the brand new open world Pokemon game. I cannot wait to start catching Pokemon in that game. Especially because you have to like collect them multiple times. Very excited. Use that devastating beak bomb aerial attack. Oh yeah, he taught me how to attack with my beak. I'm trying to remember if there's something else that we need to fly for. We already grabbed that jigsaw piece in that pipe, right? And it won't be there now. Because even though we died, we still keep the puzzle pieces that we got, right? Kinda wanna peek in there. I can't see you. I can't see it. Do. What else is hiding around here? We can go back and give the presents to those little bear kids. There's no way to go down that chimney. That's the walrus cave. Over there is where that race bear is. Oh wait, no. That is where the kids are. Kids are up here. Did you get all 3 gifties? I'm not sure. Doesn't say here. I think I did. Maybe. Got any goodies over here? Oh, well, there's a golden feather right there. Whammo! Ew. Let's see if we got presents for all the kids. Oh! There's one present. Wow! Where's our presents? Our dad Boggy said that he was fetching them. He's been gone ages. It looks like I have one. I guess I have to have more. Yeah, let's go get the other 2. I've gotten them, I just don't remember where they are. Oh, I'm missing one gift. Yahoo! Where was that last gift? Let's see, where have we been so far? We already killed all the dad went out for milk vibes? That's what I said whenever I first heard it. That's what I said. I was like, oh no, dad went out for milk and cigarettes. Dad went out to get presents and he never came back. Oh, I'm sure your father's out there. He must still be shopping. I'm sure he'll be back soon. We gotta go get these kids some presents. Poor devils. So what? I'm looking for the blue one. Maybe I should I swoop around and take a look? It's a red gifty, eh? Wed. A wed gift. Where would that be? I'm trying to remember. That was 15 years ago. We haven't eaten a single bite since. We've had nothing to eat but snow. Where was that red gift? Dang, you just kind of run into these gifts randomly. Whenever I flew through that star, I got, thought that I got something else, right? I think that I got a jigsaw piece for that. The red gift. Don't stick your tongue out at me, okay? Don't you stick your tongue out at me. Where is it? Not down here. We already went into that cave. What's your favorite flavor of snow? Mine is yellow snow. Ah, yes, lemon. Very tasty. The only solution is to ground pound randomly from high up. You shush now, die. There's gonna be no ground pounding from too high up. Kaboom! Gotta be somewhere. I'm just trying to remember because we've already gotten it, but I died after I got it. I think the tree gave me a jigsaw. I don't think it could be over here. I already told you where it was, and I'm not telling you again. Well, okay, if you want to be like that. If you want to be like that, I'll find it on my own. I don't need nobody. I don't need nobody to tell me where these presents are. I'm a gaming professional. I can find anything in any game. Might just take me a really long time. This is... What is over here? I could use somebody. Think I could use somebody. Someone like you. We already checked up here. We're gonna have to start getting crafty. Looks like this present is gonna be difficult to find, but you know what? I'm up to the challenge. Even if I have to freeze my toes off to do it. I'll do it. Hey, Oopsty's here. Oi, 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 oi. Oopsty. When you starting up your stream? Jamming, getting ready? Oh yeah. Getting ready for party time. Party time. I'll order the pizza. Ready for Arceus? Yes! Me too. It's gonna be so much fun. It's gonna be so much fun. Maybe this blue present is hiding. Never mind, it's not there. I think we already checked out the Ekum Bokum house pretty good. It's possible. I've been a little bit suspicious of these houses for a little while, but I don't see a way into them. I don't even think that they're impenetrable. Because there's also the chimney. The chimney's got a cap on it. They're not even letting Santa in. You think that they're gonna let a bear in? No freaking way. These people are a bunch of Scrooges. Gotta huff and puff and knock that house down. Some nice Windows noises. Kitty is attempting breaking and entering. You bet I am. Let me in! Little pig, let me in. We can't do that. That's worthless. We could fly. Yeah, let's fly back to the Ekumbokum house and actually look around real quick. Listen, Die, if you're gonna do crimes, it's best to fail at them. Here we go. Now we're going to do some serious breaking and entering. Yum. Ah, yes. Okay, nice soft landings, solid stuff. I'm pretty sure that I already looked in here with the camera, but still. Just to double check. Just in case there's some secret business. I haven't failed any of the crimes that I've committed. Oh, what? Congratulations, that's incredible. Me, fail crimes. I wonder if I have failed any crimes. I guess I've never really been caught, but I don't know if I'd still count it as failing. I'm trying to think. I mean, if we count like the times that I've been pulled over by the cops, so like getting caught for speeding, I guess I've done that a couple times. I have been caught by the cops for that. But I don't think anything else. All the other crimes are unsolved. So where do I... Now, Chemic said that I haven't encountered it yet. I am thinking that it might be on this dang old snowman. There might be a secret entrance. You've never been pulled over? Ah, grandma driver. I see. That's okay. It's okay. Maybe you'll drive faster in the future, Calico. You can always hope. Yeah, I'm thinking that it's inside of that snowman. I think somebody hollowed out a little womb. They live in there with their little blue presents. Also, I'm also afraid that you're gonna die and rage quit. Never. I could never. Oh, you can just hand them to the individuals. I already have the blue one, so yeah, I'm looking for a red present. I'll be your new father. Don't worry, little ones. I'm your new dad. I can't stand in the back. Hey, wee! Here's a present for you, kid. I wish that counted. Maybe I can open their presents for them. Here. I'll help you. Nope, never mind. This whole house is a little bit suspicious. It's got a little, what are these? Portraits? Hey, enjoy your presents. Now give me a beer. This table totally looks smashable. Look at that sad little child. That's a real bummer. If only you'd tell me where to get your present from. You want it from Macy's, Kohl's? Hey, wee! Hey, wee! I look away for a second and I hear, wee! I'm your new dad. Wee! It's true. It happened. Oh no! Our table! It's broken! Don't bring that up. How dare you? Oh no! I can't quite do it correctly today. I need to drink more water. I need to drink more water. Yum yum. Can't even delete it. Would you have? Would you have? Maybe there's a present house. Look, this is a big stack of presents. Maybe we can enter the house. Somebody live in these presents? Look at this one. This one looks like a house. Oh no! See, look, this looks like a door. Yeah! Yeah. See how I'm clipping through it? That means I just have to find the, button. Where would I put presents? Under the tree. I'd put them under this tree right here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's where I'd put it, in that big old pot. Big old Christmas pot. Kaboom! Alright, boys, y'all don't stand a chance. I've killed so many of y'all. Your corpses are everywhere. Kaboom! Shadoo, dadoo, 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 dadoo. Santa baby. Alright, boom, the Christmas tree's on! You'll find your reward, hurry! Wait a second, did I ever pick up that? I picked up that jigsaw, right? Pretty sure I did. I didn't? I don't think I found out where it was. We gotta fly through this, ring of fire one more time. The ring of fire. The ring of fire. The taste of snow is sweet. Yahoo! Just gotta go through it 3 times, you know. The old 3 and done, a banjo classic. Oh yeah. Oh look, it's on the inside of the tree. It's inside of it. I never even knew. I must have left. There must be like a door that opens. And I left before I could see it, and then I freaking died. Oof. Yeah, let's hop in there. Let's get inside that tree. Boyong. Oh, maybe you just gotta jump up? What is happening? Oh, you can just climb it. I forgot that you can climb stuff. Oh yeah, bears climb trees. Aunts. Oh no. Not the aunts from my mother's side of the family. There's actually not aunts on... There's not multiple aunts on my mother's side. I'm just talking a bunch of nonsense. Oh, look at that. There's stuff up top. Presents. I almost didn't have the presence of mind to look. Do I need to be an aunt? Maybe this mesh is not the way that it seems. Oh, I can just climb the tree more. Up the fireman's pole. Should just go straight to the top and just walk down. Egg. This is upward spiraling, right? I can't believe that this tree's hollow. Oh, fiddlesticks. Go. You ground pounded to death right after the scene. Oh no. I did. I remember. I ground pounded and I died. This does not spiral. This is just a... it just goes around. I hope that we're close to the musical notes. Those are the things that always torment me. Oh, we're gonna be close. Yeah, 100 notes, nice. Now let's go back and let's go give those kids the Christmas that they deserve. Let's get those kids the presents they deserve. Sorry that I couldn't return your father. But at least you have some toys. It's a bunch of different tracks for your Matchbox cars. What else do you get for presents? Like the light bright thing? The little thing with the translucent pegs that you could draw things with in the dark? Here, kid. Here's your Etch-a-Sketch. Yippee, now we've all got presents. Here's something for you. Scratcher tickets? What? You better not have gotten gambling while you were a kid. Hey there, here's your scratch-offs. Scratch-offs for Christmas again, Dad? Come on, I didn't raise you to not gamble. Material things always make up for a lack of a father figure. Lindsay, be quiet. All right, wait a second. What is this? Wait, you didn't get scratchers? What is this? What are you talking about? Is that scratch and sniff stickers? Beep, beep. Okay, we got 100, we got 9, we got 2. So we gotta come back here after we get a new ability. Imagine you get a single puzzle piece as a gift. But these are magical puzzle pieces. These are magical. Oh, wait. Oh, I can leave from the game itself. No, wrong button. Your dad would legit put scratch lottery tickets in my mom's stocking on Christmas? Oh, for mom. Okay. Yeah, for mom. But for the kids? Why don't you just give kids the money instead of giving them a game? What? There's a guy out here? Excuse me, sir? At least I can murk him now. Let's kill this sucker. Gotta start him young. I mean, I don't know. Like, my parents didn't encourage gambling, but they did let us have poker chips in the house, and it all went downhill from there. My dad would get scratch. I keep wanting to say scratch and sniff. My dad did, he did get those little tickets though. They're so much fun. I loved them. Yeah, I thought that we unlocked a new, yeah, we opened up a new thing, but when do you get to fly around here? Maybe it's in the other room? Scratch and sniff. You scratch and sniff the money! Dirty money, my favorite. Ah! Kill him. That's right. So sorry to see you gone. Where's my flying pad? I want to get lifted. Whoop! Hey! Imagine getting a 1 puzzle piece on every Christmas and it takes 45 years to get the mediocre puzzle? No! What if you got to live to be 100? Only then can you see what the puzzle was all about. And right as your last dying thing that you do, you barely stretch out on your 100th birthday. Put the final puzzle piece in, and then you see that the completed design is a Sudoku puzzle, and you know that you won't have time to finish it. I mean, it could be something else. Be amazed. The puzzle says, get good. No, the puzzle says, why aren't you dead? Gotta go. Have a nice evening. We'll see you later, Silver Wings. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks again for the sub. We'll see you later, friendo. I'll be on tomorrow playing the new Pokemon game if you want to pop in. The bread is starting to get stale already. This is amazing. I've never been in here in my life. So is there no flying spot in here? Do you need to order your pizza soonish? I probably do. I hate paying for delivery. Feels like such a waste. Why do I pay for a car? Why do I pay $100 a month on insurance? Let's see. How long do they... I will return. Gird. Everybody's already girded. Pre-girded. There is more to see on that advent calendar wall. Aha! That makes sense. Let me see. How late can I order? It might actually be too late already. I kind of forgot. Tootie's fate is looking grim. It's because her brother's dim. I don't like, that doesn't really flow very well. X-Trade, how are you doing? What's up? Welcome to the Arceus waiting room. The new Pokemon game will be out very soon. We're just playing some Banjo in the meantime, but I gotta order a pizza real quick. Real quick, as fast as I can. Because it's getting late. They're not gonna deliver. What do I want? A pizza. What kind of pizza will I get? I forget that everything in Texas closes at 9 p.m. I know, it's so frustrating. Everything's bigger in Texas, except for our schedule. So you better get here in the morning, because we close real soon. Yeah, and it doesn't open till, I think, 7. There's no breakfast food places near me that open before 7, so I couldn't get food for my friend who drove me to the airport. Shaking my head, Texas. When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences? California's like, you want pizza at 1 a.m.? We got you, fam. Yeah, the only establishment that stays up late is Whataburger, McDonald's, and a chain from California. Okay, what do I see? 3 large one-topping pizzas. That's too much food. 1 medium Domino's. Oh, wait, maybe I could get a free pizza. I do have some free pizzas, but they're kind of small. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get a big pizza. In-N-Out? Yeah, In-N-Out stays open all the time. Extra large topping Brooklyn-style pizza. McDonald's at 1 a.m. It's different. It depends on what you're eating. You have nice 24-hour Maccas. So do I, but but the problem is that they don't have all-day breakfast. Hey, Sublime, how are you doing? I love that toad. Hiya! Hello! Sublime, nice to meet you. Oh, wait, no, I'm not meeting you. You've been around here a little bit. You've been coming and going a bit. How are you doing? Are you excited for Arceus? I'm just trying to order this pizza, but they got rid of my favorite coupon, so I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know what to do with myself. Am I supposed to just order right off the menu? I don't like that. I want that like the $6 deal where you get the $6 medium pizza and you could just get 2 of them. I don't know what to do with myself no more. Stop pecking on my head, you stupid bird. I'm trying to figure out what pizza I want. Gosh darn it. I don't know what to do. Okay, I think I'm just gonna buy a pizza. That's what I'm gonna do. Go get me a large pizza. A large pizza. A large no cheese pizza.
Yeah,
Taiyaki! Hey! Pizza time! Everybody's allowed to have a slice. Everybody gets a slice.
Pizza
Oi, oi, oi,
time
oi, oi.
makes happy.
Thank you so much, Taiyaki-san, for the sub at tier 2. I'm so generous. Oh my goodness. Enjoy your little kitty hearties. The kitty hearts. Let me show them, Here's the tier 2 emote. It's the only human emote that I have. Awa, awa. It's so good to see you, Taiyaki. It's almost time. It's almost time. The countdown continues. The countdown continues a little later here on the Earl of Suds YouTube channel. Okay, I'm ordering the pizza. I'm sorry this is taking forever. Garlic dipping sauce. Ooh, I think I will. I think that I shall splurge on such a thing. I've got this skirt, so when I'm thinner, it really makes me look a winner. It makes me look a winner. Okay, no cheese, good. I think that we can just order this pizza. Splashing out 50 cents on garlic dipping sauce. I'm doing it. I'm going crazy tonight. This is good background music for anything. Traditional delivery. They'll hand me my order. Let's do contactless delivery. My favorite part about COVID. Everyone stays away from me. Delivery instructions. Leave clear instructions where they should place it. At the door. They ought to be able to figure that out. And you don't have to tip anybody. You can just tip them straight on the app. Nice. And I can use Apple Pay, so I don't even have to remember my credit card information. What? It doesn't meet the store's minimum delivery amount? You have to buy $20 worth of food to get it delivered? What? That means that it's like $30 minimum delivery. Oh. Ah! What am I supposed to do, you stupid Dominoes? What, am I supposed to just eat more? Huh? $20, yours is $15? I wouldn't have reached that anyway. And now the app's crashing. When will I abandon Domino's? As soon as I figure out where the other pizza places are around here. This is good music for me being dumb on this phone. Now the app is not responding. They're like, you've confused us so thoroughly. We don't know what to do. I kind of want to try that slam move that somebody said. Is that how you do it? Can you just fall forever? Arnar. Oh, nar. Arnar. It is? You could just jump right off the edge. Homestar, that's madness. Madness, how dare you tell me how to do that? Yeah, there must be more things that we can get to open. Now I'm hungry for pizza, but it's almost breakfast time. Breakfast pizza. Oi, oi, oi!
Patricia tipped $5 so you can afford to keep getting garlic sauce.
What? Thank you. Thank you, Patricia. I appreciate it. What? I said it's 50 cents. What? I'm so confused. So like 20 garlic sauces? How many garlic sauces can you buy at a time? How long do they last? What's the expiration date on garlic sauce? I don't think I should buy more than one. Oh no. Oh no. Just freeze them? Freeze garlic sauce? What? What? Take up freezer space with garlic sauce. Oh, now that's making me think of all the things that you could dip in garlic sauce, like fish sticks. Can you dip fish sticks in garlic sauce? Ooh, that doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound good. What about, you could definitely dip, I've dipped literal bread in there though. Bread and garlic sauce is pretty tasty because it's just like cheap, crappy garlic bread. That works. Okay, I guess I have to order 2 pizzas. Or I could order a sandwich. I'm sure their sandwiches are delicious. You slap it on French bread loaves. Ooh, that does sound good. Oh no, my garlic sauce! It's expired! Honey, you're looking at that date upside down. Oh, I thought that it was expired in, what would 2023 be upside down? I don't know. I give up on this role play that we're doing here. Oh no! Oh no, I give up. Okay, I'm gonna add 1 pizza, add another pizza. I'm gonna make this one have a bunch of veggies on it because I'm a healthy boy. It's gonna have onions. It's gonna have... Cheddar cheese is not a veggie. It's gonna have mushrooms. It's gonna have black olives. Okay, that sounds good. That sounds tasty. Just so long as it don't have cheese, then we're all good. I'll eat any pizza that don't have cheese on it. That snowman is relentless. I know. I want him to stop making that sound. Von Chick, what's up? It's almost Pokemon time. Garlic sauce is the best, though. That's why I order from Papa John's. What? Daddy? Daddy John's? Okay, just to double check. No cheese. No cheese. Garlic dipping sauce. I better get, like, a bunch of meals out of this. Contactless? At the door, please. Okay, I swear I can do this. We're almost done. I can't believe that they'll just deliver food to me. You'll get at least 2 meals out of it. Unless I get really hungry tonight. I probably can't eat 2 large pizzas. We're sorry, we're having trouble processing your payment. And the app crashes. I think I give up. 2 tries, I give up. That's too many tries, man. Apple Pay, ladies and gentlemen. I can't. Forget it, dude. Forget it, dude. No pizza today. I get a pizza tomorrow. I'm sorry, Rosera. I will get pizza tomorrow. And I will go pick it up from a more decent establishment. This is too frustrating. I cannot stand it. Try harder? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I will try no harder. I have already tried far too hard. I've exhausted all of my mental fortitude. Okay, let's go to a new level. Well, Mom, I want pizza. Shaking my head, a quitter. You bet I am. You gotta be a quitter in this world. Otherwise, you're gonna start games like Far Cry 5, and you're gonna have to feel like you have to play that super repetitive game and get every collectible. You gotta learn when to hold them and when to fold them. I thought that y'all were gamblers. I thought that y'all were gamblers. You gotta know when to hold them. You gotta know when to fold them. You gotta know when to walk away. I don't know this song. You should make a pizza. Ah, I do have bread. I do have bread that I could toast, and I could put tomato sauce on it. I don't have any hot dog left, though, so I'd have no pepperoni. If only I had some meat. There is no... Well, wait a second. I've got those meat sticks. You gotta know when to hold 'em. You gotta know when to fold 'em. Wait a second. No, please. I just got that song. I just got the song stuck out of my head. Meat sticks? Yeah, wait a second. Toast, tomato sauce, and meat sticks? Sounds yummy. Yeah, they're like teriyaki jerky Slim Jim. A slim meat stick. Yeah, meat stick for the win. I could. Oh my God, Earl, you have hair now. Listen, I've had hair for a little while. It takes a while to grow. Also, how are you doing, Naraya? Welcome, Naraya. And hi, Mushroom Gal. You're gonna lurk and enjoy the vibes. Thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. Last time we used one of those meat sticks as a straw for coffee. And if you doubt me, you could check the VOD. It happened, and I still haven't cleaned that bit yet. It is in the wrapper. It's in the meat stick wrapper, like that's what it came in. It has been a year since you were an egg. Yep. It's been a whole year. It's been a little more than a year, actually. I can't believe I actually went egg. Can't believe that I showed you all that side of me. It's embarrassing that anybody remembers that. It haunts me. Where does this lead, huh? Wait, is it actually red sauce, or do you mean ketchup? I've got ketchup too. We could do ketchup instead. But if I toast it, wouldn't that make it better? You can't eat it toasted, right? Wait a second. If I want a truly cursed pizza, then I need raw bread, ketchup, and a meat stick. We can make a pizza burrito. You miss egg, Earl? Ah, I missed that egg. Oh my gosh, y'all are just saying that because I'm not egg right now. When you're egg, they hate egg. When you got hair, they hate hair. That's just how it is, son. That's how it is, son. That's why you can't listen to them. I never hated egg. Alright, let's put the pieces together. Alright, number 1. No eyebrows. Number 2, bald head. Number 3, big smile. Number 4, Pikachu plushes. Number 5, Pikachu onesie. Diva costume. Mario hat. Mario games. Mario in your house. Mario's got the knife. Mad Monster Mansion's ready to go. All right.
Frying an egg, frying an egg, frying an
Excuse
egg.
me.
Frying an egg, frying an egg, frying an egg, frying an egg, frying an egg.
Excuse me.
Frying an egg.
Why is he saying it like that?
Frying an egg.
An egg?
Frying an egg. 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 A Vodego. 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 A Vodego.
A vote to go. A vote to go. A vote to go. Why is he so strange? Brian just makes it harder to ignore him by switching up his style over and over. You were a platinum undercut boy last time that you did the Black Cat Diva? What? Platinum undercut? Like my hair? Look at that wiggly ah. He's putting the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Syllabil. Syllabil. You can totally kill this fish, I just don't want to bother. I'm already having to do all these fancy moves. I'm already working so hard. Now you're gonna give me that Ikambokum, or else! Stupid tree. Alright, we did it! There's another thing to break up there, but we gotta... Yeah, what about that? Yeah! We're gonna have to go down. Baby, are you down, 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 down? Jason Derulo. Where's the exit? How do I get the hey out of here? Eh? Looks like a face. I don't like that. Don't look at me like that. You're just a wall. Where do I go? Aha! The big entrance right there. Thank you, Ocean Wolf. How are you doing? You're here! You're here. It's almost time. It's almost time. The clock is ticking. The clock is ticking. What will you do? The Pokemon game releases in 2 hours. You look to your watch and you realize little time is left. Number 1, take a shower. Number 2. Boing, boing. Is it only 2 hours left? Well, it is for me anyway. 2 more hours. It drops at midnight. And right in the middle of the night. Perfect time for gaming. Ah, yes. I do my gaming primarily at midnight as well. I am still tempted by that cursed pizza that Lynn suggested. Ketchup on bread, meat stick. I need to wait for the mailman to come in the morning. Huh? Oh, for your game? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no! Why does it take so long? I want my present. Lynn's always has the best ideas. Yeah, we should go to the haunted graveyard. Let's go to the graveyard and see who died. Yeah, you have Gobi Desert and Monster Mansion unlocked. Nice. To upgrade my Castle and Cookie Run, I need 3 friends. It's none. You've got me, right? You should add me. The Earl says. And join my guild. And friend all the people in there. How about that? You can totally do that. Yahoo! What was I gonna say about Cookie Run? Oh, I thought that you were gonna mention how long it takes you to upgrade your castle. I have not figured out what the last castle upgrade, how long it takes. Because I've got, oh wait, there's one more slot. Has it been... I don't know if we're ever gonna see that other person ever again. Are they still in the chat? Does anybody spy their name? Oh, they still are? They're about? Oh, they are? Sweet. I mean, if they do want to be a friendo and be part of the guild, then first come, first serve. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sure that there's going to be some people that lose interest in the game. Like, I'm going to ask Bohemian Moon. I don't think she's logged on for a little while. Oh, no kidding. I was answering Lynn's. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, well, jolly good. Grunty's plan is rather cunning. When I'm thin, guys will come running. I don't know about that. Oh, that person isn't around? Yeah, well, it's kind of odd. They just jumped into the chat and wanted to join the guild. Boing. Oh, we already got that. Where was that haunted mansion? Haunted mansion, haunted mansion. Oh, whither art thou? I think it's not up here, right? Or is this Sandland? Do I have to go back further for Sandland? Don't do that. Oh, I think Sandland's up here. T-posing? Must be up here. It's already spooky around here. We must be getting close. I can feel the spooky vibes getting stronger. If you tap on the decorations in the guild, it shows you who bought them. Oh, who bought all of them? Oh yeah, it's right next to this mummy. Are you my mummy? I need some boots. I still want chicken legs in real life. Small Cookie? Small Cookie did all of it, eh? I don't remember who is that. I don't remember who that is, I mean. It's Gobi's Valley. We don't want to go there. Gobi's Valley's for chumps. We need to go to the Haunted Mansion. I think it's through here. Boing. Eh? Where the volcano was? Volcano? What volcano? That click sounds like an alarm and it freaked me out. Oh, the clock? Whoopsies. Ring, ring, ring. The volcano was the one when you... what? The volcano one shot you when you fell. Oh, you mean in here, right? Yeah. This is the Haunted Mansion. We made it. Now we just gotta climb up there. Haunted Mansion, right up these steps. Yep, right in there. No, that's TikTok clock, I think. That's the... Or that's the woods? The woods, it's the clock, it's the tree, it's whatever. It's whatever, man. Zoinks. Up here? Boing. Bubble Goop Swamp. Yeah, see, what are you talking about? I don't see any Haunted Mansion around here. I'm starting to doubt if it really exists. Can y'all confirm that there's actually a mansion level? That's Gobi's Valley. Then we got that. That's a dead end, no doubt. Then look. It's gotta be up here. This has gotta be where it is. Aha! I have found it. I found it all by myself with no help from anybody. Aha! Oh man, oh this is the spot that like gets dark and light. Very confusing. Your feathered buddy that you've brung. Useless like a pile of hay! Watch your mouth! What? Now, I was checking who followed. Mr. May TTV, how are you doing? How are you doing? What's up? Listen, I can't blame you for that death, alright? That was my fault. I should have been watching where I was going. Howdy doody. Hope you're doing well. This is the Arceus waiting room. We are awaiting the new Pokemon game. I'm very excited, and it is hard for me to focus on anything else. And now I'm also thinking about cursed pizza. I'm getting hungry for cursed pizza. Boing, boing. Lynn's special recipe. She sent it to me on Discord the other day, and I was like, this actually looks like something I might make. She said, I love it. Ooh, woo. Oh, what is this? Satan? Is this Satan's house? Hopefully there's some booze in here. Oh boy, am I excited to see who's inside. But first, I have to pilfer this garden. What is this? It's a hedged-off corner. Who knows what kind of nefarious deeds happen in this corner? Ooh, I already like this level a lot. Through the hedge maze. It is a hedge maze. There's poltergeists in here. Sounds almost like a pseudo Seth Rogen laugh. Is that you, Donkey Kong? What are you doing? Why did you let me pass? Leave me alone! Stupid ghost. It's just a feather. Leave me alone. Jinjo, what are you doing here? This place is haunted. Haven't you heard? Wow! They aren't very smart, eh? Well, I don't know if I'm very smart either. Stop! Leave me alone, you fricks. Ah, they're gonna kill me. They're gonna murder me. Gonna get murdered by a ghost. I think I need to stop jumping. I just need to walk around them. Surprisingly easy to dodge. But only by walking. That jumping slows you down too much. Whoa. Let me out. Oh, crap. Dead end. Dead end, dead end. Is this the way? How do I get the hey out of here? Can you egg them? Good question, Linz. I'm jumping the fence. Never mind. Try to get him. There we go. We'll give him the old 1-2. We'll give him the old birdie surprise. Come on, come over here. Oh yeah, we can also use our special powers. Fine. What's up, my friend? Ah! We were still injured. They're invulnerable. Oi. Fine. How are you doing, my friend? I got to catch your stream the other day whenever you mentioned it, but I didn't say anything in the chat. I'm sorry. I'm a filthy lurker, but I did get to watch you do some carving. Get to see you working your craft. This stuff is so cool. Are we walking back here? Oh, bats. What the heck is this? More booty to touch? Nice. What? That's not a quote. That's made up by the mods. That's false advertising. I would never say something like that. I've never touched a booty in my life. He's a filthy lurker! I am a filthy lurker. The worst kind. And that's why I never will accept apologies for people saying, "Hi, sorry, just followed. I'm gonna be lurking." I'm like, no apologies. I'm a filthy lurker as well. We stand as brothers in arms. What is this? The basement? Not even your own booty? Nope. Unwashed all these years. Let's make sure they're unwelcome. Stay away! What's going on here? What is this ghost trying to do? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm just here for the music, man. I'm just here to make some music. Oh, look at him. He looks kind of cute. I can't believe that doesn't kill him. What is, so we're in the wine cellar. All I see is a couple of notes. It's just like a place to die. Surely there'd be more treasure. Maybe there's a way to expel the demons, hey? Maybe we get a poltergust or something. Maybe we can slurp them up in a vacuum. Death by egg. All right, let's go back on the top. I'm on top of it. Ah, maybe we can walk on walls. Boing, boing. I should probably be using my chicken leg, shouldn't I? Farted right in his face and he died. Oof, what a way to go. What a way to go. Oh, man. Here, come on over here. I got a little surprise for you. Come on. Don't be shy now. Don't be shy. Don't bite. Come here. Stop. There we go. Hey. That's just what I call negotiation. Well, no. Oh, that's going to be tough. The return of the Jedi. Jedi, welcome back. I hope that not the couch, the fridge. I hope that it went well. Boy on. Oh, I gotta get on there. I see. Boy-yo-yo-yoing. The ice dragon isn't here. What? Ice dragon! How are you doing? I mean, yes. On the hush hush, not even here. How could I ask a question to somebody who isn't here? Of course. That's just silly. Ooh, down the chimney we go, just like Saint Nicholas. That did not work. Hang on, Saint Nicholas wouldn't use this little chimney. He's a big guy. He'd go down this chimney. But what are you doing right now? No. He would first get some music. Crap. Oh no. Oh no! I fell down. Hang on. Come on. Come down here. I have something to show you. Come here. Come here, I want to show you something. Come around this corner. Alright, well, if you're not going to cause me trouble, I'm not going to cause you trouble, alright? Ooh. More music. Ah! Keep thinking I'm going to fall off. This game is so stress-inducing. Mistakes were made. Oh, I've never made a mistake in my life. It's a chimney Christmas. Chimney crickets. Finally. Now give me those notes. Oh my gosh, this game's so frustrating sometimes. That's why they call me No Mistake Kenny. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Love this shirt, by the way. Oh, thank you. The Danger Corgis. They've got knives. Some of them have knives. No, all of them have knives. They all have kitchen knives in their mouths. Beware. They may be cute, but they're dangerous boys. Look at him, he ate a note. Also, we are burning. This is what we deserve, in a way. What have I become? My sweetest friend. Everyone I know goes away. Boing. Oh wait, is this a stealth section? I know how to do this. You're not allowed to touch the floor. You can't wake up if you don't touch the floor. Look, now I can kill him. What? What are you doing, Buster? He just kind of danced and jiggled a little bit. I think he's friendly. I think that we can keep him. He's just a little sassy ogre. Look at him, he's doing a little dance. My golden prize you may not take, not while old Napper's awake. All right, go to sleep. Why is your name Napper if you're awake all the time? All right, I'm gonna go get you some lullabies, all right? I'll be back. He looks like Jello. Yum yum, monster! How are you doing? You thought the shirt was just some shapes, not knife dogs? Yeah, look. They've got blades. They're getting dangerous. And butts. They're just a bunch of dangerous doge. Dangerous doggy. Monster! Such a cute emote. We got monster, we got shiny. The whole crew's here. We're ready. We're ready for Pokemon. Pokemon. I wanted the most powerful Pokemon. Mewtwo. No, blast it all. How do I get over there? I want to get on that wall. I want to do some tricks. What? There's another note up here? Sheesh. Look at that clock tower. Well, well, well. There's definitely a way to fly. I also see Mumbo Jumbo's house over there. It's Mumbo time. Wow! No. I wanna be shiny. We can all be shiny. We'll all be shiny soon. Up we go, up we go. Ow! Come here then. Yeah, that's exactly right. Shame, really. There we go. Chicken leg, chicken leg. Whoa! Mistakes were made. Boy, yo, yo, yo. Ow. How do I get over there? I'm trying my... Oh, just walk back there. I see, I see. You just walk over here. Big old locked door. What do you think they got back there, huh? What do you think they got back there? Looks like they buried a couple people. Uh-oh. This is a suspicious corner. I don't know what is going on around here. Oh my gosh! Is he still alive? Kill him! No, 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 no. You can't kill me. I'm breaking in. I'm breaking in, I said. Boom! Less than an hour, here it comes! Or kind of, yeah. I mean, I guess it's less, a little bit less than 2 hours for me. Boom! I think. Unless, is it released on East Coast time? Do I have the wrong, thing on my countdown? I wonder if you, can you, oh, it does? Oh, well, I would have changed my timer then. Boing. So, you won't be able to collect all the notes here until you want to move from... Oh, jigsaws. Only jigsaws. Okay, thank you for telling me that. Can't even get all the notes. It's crazy. Ikambokum. Did you say until you get a move from Gobies? Okay. So that's the place that I need to go next. But we got a couple of Ikambokum. Didn't want you to waste your time. I appreciate it. Yeah, that is definitely something that I want to hear. I want to know. I want to know what love is. Yeah, in fact, we should probably leave. We should probably get the heck out of here because we don't have the moves that we need, dude. Ikambokum. Ikambokum. I like these skeletons. Alright, we need to get out of here. This place is haunted. Some serious shenanigans going around here. Wait, ooh. Yeah, look. You need shoes. We're shoeless. Ah, you have to race over there. Alright. Hey, Kenny, I have a skirt like yours, but instead of corgis, it's different types of Pokemon with knives? Bunch of Pokemon with blades. I'd love to see a picture of Wooper with a big knife or something. Wooper seems like a possibly dangerous Pokemon if you gave them a blade. Big smile on his face. I want a Pokemon game. How do we get out of here? I want to leave. Boing. Uh-oh. Music stops. I wonder if Wooper's in the new Pokemon game. I love that boy. He's so cute. Oh, yo, 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 yo. Well, I would have never come here if I knew that we couldn't finish it 100%. It's now 34. If I can't have it all, I don't want any of it. What? He's alive! It says rest in peace. What is he doing walking around? Hey. You got basically a sign that just says I'm dead written on you. What? You can hit him with an egg? Look at him. You can kill him with eggs? He looks way too big and heavy to be killed by a few eggs. What is going on? His eyeballs fell off. Man, sometimes I don't understand video games. Desecrating graves. Oh, what? That wasn't the grave? That was just the tombstone. I'm sorry, officer. It was just the tombstone. Surely that can't count. Afraid it does. Well, I sort of stuffed up my project. It's better than knowing that I'm stuffing up the design. Stuffing? We're still talking about those bears, right? Isn't that what you're working on? No knives, but one is all flame types, one is all psychic, one is all dark. I think I've seen a shirt like that. And you lost your internet. Oof. But yeah, I think I've seen this Pokemon shirt. Ah yes. Let me kill these bees. We need some life. Maybe we have time to do one more level. Depends on how difficult this desert is. Run. Not bears, outfits for the bears. Oh. They're gonna be clothed? Who knew that a teddy bear needed clothes? Are there laws about that? Alright, to Gobi's Valley. AKA the Gobi Desert. Go be successful. Go be a winner. What distinguished gentleman. Yes, very distinguished. Look at the way that he's dressed. Yo, the music's jamming. The music's jamming. The fish are swimming. They still don't have a women. Eat. 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 Come on, you can do it. Ah, pescatarians. We gotta get out of here. Now I'm button again. Dang it, I'm wasting all my gold feathers. It's not hungry. Go be your best. Guy comes back in clutch with another awful pun. Well done. Well done, Davey. I can always count on you. Well, hey, you just passed your best note score for this world. Yeah, what's the note score? 8? I thought you were asleep. Die can be instantly woken up if he hears an opportunity for a pun. It's all subconscious. He can think of puns in his sleep. It's just an automatic process like breathing. What is back here? Boiling soup? Soup. I think we're gonna die out here in this lava. Oh, they gave us plenty of time. Thanks a lot. This is kind of giving me Legend of Zelda vibes. This kind of reminds me of that annoying area in not Wind Waker, in Skyward Sword. Bunch of sinking sand. I was just thinking about it. Boy on. Ah, golden feather. The golden feather of Anubis. Uh-oh. The hands of Satan, run away. Hey, Lighthouse Flame, thank you for the raid. What's up? Welcome to the party. Hey, Shelby is sauce. Who's Shelby? What? What did Shelby do? Jabasted. What the heck is this? Oi. Welcome. Oh my gosh. Hi, welcome in. Oh, heavy rain. Oh yeah, shush. Shush. No spoilers, no spoilers. I've already played the game. Hey, welcome into the chat. Hi there, everybody. It's me, the Erlasuds. We are waiting for Arceus. It's dropping in an hour and a half. Here it is. An hour and a half, an hour and a half. It's already installed, ready to go. We're gonna play it. The first open world Pokemon game. It's coming soon. But thank you so much for the raid, Lighthouse Flame. I hope that you enjoyed your heavy rain. I do want to ask if you're still here. And if you're not here, then good. Get yourself some food, some water, take care of yourself. But if you're still here, I'm curious which control scheme you're using. Because I played the game in a very weird way. I played with the PlayStation Move, which was immersive and very silly. Are you just playing with the controller? Oh, you had an awesome stream. Oh, that's good to hear. I need to know lad's starter dies like hanging on by a thread. I can't die until I know that my grandson picked Pipple up. My grandson, if he picked Cyndaquil, I'm going to die twice. What? It was another lovely stream. It's true. Lighthouse Flame streams are good all the time. This game brings back too many memories. Hopefully all good. Hopefully all good ones. I'd never played this game before, and it is big fun. This is a good game. I have no nostalgia for it. I have played it. I enjoy it. I can confirm it is good game. Are you disowning him based on his starter choice? Grunty makes you laugh. Grunty is kind of a... I can't say it on a family-friendly stream now. But I think that we all know what Grunty is. She's a real meanie pants. A real meanie pants, and I hate to say that. But I'm just being honest. I'd hate to have her as a sister. But they're both really mean. It's Grunty's sister is worse than hers, to be honest. My hair has grown back nicely. Oh, why thank you. Grunty's innocent. No! I used a feather again. But yeah, my hair's been growing for a year. I haven't cut not a thread off of it. Not a single thread. I'm glad that you got to take a peek. A meanie pants, indeed. It's what we're all thinking. I just have to admit it. It's Grunty's sister who's so nasty, honestly. Grunty's not even that bad. Look, it's a picture of me. I don't want to see a picture of me. I want to see a picture of Ikambokam. It's matching. Can I kill these suckers? Get off my back! Also, thank you for the follow, Liam Beans and Lily's Bubble. I'm so glad that you're enjoying the stream so far. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm looking forward to Arceus. Arceus, it's a ginkgo. It's right next to it. What? What about this? It's Kazooie. Oh yeah, lucky one. On its time too. Ikambokum. Oop, what? It's a nasty old bear. Get away from me. Feathy. I mean, having this guy running around is not the worst thing ever. Oh, what? There's so many of them. I can't remember all of this. Aha, that killed him. Hopefully. Let it be, let it be. Kaboom. Ah, Ikambokam. What is this? A nasty old feather? I don't know feather or not. I've already got that one. What is that? Is this here? No way! Grunty can have both of my sisters, honestly. What? Sacrifice to a witch? Kimmick, you're the savage that we always wanted you to be. I hope you've been well, Kenny. You always have such a fun and enjoyable stream. Lighthouse Flames. Don't give me such compliments. You're gonna embarrass me. Thank you, Lighthouse Flame. It's good to have you here. Yeah. I just love hanging out with all y'all. It is so much fun. But thank you. I'm glad that you like it around here. Ooh. Streaming's just the best, but you already knew that. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I had a good time. Good luck with the new Pokemon. Hope you enjoy it. Thank you, Independent Oreo. We'll see you later.
Thank you for being here. Have yourself a merry little...
Oh, wait, no. Have good sleep. Sleep good. Shoot. Sonny, you're about to get your eyes picked out. Yep. Don't laugh at me. Can't believe it. But yes, good night, Independent Oreo. I'll be playing Arceus tomorrow if you want to peek at it. But if you're trying to avoid spoilers, oh dear, I might be playing it for a couple of days. I have not decided if I'm going to be playing FNAF on Sunday or if I'm going to be playing Pokemon on Saturday, but it's one or the other. I already know what Alchemic wants. Oh, what? Oh, dead. Dead. Baba Booey, get in the air. Security Breach? Yes, that's the one that I've been playing. It's good. You love that elevator music? I'm trying to remember what it's like. It's like dun 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 da 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 da. Oh wait, no, it was Five Nights at Freddy's, right? It's Five Nights at Freddy's. That's what I wanna be. Five Nights at Freddy's. Said, do what you want. I have purged the FNAF anger from my brain. I wasn't talking about you, Liz. And I'm pretty sure that you enjoy being mad. That's why you do it so often. What kind of Twitch ad was that? What? Did you just watch an ad? Oh, you said you just watched a man get coffee spit on him 3 times? Yucky. Yucky. No good. What is up with this guy? Oh, he's friendly. What is he doing? What is this guy doing out here? I gotta peck him over. I don't know what he's doing out here. Maybe we need a new ability. Maybe we gotta get ourselves some fresh drip. Ooh! What is that big ol'... It's a big ol' mouth. What is that thing? Is that a plant? Is that a cactus? That's like no cactus I've ever seen. Stop trying to peck his booty. Listen, he needs to die one way or another. I don't know how his biology works. I just want him to die. Kenny's so like, why are you so cute though? What? Kato Poke Nerd. I am not cute. I'm super cool. No, you. No, you. I'm practicing out all of my different responses to that. I see. You thread the needle. Okay, Kenny, just a warning. If you ever stream... Oh yeah, no, I would never stream Heavy Rain. I've played the whole game. I didn't 100% it, but I have, I did beat it. In a way. In one manner of speaking. I have not seen all of the quote-unquote endings, but... Alright, I'm just gonna stop talking. But yes, I definitely would never stream that game. It is a firmly adult game. You still haven't platinumed it? Yeah. You have to play through it a lot of times to platinum it. And that does not seem so fun. So now I only platinum games that are fun to platinum. If you don't 100%, it doesn't count. Shaking my head, fake gamer. I guess we haven't finished Super Mario Odyssey yet, though. I guess we gotta play more Mario Odyssey. All right. I hear you loud and clear. Lynch. It's time to get serious and get every single moon. This has got to be where you get the shoes, right? This is way too slow. I could never. I could never. Grunty's race you cannot beat until you find some faster feet. What? I do not need to replace my feet. I'm not gonna do it. Callie, Breath of the Wild is calling you. Whoopsies. See, I don't understand how Callie could get rid of Breath of the Wild whenever she got so close to finishing it. Like, I did not get close to beating Breath of the Wild. So I don't feel that bad about it. But it still kind of bothers me that I didn't finish it. Because I know that I've got to go get those little yeah, and I also need to, is there one more thing? Beat it on master mode? Callie out here getting 98% completion and not finishing it. I am disturbed. I find your lack of completion disturbing. Hello? Where do I fly? How do I fly? Blue Jay, what's up? Hi, I popped in here and gnomed earlier, and now I'm actually here to hang out. All right, nice. Blue Jay, it's almost party time. How much time do we have? Huh? Only an hour and a half to the new Pokemon game. You gotta peck this bug's eyes out. It was 95.2, close enough. Yeah, 95, only 5% away from completion. Sheesh. See, we gotta be able to fly, man. Oh yeah, 35 minutes, you're right. My timer's wrong. I'm fixing it right now. Promise I'm not trying to gaslight y'all. I just keep forgetting. I keep forgetting that that I'm not in Florida anymore, okay? Only 30 minutes? I don't think that we can finish this level. Sheesh, we're going to have to save it. Let's see. Yeah, oh, what is this? Well, well, well. What do we have here? There's this guy again. I think you just gotta fly through the ring and it knocks him over. But how do you fly? There's gotta be a spot somewhere. Gotta be at the top somewhere, right? It's gotta be in an inconvenient location. It's not right here. It's not inside either. Where is this thing? Oh yeah, what's that door over there? How do we get in there? There's a fly spot down there. You used it? Oh yeah. I did, didn't I? I sure did. It's not a spoiler if we already used it to fly. Some of these sound effects sound like somebody just did it with their mouth.
Just gotta thread the needle.
Killer bird! Oh no. Yay! We only failed once. Alright, we gotta shoot down this bird. Nothing can stand as high as this. Yeah! Whew. Okay, it's bedtime for me. Dudes, have a longish day tomorrow, though we'll be lurking. Lens, we'll see you later. It was nice to hang out with you. Oh man, yeah, it's 10:30. Go to bed, sis. We'll see you later, Lens. Good luck with your work tomorrow. Don't know why I sang that, but you know. I'm diving in. Can't see nothing. Oh. Yahoo! I gotta go through that golden ring and see what happens. There's only 30 minutes left. Yeah, once we get to literally 30 minutes, I'm just going to, for the last 30 minutes, count. Start at 30 minutes, and then, you know, 29 minutes, 1 second, 29, 2 seconds, 20, oh wait, no, that'd be going up, wouldn't it? Well, we're gonna be counting it down, all right? Whee! That munchkin up there with a ring on his head. must be really good at ring fit adventure. Oh, wait a second. There's a target on this side too. Well. Kaboom! Door opens. Nice. But only for 15 seconds. What will you do? If you had 15 seconds to live, what would you do? You'd run into the pyramid. Anybody would. Is there a man in here? A real man? Hello, my good friend. I am Ruby. I can be of some help, no?
We're looking for treasure, pipe boy.
What? Very good. I'll see what I can, but it's yours. What? I don't know what he said. I guess you want to be early for Pokemon. That's right. That's so funny. Warlock. Warlock, let's go. It's almost time. I'm not even that early. There's a bunch of Americans that apparently cheesed the system and played it on an Australian Switch or something. Oi. Warlock, how you doing? Eekum bokum. So do I need to sit on the seat? Is that what's going on here? What did you say, sir? What do you want from me? Don't punch him. Stop. No, don't kill him. He has to live for the ritual to work. I don't remember what he said. What did you say? Speak again. I apologize for ignoring you earlier. The basket is a cup? Oh. Undoubtedly, it needs an egg. Eat. Oh, you said cute? Oh, the little basket is cute? I thought you said it was a little cup. There we go. Kenny reading for 10 minutes straight. Oh, maybe I gotta punch that snake whenever he pops his head out. Gosh darn it, come on. Why am I so bad at this? Come on. Oh no. Hang on. Come on! Yeah, that's right. Come on. There. Kill him! 1,000 thanks. I'll now help you with your quest. What, that was all? Does that have to do with a O? Hey, alright. Ooh, puzzle piece. A perfect gift. This is something that we can actually keep. Nice. Arceus time almost. This has all just been a distraction. I keep on horribly mistyping my bad jokes, so I'm gonna lurk. Oh, get some sleep, Die. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Much love, Die. We'll be playing the game tomorrow, all right? The real stream's tomorrow. This is just a little pre-stream madness, okay? Oh, and I died. Okay, well, that's fine. All right. Into the run today. Let's go home. It looks so good. What does? My peanut butter sandwich? Oh, now we die. Oh, Pokemon. I thought you were commenting on my very nice peanut butter sandwich that I just took a bite out of. you kindly stop lusting after my sandwich? It's a sin, you know. Thou shalt not lust after another man's peanut butter sandwich. Whoopee! Alright. We can save this game whenever we want. And we'll just sit there waiting. Dang it! La 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 da do da da do. This is where I want to go. Oh, I love that poggers. Oh, it's Bork. Wow! I love that emote. Wow! Doesn't this have the good music? Where's the Click Clack Woods music? Tick Tock Tree. Click Clack Moo. It wasn't down here. That was a swamp. Homestar Runner was right all along. Wow. Go away. I just noticed how concerned the bear looks whenever he's riding in the back. Aw, boop. Akimik, did you just find a new channel with really cute emotes? You be posting them. Yeah, look how concerned he looks. He looks scared. You love foxes? Foxes are super cute. They're super cute. We used to have some wild foxes that were around my parents' property. We would see them up on the walls, the like retaining walls that were behind us. And whenever they move, we saw some other wild foxes about. They're very pretty. They're cute. They're like wild cat dogs. They're a little cat, dog, raccoon. You cannot decide between Decidua or Cyndaquil. Eh? I thought it was Cyndaquil, Hooters, and Hangwing. Right? I have wild foxes in my yard, and in the summer I see you see the mom playing with her babies. What? That's so cute. Oh my goodness. Rowlett, Oshawott, and Cyndaquil. Yeah. I don't think that there's a Decidua. Woo, woo, woo. Unless that's one of the, is that one of the evolves for one of them? Is that like bird number 2? Oh, it's the oh. So it's number 2. Oh, the leaf bird, Rowlett. The little leaf bird is a cutie. I can't believe that you're just ignoring Oshawott like that, though. How dare. Just 100% ignoring. The most wildlife I see around here is crows and squirrels. What about human beings? Ever see some of them? They're pretty wild sometimes. You almost never pick water starters. Ah, I see. I see. I normally pick a fire type myself, but you know, I'm a little, I get a little crazy. You saw Samurott though, it's not cute. Oh yeah, it's true. If we get Oshawott, I have to keep them from evolving or I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be super duper pissed. I'll tell you what, I'll restart that whole game if I can't stop him. You love Typhlosion? It's your favorite starter? Oh, Typhlosion? Who's that? Who's Typhlosion? Is that pig? Is that fire pig? Is that what we're talking about? Oh, wrong button. I'm not looking for anything in particular. I was just kind of running around. Just kind of testing stuff, looking around. Just poking around, seeing if I find something special. Oh, come here and get the Jiggy up there? Look. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's go inside Mumbo's mountain. I think Homestar told me to do that a while ago. But I was so set on trying a new level. Oh, Cyndaquil's final form is Typhlosion. Oh. That was my first starter. But there'll always be Cyndaquil in my heart. Typhlosion is kind of like a weird big old badger. Don't you stop. I gotta go be a bug. Stop! Let me up. Never mind. Walk up the normal way. Then we gotta get old Mumbo Jumbo to turn me into a termite. Ah, I hate that you can't jump on things. Mario has trained me to just jump on enemies. He said that it would be enough. He promised. Mario lied. Alright, Mumbo, make me a bug. The most smallest bug in the world. With a little blue backpack. Tee. And yellow pants. What gauche colors? I can't believe it. Did I get all the health upgrades? I think I've 100%ed all levels I've abandoned. Except for the last 3 levels that have been on. Oh, look, a little Jinjo. Too bad I can't save you. See you later. You need to go fill up your water bottle? It's almost time. The time draws nigh. Almost time for the new release. Hey, where did you get those shorts? I want them. What? Is that your excuse for attacking me? Leave me alone. How long are you gonna play it for tonight? Maybe 2 or 3 hours. Maybe a little bit more. Something like that. We'll play for a few hours, but then I gotta go to bed because we're gonna play it tomorrow. Mostly tomorrow. I don't think there's anything else to do as this little aunt. This little aunt. Mumbo magic get weak. Wah, wah. No more magic. I've got the magic in me. Every time I touch that track, it turns into gold. I wonder if there's a walrus special thing to do. What time is it where I am? It's almost 11. So it'll be 11 whenever it releases for me, but 12 for the East Coast. I didn't actually know that it was releasing on the East Coast. Oh, I haven't been out here in a little while. I'm pretty confident that there's nothing here, though. We already went out and about and looked for everything. Soft Texas accent. I'm going to bed. Night, night, y'all. All right, get yourself some rest, Callie. We'll see you later. Get some sleep. Hope to see you tomorrow sometime. Toodaloo, toodaloo. Take care of yourself. It was fun to be gaming with you. Get some rest. And Ahsoka, cool. I will watch more of that tomorrow. I need to go get schlep soon. It's almost time. It is almost a time of rest. No worries. That's why I wanted to play it tomorrow. I thought about trying to do a 12-hour stream whenever it got released, but I was like, nah. Can't do that. Can't do that. I need some sleep. Nobody wants me to be streaming in the middle of the night. Got 6, but I assume you got all those. It looks like I did. Yeah, let's see. We got 6 out of 6 there. Gruntilda's lair. There's some more goodies there, but the lair's actually humongous. I'm impressed by this overworld design. Big Onion. Kill Big Onion. Typhlosion is a porcupine, but a very big one. It's a porcupine without spines? Or without needles? Without quills? A porcupine, you say? I mean, it kind of has fire, I guess, right? Who plucked them? How dare. Do not pluck. Do not pluck the baby. They need those to defend themselves. Fire spines, exactly. You start getting closer and you're like, oh look, it's a little naked porcupine. And then all of a sudden it blasts fire. Ah! I thought they'd be easy to catch, but then they burned my jacket. Also, hi there, Kay. Or no, you said to call you Ray. Hi, Ray. Almost time for Arceus. Almost time for Arceus. But until then, I'm gonna be a dumb bear. Dumb bear, dumb bear. This is just the Bug Mountain. Oh, there's definitely more in the snow area to do. But I think you have to open up the advent calendar or something. I don't exactly know how to do that. See, a mound of dirt. A little bit of health. Beep, boop, bloop, bleep, bloop. Some of my auto captions are really weird. Oh, yes. My voice is not extremely recognizable at times. I also pronounce things wrong incorrectly sometimes. Wee. Oh, the pots down here. Oh, yes. If we could find more of these, we'd be able to, like, teleport about. I think this one leads straight to the spider area. What did auto caption say that I said? Better not be anything bad. Auto caption has been after my good name for years. Putting bad words in my mouth when I said nothing of the sort. Yeah, we'll have to go searching for all the goodies around here eventually. But we'll go back to Gobi's Desert next time that we play this. I wonder when we're gonna get back to this. Not sure. I'm just dying to play this Pokemon game. 15 minutes, baby. 15 minutes. Minute by minute by minute. Maybe I should go make some G Fuel. Yeah, I think right before it drops, you guys. I think I'm just gonna save here. I'm gonna save right here. I'll put on some jams, and I'm gonna go get me some G Fuel. Oh no. Now turn up, I need full power. I forgot that this happens every time. It feels like such an insult. Game over, I just quit. I didn't mean it. She said, You didn't like the noises that she made? You don't like that? What do you mean, it's Nunny? What do you mean? What, maybe like the, how there's a hippo that just makes like burping noises? That is the worst to me. I cannot stand the burping hippo character. Okay, I'm gonna turn on some jams. All right, and let me go get a drink really quick. I will be back before the game releases. Okay, I'm just gonna mix up a drink. Be right back. Get yourself your snacks and your drinkies as well if you need something. We're about to get started. Alright. Almost time. Almost time. Whew. I don't think that I've ever stayed up waiting for a game release. This is weird. But yeah, I've never waited for a game. I always just buy them at a GameStop and just play them that day. Here we go. The knife is in the paw. What? It craves violence. I got a feeling Pikachu's watching me. And I got no privacy. Your tummy kind of hurts? Oh no. You ate too much garlic? I've never even heard of that. Left us alone with a murderous Pikachu. What? What? Which one? They don't have knives. What are you talking about? There's no knives in any of their hands. Kenny's a bad dad, left us alone with a murderous Pikachu. Gonna head to bed. Oh, we'll see you later, Homestar. Thanks for chilling with us, and thanks for the tips. Don't tell anybody else in chat I did those. All right. But yeah, thanks a lot. We'll see you later. You can see in his eyes staring at us. What? There's nothing wrong with it. All these Pikachus are wholesome beings. They have no menacingly. SpongeBob. It makes me think of that Travis Scott meme where he's got the Batman suit on. He's like, he's just standing there menacingly. And it's got that wee, wee. All right, let's play this game. Heck yeah, dude. What you sipping? G Fuel. I had some leftover. We're ready to roll. You don't trust him? What? Which one? Which Pokemon? Okay. Listen, you can tell me. Just say it really quietly, all right? I won't tell him. I just want to know who needs discipline. Discipline is being left in the living room. Okay, so one of these Pikachus has been relegated to the living room for a little while, so they might be a little bit salty. That might be why you can see anger in their eyes, okay? But I promise they don't mean any harm. The one right behind me. There is not one right behind me. I've only got these three right here. Do you see a Pikachu behind me? Is the one in the living room your nap buddy? Nah, he's just jammed into a box. Into one of the squares. He's a personality, okay? Every different cube is a personality, and one of them is just jammed with a Pikachu. Ray, it's almost time. I'm dying of anticipation. It's the one that's ear is peeking around your shoulder. My shoulder? This one that's on his own? What's wrong with him? Look, I promise you he means no harm. This one? Good boy. That's a good boy. Don't tell him I told you though, Kenny. No, I didn't say anything. Gonna look out. You're gonna get attacked by a Pikachu. It'd be really great if maybe like y'all had somehow gotten Garrett's number, my roommate, and then you told him to dress up in one of my Pikachu costumes and like burst out of the closet or something. You know, like, there's a Pikachu behind you, and then all of a sudden he kicks down the door, scares the bejeebus out of me. That would be great, okay? Jedi, what is that face? I love it. It's new. Ah, nerdy singer Kate. Why is she so sad? Look behind you, Squirtle, that's a knife. I don't think so. He looks so cool in his hat, though it does look like he may have skinned an Eevee for this. Do you think that it's a real Eevee hat? I don't know. I don't know if I trust him anymore after I saw that hat. That's a different message, right? Isn't it? Yeah. That's a different message. It's already entering release form. It's evolving as we speak. Hours later, and Kenny's hair still slays me. What? Rappy. I'm super excited for this game to come out. And at the same time, I'm probably going to wait another month for it. No worries. Yeah. You know, watch the reviews and stuff like that. I do. I used to do that all the time. The only reason that I got it so soon is because I'm going to stream it. But if I was just buying it for myself, you know, I might take it easy as well. You know, see the reviews come out, see what people think about it. Save my money. Don't buy $60 games. Kate was probably threatened by a Pikachu, and thus the emote was born. Ah! Pika's like, Pika! Ah! You still waiting on the reviews for Cyberpunk? I could give you a review right now. Sucks. Freaking sucks, dude. He hit it before you saw it? What? He hit his knife? Does he just... I would like to see a knife just pop into his hand. I look into, like, the camera's viewfinder, then I see him. Plus, it'll be my birthday, and maybe I can get somebody else to buy it for me, shifty eyes. Oh, no! I'm just kidding. I mean, you gotta take full advantage of your birth, all right? You only get one of them. Cannot play it yet. What? It went back to the same message. What? Confirmed Wurmple. I can't believe it. Ah, I've never seen this screenshot before. Confirmed Wurmple, everybody. Oh, sorry. Spoilers. Confirmed Wurmple. Wurmple Bidoof. Let me see. Which Pokemon is that in the distance? Ah. 2 new Pokemons. I can't believe it. Wait, no? Oh, look at all of them. Are these all different Pokemons back there? Let's see. It looks like they're catching a Bidoof right there. No, we already saw that. That's confirmed. Looks like your Pokeballs have a looks like at the very top of it is possibly an area where you can stuff in a fuse. And the front of it looks a little bit like an egg clock, one of those egg timers. So it's possible that it's a timed explosive weapon. Looks like she's throwing it at this Bidoof here. Probably very, very hungry. Looking for a little snack. She sees a Bidoof. Loads up this little bomb. And this here is a horse. This is a horse that appears that it was in some sort of a construction accident with metal pipes jammed into its skull. I don't know how it's still functioning with these pipes in its head, but yes, it appears that this is a horse that hopefully was compensated for this problem at their workplace. Big jolly beard, possibly Santa's second in command. We may never know. Here we have a melted pig, 2 melted pigs. They look kind of like slugs, but I can assure you they are melted pigs. And then this is a melted mammoth. This is what happens. This is global warming. This is what has happened. 48 seconds. Stall for time. There's a tree back there. There's bushes. Wow, it looks like the game has some snow in it. Oh, and a mountain. Big old mountain up there. That's right. Looks like there might be a mountainous terrain. I was expecting the prairie myself. There's maybe some secret information back there. Yeah, who knows what that map is all about. Looks like maybe a city or something. Yep. And there's there's a Abra behind your back. Might be a little story spoiler, maybe. Looks like the 2 characters are meeting on. Okay, the game's ready. Come on. Yeah. Let's go. Check it. You'll see that my credentials are fine. What? Hey! The time changed. It's 9:01. It's 9:01. Oh, wait. It shouldn't matter. Your console's time shouldn't matter, but I'm just checking it. There you go. Los Angeles, Vancouver. It still says it's 9 p.m. What? I don't live in Tijuana. I live in Denver. Oh, wait. No, I don't. I live in Chihuahua. Nope, I don't. Where do I live? I live in Mexico City. Yeah, that's right. Mexico City. Why are you yelling at me? What? It's not my fault. What? It doesn't, but it just checks the internet. It checks the internet. It doesn't know, it just knows that I'm in America. That's all that matters, right? Yeah, I live in Chicago. Nah, I don't live in Chicago anymore. I just moved. I moved all the way to, New York, Toronto. Yeah, New York, Toronto. It's a good place to live. Yeah, no, it's not letting me play it. And it's just checking the internet anyway. It's not gonna matter, right? I mean, you're not gonna, the console's time doesn't matter. If the console's time mattered, it wouldn't have to check the internet. You're clearly from Bogota? What is that? Is that some sort of an insult that I don't understand because I'm too dumb? Hey! Stop with the geography jokes. Why can't I play this? Restarting the console or entering the shop will have no effect on its availability. Yeah. See, maybe I gotta wait till midnight. That's what I've been telling you guys. Why did y'all lie to me? I told you that I had to wait till midnight. It's only 11. It's only 11. It's not even a new day yet. Maybe it's not even being... You got it? How does it know that I'm in Texas? Well, might just be taking a second. Maybe they're having problems. Where are you, is it midnight for you though, Mediocre Pigeon? Oh, shoosh. There it goes. All right. I'm in. It just took a second. Everybody calm down. Ooh. Presented by Game Freak. Oh, snap. Espanol. I only speak English. Here we go. I'm in. I detect the mainframe. Whenever you see now saving, don't throw your console out the window. Here we go. This is what God looks like in Pokemon. Welcome to my realm, located beyond both time and space. It is well that thou art here. I am that which humans call Arceus. All the games just changed to Pokemon. Now I wish to know thine appearance. Know thy appearance. What is my appearance? Which way do I appear? Be honest, you guys, which one's me? I think I'm going to be minus Opes. Opes is taking his sweet time. Taking his sweet time. Am I blonde or do I have black hair? I think... I wonder if you can change any of this later. I'm guessing you can't. Bottom row, second from the right. What, this one? Nah, fam. I'm gonna be what's funny is that he's been going nuts about this game. What? He has been? I think I've got black hair, right? bottom left, that one. I don't even have blonde hair, but I'm gonna pick a girl because they have prettier clothes. Okay, we're picking a girl because they've got prettier clothes, and I want to be able to wear a dress. I want to be able to wear a kimono. The blonde hair one, you know you want it? Nah, I'm gonna be the gothic. I'm gonna have the gothic hair. Yes. Black hair is also very good. What is thy name? What is your quest? What is your favorite color? Maybe my name, should it be Kenne? That's what I normally do, but I don't know. We could name it something sillier, like poop or something, you know? Kenne? I don't know that. I just picked a blonde-haired girl. You know you wanna Kenny the goth girl. Shiny's back. Yeah. Shiny, it's party time. I'm gonna name myself Kenny. There we are. Perfect. See? Fully accurate. Fully accurate. Kenny. Soon thou shalt find thyself in a world strange to thee. Die! I think he's actually asleep. Die-V. I'm not gonna say his full name. Kenny! A world inhabited by wondrous creatures that humans call Pokémon. I hope this one's not set in Scotland again. Kenny. Seek out all Pokémon and thou shalt find me once more. Why can't you just stay? Why are you sending me out here? Hey, just leave me here. I'm kicking you out of the house. Go make your own life. Get a job. I have sandals. My phone. Oh no, this seems like a real nightmare. I don't like this. Oh, we're getting transported in time. God said no phones. God said, okay, maybe one phone. I want you to be able to call me, all right? I want you to be able to read the Bible on your phone. 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 Do not worry. You are still in my Cookie Run Guild. I can't have you just going AWOL on me. Call me, beat me if you want to reach me. What? Was that Arceus? It was! That was good. I can't believe my standards have fallen so low that a localization team getting grammar right impresses me. Well, you know, we all have to aim for different things. Well, I sadly should head to bed. Catch you tomorrow. See you later, Ahsoka. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Just kidding. Wake up! Wake up now, everybody. Oh, do wake up, won't you? Oh, wait. But that's a Pokemon talking to me? Are you alive, my girl? Oh, it's probably an old man. Yep. Ew. He looks so sad. I love him. I've never seen such a sad professor. Look at the big pom-pom on his hat. I love it. Silly boy. Don't you realize that it's not even snowing outside? I wonder what his voice looks like. Look at them. Oh my gosh. They talk to me. You gave me quite the shock falling from the sky like that. But thank goodness you seem unharmed. I also like his kind of pirate britches he's got going on. Look at that. He's got some little boots down there. Got some pirate stripes. Who are you? Where am I? Is that Death Mountain? No. No, it's not Death Mountain. Oh yeah, I should probably change the title. I think that I was gonna call this Legend of Arceus. Call of the Pokemon. That's a dumb joke. Perfect. It will only attract people that think that stuff like that is funny. Legend of Arceus. Call of the Pokemon. Alright. Who am I? I'd like to ask you the same. I mean, you fell out of the sky, you understand. Come now. Who in the world does that? I must say, your clothing is unusual. You wouldn't happen to have an acquaintance in these parts, would you? I doubt it. I really love the character. It's a cute face. No. I see. You seem to be in a bit of a pickle. Might I offer you... That is Death Mountain in the background. I didn't even look at that. It is definitely Death Mountain in the background. It looks exactly like it. And why is it... It looks like my screen... If I had this on my small screen, it would look like it was cracked. It just looks like it looks like cracked glass behind his head. What happened? Go see the Gorons. Yeah! Might I offer some directions? Do you have somewhere around here that you could stay?
No, nowhere.
So you don't know anyone here, and you don't even know where to spend the night. So expressive. Why am I so sad? That's sad. Well, this is a proper pickle indeed. Are you quite sure you'll be able to survive? Somehow, I guess. This is the face of a person whose life has been stolen from them. I see. Well, no gentleman would abandon a person in such need. Oh! Foom! Oh my, I'd completely forgotten. I just got caught up to these 3 runaway Pokemon when you tumbled out of the sky. It's almost as if they knew you'd appear here. I wish that was like in red text to make you focus on it. It's almost like they knew you were here. Looks left and right. They didn't, did they? Looks in their eyes. You know it to be true. Ah, but do you even know what a Pokemon is? Not exact. Of course I do. I used to have Pikachu plushes all the time back at my house. My, that's a relief. Though you fell from the sky, it seems that we have some common ground, eh? Yes. Well, these 3 Pokemon belong to me, mysterious creatures that they are. Oh, yes. And what might your name be? Oh ho, so you're called Kenny. That name has quite the ring to it. I imagine it must have some lovely meaning. But I do apologize. I haven't even introduced myself. My name is Lavaton. I'm something of a Pokemon professor. That is to say, I'm a scholar seeking to deepen our understanding of Pokemon. Yes, Pokemon such as these 3 here with... Oh, blasted bother, my darling Pokemon! Why must you run away from me again? I'm terribly sorry, but do you think that you could help me round them up? I beg you. Wait, you 3, wait! They just ran off. I want one of those. Ooh. Nice. I'm free. I'm free. I'm free. I never have to talk to him. I never have to go with him. I'm running away. It's an open world game, right? I can do whatever I want. Maybe not. Maybe it's not open world yet. I was kind of hoping that I could just like run into town and just start shooting people or something. Complete freedom. See, yeah, I was expecting a GTA experience, right? Ah, they won't let me. Maybe my sandals aren't for climbing yet. They do kind of look like jandals. We should be free to discover and explore and go wherever we want, dude. I think I might be putting myself up in this corner here. Might be easier. Might be easier to see if I'm down here. False advertising. Yeah, see, Breath of the Wild, like, whenever they let you go, dude. In this game, it's just one big, long tutorial after another. Wow, some Breath of the Wild clone. You're supposed to open the game where it goes like... And then you just look over the landscape and you're free. What? You're gonna get some sleep now? Taiyaki-san, rest up, rest up. We'll see you later. Nighty-night. It was nice to hang out with you. I will see you tomorrow. Yes, yes, yes. But get yourself some sleep. Get yourself some rest. There's a glowing, beeping object over there. What is this? My phone. My iPhone. My iPhone 8. My iPhone 3G. You found something that resembles a phone. Whenever you buy an Android, it's probably your phone, but it changed shape. You feel a strange power emanating from it. A message appeared on the screen. I bestow upon thee... Oh, wait. I bestow upon thee this Arc phone, and thy mission, seek out all Pokemon. Sample every Pokemon. Feast upon every Pokemon. No, I cannot do this. I love Pokemon too much. Not even if God tells me to do it will I eat a Pokemon. Vegan for life. What's going on over there? Alas, yet another miss. Ah, I'm glad that you've come to my rescue, my new friend from the sky. I tried catching my little runaways by tossing some Pokeballs their way, but I'm not the best at this sort of thing, you see. I'd love to give you a go at it, but perhaps I should tell you a bit about these three first. Now that one is Rowlet. Rowlet can photosynthesize like a plant, and apparently it battles using its sharp feathers. What a cutie. Cyndaquil. That one over there is Cyndaquil. The fire burning on Cyndaquil's back will flare up whenever it is surprised or irritated. Ah, he does a little anime run. The Pokemon near the pond is Oshawott. Oshawott naps while floating on the water, and it can battle using the shell object on its belly. Ah! What a cutie! Oh my, I nearly forgot to cover the most crucial thing, how to go about catching Pokemon. Here you are, my girl, Pokeballs. Throw these at the Pokemon to catch them. You obtain 50 balls. A mysterious ball that can be thrown at wild Pokemon. Oh, what? I've never heard of this. They introduced a new item. Ah, but that won't do for an explanation, will it? I do apologize. Let me be more thorough. I've mentioned that they're strange, marvelous creatures. What's so strange about them, you ask? Well, each and every Pokemon is able to shrink itself down to minuscule size. And that's where the Pokeballs come in. Pokeballs are a recent invention. Throw one at a Pokeball and, why, the Pokemon will shrink down and fit inside the ball, comfy as can be. You don't want to know about our failed experiments, but what matters is that we finally found a way to shrink them down without crushing them. I'll be awfully grateful if you can catch these three runaways. Now, the proper technique is take aim. Find the stat skill in the areas. Whatever, man. How are you a professor, but you can't even catch a Pokemon? Okay, so hold ZR to ready and take aim. Then release it to throw it. Okay. Oh, easy enough. You're not gyroscopic aiming? There's no pausing either, apparently. Might not have options for that. Let's see. Ooh, actually plenty of options. Wow, even camera sensitivity? Is this an actual Nintendo game? What's going on here? Wait a Nintendo? Background music, sound effect, Pokemon cries, all editable? Nintendo? What is up? Guess this is what happens whenever you get other people to develop your games. We're on the best timeline. Look, you can change stuff. Auto saving, you can disable it. Who would want to do that, man? Yeah, let's crank this up just a little bit, eh? Wow, I'm impressed. Calling me impressed with some actually having settings. Yeah, there we go. That's just like a little bonus focus. Aw, sure what? Only an absolute mad lad would do that. What? Pokemon shrink when they fade, don't they? They do, so you knock them out. Oh, look at him. This game does look kind of choppy, though. Not frame-wise, but, like, look at that anti-aliasing, dude. A little sussy anti-aliasing on that side. Looking really, really chonky. Could be that I'm playing on a 2K screen, but, you know. Doesn't quite look as good as Breath of the Wild, I don't think. What a cutie! Look at him go! Yeah. Let's go observe the other two. I feel like it does have to be that one. Let's just observe them. All right, maybe maybe they'll do something else cute. Let's see this one. Oh, he's cute too. Look at him. I love his little feet. Borb. I love them all. That's so hard to pick. Cyndaquil's just sitting over there. Yeah, listen to his little feet. Look at him. They just walk right past me. They're so busy. Come on, walk past me again. I want to hear those feet. Cyndaquil's such a baby. Look at him just walking around. Ew, Cyndaquil with no quill? Ew. Oh, is it just not loaded in? Oh, it's because it's not scared. It looks like it's got a... It looks like a ladybug. Oh, I don't like it. I want it to be scared. Scare that little rat with no hair. I don't like it. It needs to have a fire. Cyndaquil, get spooked. Boo. Boo. Ah, see, now that's a cutie. Attack me. It's a very tame Pokemon. They said that they could attack. I don't think that that's true. Come on, hit me. You got fire on your back? Doesn't even hurt me. Look at me. I'm a god. Leave the baby alone. I'm just trying to cook hot dogs in the fire. I'm just trying to cook some food. That's great. Don't worry, they're not that upset. Let's see. What about Oshawott? What about the water? Look at him swimming. Whee! Baby. Oh, they're all so cute. Also, Marie, how are you doing? Marie Evie. Look at the baby. I want to see him swim. Just hide behind this log. I think it has to be that one. Cyndaquil, super cute. So is Rowlet. They're both adorable. There's no wrong answers. I love his 2 little feet. All right, I think that we're gonna catch this one. So cute. Just smacked him right in the face. How dare. Yay. Oh, wonderful. You've caught a Pokemon. It seems you have quite the knack for this Pokemon business, Kinney. Jolly useful skill to have around here. Only 2 of my darling runaways left now. Oh, I think we gotta catch them all. Still, this is most unusual. You don't see fearful of Pokemon in the slightest. Alright, we gotta see how far we can throw this thing. Oh, you gotta kind of aim downward, eh? It does have a little bit of an arc, doesn't it? Oh, see you later, Corey Daniel. I didn't know that you were here. I think I saw you in the chat a little bit earlier. It was nice to it was nice to vibe with you, my friend. You know what? Doing a little bit of lurking. Hope you enjoyed the streamies and everything. We'll see you later. Enjoy your sleep. Enjoy your sleep. I can hardly believe it. Mwah. You know, many people fear to even approach Pokemon, never mind catching them. Bravo indeed. Just one more to go. What? That didn't hit? Oh, there you go. I think I went a tiny bit too low. Oh no, why am I so sad? This is just a slightly unfortunate situation. I don't have to look like I just found out that my mom died. Gee whiz, what's this face for? Ah yes, I'm afraid that can happen. Pokeballs are hardly 100% foolproof. Give it another go, old girl. Old girl. Excuse me. Bing, bang, boom. He's like, hey, old girl. Catch another Pokemon, would you, isn't it? You put animals in balls. Yes, they're called Pokeball. Listen here, you old coot. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, what a relief to have them all back. You see, the 3 Pokemon caught only just arrived at our village to help with our research. They won't yet listen to anyone. And as I mentioned, they bolted from the village, almost as if they knew you'd come falling. But I must say, Kinney, I was taken aback by how well you used your balls. How is it that you catch Pokemon so ably? When you've only just arrived here? One can't help but think there's a reason that you appeared here and now. Slightly unfortunate. You were ripped from a time by a deity and sent somewhere for cryptic reasons. What? Well, it's just, no, she didn't have that face the whole time. It was just whenever her Pokeball didn't work. Oh my god, a gimmick. Is that, oh my god. That is so scary. Please don't post those in my chat. That is scaring me. Please send help. Could somebody send, I don't know, some, that's Wendy Williams, an icon. I need somebody to put some, we need to be able to battle this creature. Ego, thank you. There we go. Finally, a valid champion to fight Wendy. Hey, what topic? Homie's host or get the ghost? What? Homie's host. Uh-oh. OT, are you telling me that I need to host you right now? After stream, I promise, okay? OT! Odie! Oi, how are you doing? How are you doing? We got the new Pokemon game right here. Open world Pokemon? Who would have thunk it? Here's my phone. Seek out all Pokemon. That object is an Arc phone, you say? What an odd device. Could it be guiding you somehow? If you indulge me for a moment, there's something I'd like to share with you. Why, Would you hosted me? I hosted you. What? It didn't show me it. Twitch is being a butt. Twitch being a butt didn't even tell me. I've even got it turned on. I've got it turned on so that I can see hosties. And they didn't show me it. Thank you, OT. I super appreciate it. Thank you for the hostie. What a sweet bean you are. OT coming in with immediate threats. Please. I don't want to get ghosted. Not again. Ooh, oh yes, OT. I still do have fork knife installed. I do have fork knife installed. I'm ready to rock when you are. It's true. I promised. It was a pinky promise. You can't break a promise. You see, I have a dream to compile this region's first completed record of Pokemon. That is a much less impressive dream than the one I'm thinking of. We are in a field call. Oh, we are in a field call. What? We in the field call such a catalog a Pokédex. Yes, a proper Pokédex is a wonderful work of research containing detailed records of all of the Pokemon that can be found in a region, but in order to properly document Pokemon, one must, of course, catch them. You can still see Death Mountain in the background. With just a big icicle in the middle. Why? Why does it have a big cut out of it? It looks so strange. Wow, a Pokédex. That's one thing to call it, eh? A catalog of Pokemon. Pokédex. I guess I can see where you're coming from. Like an index of Pokemon? And therein lies the rub, I'm afraid. Not the rub. Pokeballs have only just been invented, and not many have mastered the skills of using them. Enter you, a person with clear talent for catching Pokemon. Your goal is to seek out every Pokemon, and mine is to have every Pokemon caught. A situation ripe for teamwork, don't you agree? Come now, what do you say? Shall we help each other out, my girl? You've convinced me. I was kind of hoping to just run around. Friends, you convinced me. Now I'm happy again. Then whoever and from wherever you may be, I welcome you with open arms. I already told you my name, Laviton. How have you forgotten already? We've a Pokédex to complete. Listen here, Buster. You should be able to remember a person's name. First things first, let's get these Pokemon back to the village. Then we'll sort out your lodgings and find some proper clothes and a meal and all that. Excuse me? Did you just insult my outfit? Follow me then, onward to Jubilife Village. Jubilife Village. Honestly, I don't know, but this guy gives me a slight creep vibes. I'm sure that will fade over time. It's definitely the hat. It's the hat. He has a memory for names almost as bad as mine. Oh no, Nardavel. I remember having trouble. Shiny, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for the gifted sub for OT. Nice.
Shiny Glalie gifted.
That is very generous of you, Shiny.
Topic.
Thank you so
They
much.
have given 16 gift subs in the channel.
Shiny, so generous. Bubble hat. I don't think his hat's creepy. It's just kind of unusual. It looks sort of like a big cotton ball or possibly a potato salad. A spherical potato salad. Bless. An evil bobble hat. Yeah, I mean, it's purple though. I do like that. Maybe it's the chin thing. Maybe it's the chin strap. I don't know what the deal with that is. Is that a beard? Maybe it's his cheesy mustache, dude. A giant hat though, in this weather, not creepy? That is true. You do immediately get suspicious of people that are dressed inappropriately for the weather. That normally means that they're packing heat. You see somebody walking around in the summer with a big coat on, they probably got a gun. This young lady was a great assistance to me and my Pokemon, so I hope you'll forgive my bringing her to the village for a bit. No, all foreigners must be executed by order of the Earl. He's hiding something for sure. Really? Isn't really? Ooh, this is a fancy looking little town. Kind of reminds me of Demon Slayer. Just a little winkly bit. Just a little wrinkly bit of my brain. Death Mountain looms in the background. This way, if you please. Jubilife Village. It's come a long way because of the fine people of the Galaxy Exploration Team. Do stick close. I can't have you getting lost. Do stick close. Can't have you. Oh, come on, man. I just want to go. Just let me free. Here, maybe I can sneak around this corner. Do follow me for now. How far away can I be from you? Sounds like something that an MLM would sell. What? Oh no. I just want to stay as far away from him. What manner of dress is that? Shh, quiet, she'll hear you. Oh, she's coming this way. Keep walking, stranger. That's pretty rude. I like that. I can't get past it. Okay, they were just leaning a little too close to one another. Jubilife sounds like, oh, Jubilife does. Yeah. Listen. For centuries, all of our ancestors have been drinking the fruits of nature. Nature has a bounty that can transform your body into a living embodiment of health. And the number one thing that you can do for your body is back up your immune system and let your body heal itself. And that's where Jubilife comes in. 2 scoops of this in a morning coffee or beverage of any choice of yours. Jubilife coffee is the way to hack your DNA, to heal yourself, your body, your mind, and your spirit. Jubilife. Oh, botheration. I almost forgotten. A lifestyle, indeed. Speaking of people dressed in funny clothes. Yeah, who wears pirate pants? Pirate pants and a big poofy hat and a bow tie and a coat. What's wrong with you, dude? Oh my God, my mom would buy something with that commercial. I got you. If Kenny ever switches career, he could have I don't wanna call out anybody too bad, but I definitely knew some people in MLMs. I definitely have known some people in MLMs, and it's pretty radical, dude. What if I just want to upload my consciousness to the cloud? What? Instead of like living, is that what you're saying? Instead of living, you want to just be like, you know what? This old body's pretty crummy. Just put me in the cloud. I thought this wasn't out till midnight. See, I was wrong about that. I'm sorry. Midnight. It's out midnight Eastern time. I assumed that they would just like make it midnight everywhere, but it's out in America as of 30 minutes ago. I haven't really done anything yet. Unforgivable. You have sinned against me in a way that I cannot forgive. This voids our friendship immediately. Might I ask you to wait for me at the canteen? You mean the cantina? It's just past the bridge here and to the left. The wallflower it's called. It's I think his smile's a little sussy. I don't like that it's just one big tooth. I don't know why he's got only one tooth. It's bothering me. Your ARC phone is beeping. God's on the line. Honey, maybe you should stop texting your boyfriend. God's on the phone. Somehow it seems to know where you need to go next. Use the negative button to view the map on your ARC phone. Sweet. You'll also get guidance markers. What? Quest markers? This is nothing like Breath of the Wild. It actually tells you what to do. Incredible design. Incredible. Is that you, Bellamy? Oh, Bellamy, it's been years since I've seen you. I can't believe that you were transferred to this new world like I was. I'm pretty new to the village myself. I try to talk to everybody. I meet so I learn something new. I feel you, Bellamy. That's pretty open-minded of you. I like his glasses. Those are cool as heck. Man, I wish glasses really worked like that. It's been so long because last time I watched Kenny stream, he's still an egghead. What? Azrael, I'm not an egghead. Not anymore. I gave up the egg life. Azrael, the egg life was... You don't know. You don't know the struggle.
Foreigners. Well, now, aren't you awfully suspicious?
Why do you look so sad?
The wallflowers for Galaxy Team folk only. We don't have seats for outsiders. Move along.
Sad. That's mean. Who in the world are you? And what is that bizarre garb you're wearing? A Pokemon could slice right through those flimsy excuses for clothing. For you to get in here, someone must have vouched for you. Yeah, your mom. Was it Professor Lavington? Do you two know each other? He's from a region far off. Not the most reliable sort, though, letting Pokemon run off and give him the slip and all. Oh, yes, Switch. Switch. It's the new Switch game. And it's so nice because now you can play it on the big screen like I am right now, or I can play it in my bed when I'm supposed to be sleeping. 3 more of them got away just a while ago. If I hadn't been resting up some Pokemon... What? If I hadn't been resting up after some Pokemon drubbed me... Drubbed? The heck does drubbed mean? What? If I hadn't been resting up...
King, the egg shall live in our hearts, lol.
Long live the Egg King! When did I become the Egg King? No! No, this shall not be. This shall not be. No, you shall not call me that. It means hit or beat repeatedly, drubbed. Dude, I got so drubbed last night. Oh my gosh. I got drubbed and drug home. It's crazy. Drub. Beat or hit something repeatedly. Drub. Beat or hit someone repeatedly. Thanks, guys. Y'all are doing great. Thanks, Ray and Ego. Appreciate you knowing what the word means. Shall not be. That looks like the frog's about to murder me. Shall not be? Did I just hear? Did trainers not name their attacks? How do Pokemon communicate the names to people then? Listen, what you do is that you put your Pokemon on a leash, and then you kind of pull, you just kind of yank on their collar in a certain way, okay? If you like pull them to the left, they know electric attack. If you pull it to the right, they know to go and bite them. Okay? It's all about trust. I have corralled them all for sure. But the professor, well... Unfortunately, it's just as Ray says. Wait, what? Unfortunately, it's as Ray says. I'm a clumsy sort of fellow, to put it mildly. Professor. Oh my god. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good face. I like this. Ah! But everything will be quite alright now. Kenna here has agreed to help us with the Pokedex. See, he's got one big tooth. I don't like it. Wait, oh. Dang it, I was gonna zoom in on that. As in she's gonna join the Survey Corps? What makes you think that that's a good idea? We can't just take in any misfit that wanders out of the wilderness. I'll allow it. Oh, wait. I'll allow it. I don't know who this person is. Gah! Assuming the individual can contribute to the Survey Corps, that is. I'm the captain of Galaxy's Team Survey Corps. You can call me... What? What? She... You know, I know that she's not bald, but she still kind of reminds me of the leader in Doctor Strange. You know? The bald lady. This kind of reminds me of her for some reason. Just, you know, she grew some hair, all right? But she's still totally zen. It's Cyane. What? Cyane. But that doesn't even sound like an L. There's no air. There's no L in there. Cyane. I don't think so. That looks like Slen. Maybe Celine. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like Silene. Right? Cyane. What does that mean? Did you just get me to say something bad? What does that mean, Ego? That hairstyle somewhat resembles Kenny's? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Cyane. Cyane. Celine. Professor Lavington. Why are the names this way? Lavington? Celine Dion? Last name Dione. Yeah. Her name is Celine Dione. Professor Lavington has told me how you will help secure his Pokemon. Can I just call him Lavatory? Because that's what I'm thinking every time. Lavatory. Professor Lavatory has told me how you helped secure his Pokemon when they slipped his control. And now it seems that they'd like to feed and house you in exchange for your ongoing labor. You look to be 15 or so. What? In anime, I could be anything between 2,000 years old and 8. Who knows? Quite old enough to work for your keep. What? In what world? In this world? But we can't simply take on a stranger who wanders in among us without any idea of their skills or origins. Among us. Bum, bum, bum. Tomorrow we shall see if you can prove yourself worthy. Yeah, pretty sus. I'd agree. A quite reasonable decision, Captain. Now, would you care to join us for a meal? I'm sure that you've got plenty of questions for our visitor. That's quite all right. I prefer to eat alone, so I'd appreciate my meals without so I might appreciate my meals without distraction? What? I eat alone, therefore I might enjoy eating alone? Aloof as always, I see. Well, no matter. The rest of us can share a meal and some pleasant conversation then, eh? Professor Toilet. Benny, old chum! The usual potato mochi, if you please! But make it 3 for today! Yum, yum. Oh, internet says I'm right about the pronunciation. Love that for me. What? What, for Celine? You just call her Celine? Wonderful stuff, Benny. Much obliged. Your potato mochi never fails to please.
Yeah, yes.
He's that crummy old man. Where'd you find this stranger in the first place, Professor? Ah, well, you know the great hole in the sky. The one that people call the space-time rift. What? They know about this? He made it sound like she just showed up in the woods. But it's named. They're all like, you know, she came out of the rift over there.
So where'd she come out of? The water? The mountains? The fields?
Oh, no, she came out of the black hole in our backyard. Our new friend fell out of it.
Was that a joke?
What? Yes. Did he just say yeah? What? Why'd he nod? Come now, I'm a scientist. My job is to observe and explain any and all phenomena. I consider myself only with facts. I concern myself. I'm reading too fast. Now, it's because I want to play this game. Now you already know that there are many Pokemon here in the Hisui region. Hisui.
Sure, they're all over the place, in the grass, in the forest, in the ocean, in the sky. It's all up to the Survey Corps to study and figure out what kind of creatures they are.
Well, we know this much. Pokemon are terrifying creatures. But impossible to know what kinds of powers they might possess, or what sorts of wondrous things they can do. Why'd you nod, bro? But that's where Kenneth will come in. We'll throw him to the dogs. With my big tooth Does that tooth prevent you from opening up your mouth? What's going on? Have you got a marshmallow in there? Are those teeth?
She successfully caught 3 Pokemon. 3 of them. In quick order, you understand?
Ah, yes. I have my master's degree in science. All science.
What do you mean, like physics or like astronomy?
All science. Just science all over. So much science you wouldn't believe it. I got it from a university.
Good morning. Hey, Sandy's here. Yo! Good morning, Sandy. It is midnight for me. I hope you're doing fantastic. We had to stay up and see what this game is all about. And I ain't got anywhere in this game yet, but I'm also glad that we're doing this tonight so that tomorrow we can just tear it up in the wilderness, okay? We're gonna be driving the dune buggy, tearing it up in the wilderness. Yeah, we gotta get through the exposition.
We could finally begin Pokemon research in earnest. That's really something. We can count ourselves lucky when we manage to catch a single wild Pokemon. When we manage to catch a single wild Pokemon while fending off their attacks. Attacks!
Ah, well, to be perfectly fair, the Pokemon that fled to the beach weren't on the attack. But the key to catching Pokemon is getting close enough to aim your Pokeball well. And it seems that our new friend is fearless enough to do just that.
So what is this? So does this mean we in this game have to input all those ridiculously dark Pokemon entries because we're the original researchers? Yes! We'll be like, Drifloom, known to steal children. Also, Mr. Mime slept with my mother. It's not good.
Yeah, does the Survey Corps really have a leeway to be enjoying a leisurely meal with an outsider?
Get out of here, old man.
Your captain just ordered 10 full portions of potato mochi, you know.
The slow progress on that Pokedex of yours is clearly has her on edge. What are we talking about, dude?
I'm sure that we will start to rein in the captain's good stress eating soon enough.
What? The good captain's stress eating? Let her eat. Let her eat. She needs nourishment. Now have your fill, Kenneth. He is. See what? Everybody just enjoy all your food, please.
And think, if you make it to the Galaxy team, you'll never have to worry about a meal again because you'll be dead and you'll never have to eat ever again. The team provides all of its meals, provides all of its members' needs, even if said member fell out of the sky. Then they'd provide a pillow for them to fall on, naturally, of course. Even if you fall out of the sky, they'll be there to help you.
Elfie's here! Hey! Kenneth, did you just do a Mr. Mime Your Mom joke about yourself? Listen, you don't understand because you only see me in real life, but whenever I stream, I get so into character that I forget about reality, and I become the characters that I'm portraying. I'm role-playing here. I'm only being real for a few seconds just for you. Again, very creepy. It's true. Elfie, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. That was quite delicious. Quite delicious indeed.
You're awfully relaxed about all this. You do know that we won't get to have Kenneth join the Survey Corps unless she passes a trial.
Not to worry, I have complete confidence in Kenneth's skills.
I have complete confidence that this is going to take a little while. Let's hope it's not misplaced. Kenneth, was it? For tonight at least, I'll be providing you with a place to sleep. You may use our quarters here. It's true, he's currently a little girl named Kenneth. But if you fail to pass the trial, we put you up tomorrow, you will be thrown into the river. You'll be expelled from the village to meet your fate, perhaps your death in the wilds. I didn't even need a joke about it. I didn't even have to joke. She literally is like, we'll kill you if you fail. Man. Now that's an appropriate time for this face. Finally, an appropriate time for me to make such a sorrowful face. I'm about to die if I fail this test.
Celine. Captain Celine's like Hisui. In a way, they're both plenty harsh. Now, she simply puts on a stern front to help keep us all safe. At any rate, I think that it's time that we turned in for the night, eh? It's a good thing one can't fall out of the futons we sleep in here. I imagine our new friend has had enough falling for one day. Because remember you fell through that hole? Wasn't that? Yeah, you won't have to fall anymore. You won't fall out of any beds. Because you're known for falling. It's the only thing that I know about you. And with that, I bid you all good night. How many times is he going to bring that up? He won't shut up about it. I've known him for 30 years, and Ollie's like, oh, well, be careful whenever you walk on the bridge. You might fall off. You're known for falling, aren't you? Yeah, sleep tight. See you later. Good. I do like his shoes, though. Very strange. Oh.
Still, people falling from the sky. That's some kind of story.
It's such a strange design. It still looks like there's like an icy crack in the sky. Where is it? Head to the survey corps quarters you've been assigned. Assigned sleeping? I think not. I'm free now. I'm free again. All right, now we can leave. Pretty sure. Did they lock the gates?
Shrine Guardian? I'm here to give thanks to the guardian of this shrine, who watches over all of Jubilife Village.
Yeah, I feel you, Lucille. Ah, they made unclimbable walls. Pearl was the first game that you ever played. You're tempted to go again? Ooh. Do it. First Pokemon game that I ever played was actually one that you gave me, Positivity. Or you let me play it anyway. Soul Silver? That was your game. It was the first Pokemon game that I ever played, and now look at me. A degenerate. Thanks for nothing. Now, I feel like if we could jump, we could make it over this fence, but probably just need to go to bed. Probably just need to sleep. Ooh, item storage. Already available. The chest looks like you could store lots and lots of items in it. Pokemon terrify me. Even going out to gather berries is the worst. Whoa there! It's dangerous beyond these gates. You should stay inside the village. Yeah, whatever, man. What? It's magic. It's magic. I remember Soul Silver. Yeah, that game's awesome. Yeah, you introduced me to it, and I was like, turn-based combat, this sucks. And you were like, just give it some time. And I was like, but I can't even use the same moves too many times in a row. And you were like, just try it. And I was like, this game still sucks, but I've got to keep playing it for a little while, all right? Then it was the only game that I had, so I played it for like 4 hours that night, and I was like, sheesh, this game's great.
They say hunger is the best seasoning, but I'd rather rely on the quality of my sootfoot roots.
Sootfoot?
To make my potato mochi tasty.
Sootfoot? I'm never eating there ever again. Oh, wait. It literally tells me where to go. You had to lie to your mom about how it worked? Did I? Maybe. My mom wasn't really a fan of video games back then. Ooh, fancy. Sheesh. I wouldn't mind living here. Oh, good. I was about to say, I better have taken off my, shoes. Otherwise, I'm going to get in big trouble. Handy tips for team members. Don't wish your toils. I thought it said toilet. Don't wish your toils to be forgotten. Diligent record keeping will save you such a fate. Saving your progress. All right. Yeah, I got you. Okay. They're keeping the game very immersive. Very immersive. I almost forgot that I was playing a video game because it was so immersive. How do I save? I press the up button. It just taught me how to do it. Oh, there it is. We've been playing for an hour and I've only caught none Pokemon. Love that the timer's still there. What, you want it to be gone? Do you need it to be gone? Yeah, there you go. There. Okay. Sorry, it was so distracting. I'll put the sub-goal up there. It looks lonely and quiet up there. Looks sad. Don't let that poor corner be all alone. You literally, it's so passive-aggressive. Yeah. I'm known for this. It's a dress or a very solid construction where an extra set of clothes can be kept. Listen, I'm sorry. It's midnight. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lenny's here. Lenny's here. I'm sorry. A nice fire and a sunken hearth can help keep the entire room heated. Heck yeah, man. It's a jug used to store drinking water. It has a lid on top to keep debris from falling in. Look out, Deborah. Handy tips. Don't wish your oh, yes. I already read this. Yeah. I can't believe that Kenny finally got rid of his timer just as I have to leave. Hey, Nardaville, get some rest. We're going to be playing this game tomorrow if you want to hang out. Yeah. Get some rest. It was nice chilling with you. Get some good sleep. Right as I get dressed. It's a full-length mirror. Yes, but it says change outfit. Investigate. There are some lovely stones that somebody must have found. But what if they're plain old stones? What would you say if I told you it's a paper lantern? It seems to use oil as its fuel. It sure is a lot of stuff to read around here. I like it. Rest until tomorrow morning? Yes. Ready to go. Need some rest. That's a cool looking tree. Aw, Bidoof. Light bright. Pretty sure that that's the legendary from the trailer with the big axe hands. The next day. Got garlic and tomatoes hanging there. Hey in there, you awake? There was some wild lightning last night, right? Anyway, if you're up, come on out. Okay. I'm so tired. In an unfamiliar land, go to the Galaxy team. See, isn't there like a Rocket team equivalent that has Galaxy in their name? Is this a haiku? Our 5 principles. Number 1, behave with courtesy to others. Superiors are owed your respect. Likes and dislikes are luxury ill afforded? Are a luxury ill afforded. You don't get to have likes and dislikes. I get it. Those who are weaker must be helped. Period? What about ants? Team Galactic. Ah. Do you think that these are the same people, Alchemy? What? Are you mad that I teased you about the timer? I'm sorry. I was just teasing. Sheesh. Wow. When does the morally questionable animal fighting start? When do you get to capture animals in balls and then make them fight each other? Did you sleep all right? I know it's not easy being in a strange new land. We better not keep Captain Celine waiting. Let's hurry to headquarters. Let's do it, dude. Let's go take this test so that I can become a real Pokemaster. I'm still upset that I can't jump. I don't like that. Makes me feel inadequate. Open up. Knock, knock, knock. Here we are, the Galaxy Hall. What do you think? Ever seen a building this grand before? Who is this? Don't give up. Keep those eyes open. The wild Pokemon, they were everywhere, attacking from all sides. I sent out my partner Pokemon, but against the whole pack, outnumbered. How long is this tutorial? Oh, Shiny, you gonna get some sleep? All right, get some rest. Looking forward to the next one. Huzzah! We'll see you soon, Shiny. Get some rest, get some rest. It was nice to hang out with you.
Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. You do realize that if you fail your trial and get flung out of the village, you could well die out there? Well, you might die even sooner than that if you have to take this trial without a Pokemon to be your partner.
Goodness, boy. You won't put some extra pressure on me? Calling it now. Shiny starter. Yes! Absolutely. Thanks for calling it. I believe it now. You're still streaming. Dreams do come true. What? Robbie, welcome back. No. Shiny sleeps only if you stream very, very late. Hey, Anonymous. Oi. Hey. Thank you for the 10,000 bits. I appreciate it. Goodness gracious. Just in time for February's rent. Oi, thank you so much for the 10,000 bits. Goodness gracious. Mamma mia, Papa Pia. Anonymous, what are you doing out here? What are you doing? I super appreciate it. Generosity unmatched. Gracious alive. It's Nutty, you gotta go to bed? No worries, get some rest. Oh, jeez. Thank you, Anonymous. It really means a lot. Just in time for February's rent. It's true. Thank you so much. Dang it. This is too late for... It's too late for this kind of stuff, Anonymous. You're gonna fry my brain. I'm gotta focus on this game. I'm barely pulling through the tutorial. The fact that this guy's name is Ray and my name is Rai. Ray is gonna make this a little weird. It might make it a little strange, but it means you're part of the game. No worries. I mean, I'm playing a black-haired girl named Kinnett, so I'm sure that we can all be together. Sandy. What is that? Sandy! What is a Pog Bones? I don't like that thing. It's lovely. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh. Celine, you may enter. Why? I still have my silly shirt on. When do I get some real clothes? Let's get straight to it. You just typed in Pog and you found it. Your new favorite emote. I can't believe it. I wonder if I have that Pog. Ew, I do. That got released when Arcane came out. Is that an Arcane emote? Looks exactly like what's her name? Jinx? Yeah. If you wish to join the Galaxy Expedition team, prove yourself capable by going into the Obsidian field lands and catching 3 different species. Bidoof, Starly, and Shinx. I thought the kanji or whatever alphabet that is above the doorway said trash. Isn't that Golmeat? Is Golmeat trash? This is okay. Yeah, is it? Maybe you can remind me, Robbie.
3 species right away, but none of us have ever managed that.
Did this stranger not catch 3 different Pokemon only yesterday? My trial should be simple enough for her if the professor wasn't exaggerating things, that is. Oh, trash in English. Oh, you thought that it just said trash in English letters? Oh! Floating boy. If you wish to say, you must prove beyond any doubt that you'll be an asset to our cause. I like her slippers. Pow Pow and Fishbones. Pow Pow and Fishbones are her weapons names. Oh, Jinxes? Pow Pow and Fishbones? Is that true? I find that, I mean, I find it easy to believe, but still. Pow Pow and Fishbones? Which, it's Pow Pow the gun? Fishbones is the rocket launcher? It's just so goofy. It's hard. Listen, it's too late for this kind of information sharing. Ah, yes. Now I look normal. That whatever it is that you're wearing doesn't suit our satchels in the least. How long are they gonna pick on modern clothes? I'm wearing modern clothes right now, Nintendo. Ray, I expect you to step in if anything goes awry. Okay. Yay, the trial is actually doing something fun. I was hoping that it wouldn't be like throwing Pokeballs at training dummies. Press the Y button while consulting the missions. Pardon, kitty. Come with me for a moment. Yeah, I'm gonna need a Pokemon, man. You gotta give me one of them small creatures, man. Now then, a jolly good morning to everybody. What did you need, Professor? In order to complete our Pokedex and, well, simply survive in an unforgiving land, Kenny must absolutely pass this trial. And as a professor of Pokemon, I've got just the ticket to help accomplish that. A Pokemon! What? Crew! Boom! Splish splash! Go on, Kenny. Pick the Pokemon that strikes your fancy. With a partner of your own, you'll be able to fight off wild Pokemon outside the village. These little darlings are very dear to me, but it's plain to see that they're rather curious about you. Well, my girl, which Pokemon would you like to keep as your very own? Ooh, now it comes down to it. And look, this one... He still doesn't look. He doesn't have his fire going. Big choice. I mean, honestly, Alk, I think you're right. This little weeb one is pretty dang cute. Him running around. I mean, you know, you kind of got to do it to him. You kind of got to do it to him. Look at him. Look at him. A plish plash. Do you want Oshawott as your first partner? Cutie. Oh, what? Ew. Ew. Really? You look at this face and you say, ew. You, listen. I can't believe that you would say that to me. I can't. Oshawott is adorable. Yes, absolutely. I'm taking the water, baby. Look, they got a shell on their belly. A shelly. A Shebby. Shell. And with that, what are the Pokemon that you keep on? By the way, how are you doing? What's up? Welcome. Local Exon. Hi! We're here at midnight for the release. And this game has so far taken like 15 hours to... No, it's taken like an entire hour and they haven't even let me loose. Good show. I've tucked Oshawott back in his Pokeball for you, so take it. It's yours. He's crushed. He's tiny in this ball. Open up this ball to let him free. You received Oshawott. Oh. A word of advice, my girl. Pay attention to which Pokeballs are empty and which contain a Pokemon when you're out in the field. You don't want to throw an empty Pokeball whenever you need a battler. You spent like 12 hours today on school? Sheesh. Mamma mia. I think this exposition is the longest in Pokemon history. Yeah, and what's funny is that, like, I could understand if they leaned really hard into the exposition because of introduction of, like, the old ways, like, making sure that it differentiates itself from the Pokemon of now, where Pokemon are friends with people. They're not really doing that, primarily. Or I would also understand if they were like outlining the open world so that you can understand the more complicated systems. Not really that either. Just kind of story, you know? Just kind of a lot of storytelling, you know? Look at those two cheer on their pal Oshawott. Oh wait.
Look at those two cheer on their pal Oshawott.
Or maybe they wanted to help Kinna with her trial. That could well be. They did go dashing from the village when Kinnet fell out of the sky. Well, not to worry, you two. I'll have you assist me with my research from now on. A bum deal. A bum deal. Helping out the professor do research? Uh-oh. No, sir. I don't want anywhere near that pom-pom man. By the by, what species has Captain Celine charged you with catching? Well, that's smashing. All three of those species can be found in the Obsidian Fieldlands. Let me hand you some Pokeball for your trial. We love story games, ain't it true? This is like the heavy rain of Pokemon. What a cute expression. I really love the faces. These Pokemon may be handcrafted, but they work as a treat, as you've already seen. You'll have this trial cleared in no time.
Let's be off. I'll show you the way to the Obsidian Fieldlands. Meet me at the gate as you left.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go catch some Pokemon. Finally. Do I get to catch Pokemon now?
Pardon me. May I catch Pokemon now? Please.
You vote Cyndaquil? Positivity, it's so way late. Cyndaquil's in Soul Silver. That very first game. My very first game. You have like 20 balls total? What? But he gave me like 50 to catch the other ones. It's a ripoff. Also, I'm pretty sure that we get, for pre-ordering it, I think that I literally just get some Pokeballs. I think that that's the thing that they give you. That's my pre-order bonus. I think that it said 20 heavy balls. Let me see. I did get that email. It says, here's your 30 heavy balls. Excuse me, 30. Nice. Just gotta launch it, press up. And you gotta go to mystery gifts. I'm guessing that that's not unlocked yet. Everyday items. It's everyday, bro, with that Pokey channel flow. Nothing like 30 heavy balls. It's very true. Glad you pointed that out. Yeah, I don't think we've unlocked it yet. Lagged out hardcore. Oh, no worries. No worries. I already picked Oshawott. Sorry. But yeah, I love Cyndaquil. But in this game, Cyndaquil's fire back is like all smooth unless he's scared. I wish I had 30 heavy balls. Listen, you could easily have 30 heavy balls. You just have to pre-order this game. Just go to the past, pre-order this game. Maybe you can craft some balls of your own if you play this game. He looks like he is from Hylian Town. Hylian Town. He looks like he's from Hyrule, dude. Look at this outfit. He looks like this is rip-off Link. This is hotter Link. Nice. I'm Volo. I'm Volo of the Ginkgo Bill. Go. I'm Volo of the Ginkgo Guild. This is not English. We need more localization. The go-to choice for any of your mercantile needs here in Hisua. Hisui is probably how you say that. I've heard talk about you. Fell from the sky, didn't you? Now I'm certain that that's a tale I'd like to hear. Oh, and you've a Pokemon. You're certainly full of interesting surprises. Investigating the odd and novel is key to any good merchant's success. So what do you say? How about you and I see our Pokemon stand up to one another in battle? What? You gonna beat up my new Pokemon, my fresh one? Maybe not. Aw, what's the point of having a Pokemon then? Come on now, it's just a friendly competition. You know, your pet against my pet. Death, blood. Maybe not. Well, then what's the point of having a dog if you don't let it do some dog fighting, man? Come on, there's money to be won. That sounds good, man. I like you better and better. What a delightful find. It's all so sudden. I'm so unprepared. That's pretty much how it works with Cyndaquil anyway. What does? I've also heard about this trial you're trying to attempt. Let's have a quick battle to get your blood pumping before you head out. Though I hope that you won't lose. Though I hope you know you'll lose if your Pokemon dies. Yeah, that seems like a pretty fair time to say that you lose. He challenged me to a battle. My first battle. Oh, Togepi! Cutie. Yeah! The fire isn't normally there. Well, it looks weird in this game. Oh, look at the polygons on his head! Look at him, he looks like he's gonna snowball. It looks like his head's made out of snow. Why does he look like that? It's so low poly. Oh, Togepi looks better than Oshawott does. Look at his feet. It's like three little chins. Look at the tail. It's as sharp as a knife. You could cut somebody with that tail. Sheesh. I guess I get look, now he's as smooth as can be. Looks good. Real smooth. Togepi still looks good. All right, we gotta fight. Tackle him. Like, all right, while he's tackling him, I'm gonna get behind him. Yeah, get him. This is cool. You can just run around. Yeah, tackle him. Oh, you get hit by their attack. Okay, well, that makes sense. Still, that kind of surprised me a little bit. Get him. Get him good. Oshawott, do not injure your master. Togepi's dead. Not low res, it's playability focused. It's true. I would rather it run smoothly than look good. Moves, items, use them well, and the world will become open to you. Oh wait, he had a deeper voice. All right. It's always good to have. It's always good fun to have your Pokemon do battle, don't you think? And as they gain experience through battles, they'll learn more and grow stronger. Pokemon moves. Pokemon sometimes learn to move. But so few people here have their own Pokemon. If only more knew how to use Pokeballs. Yeah, you just kind of chuck them at them. It's pretty easy. At any rate, let me help our two battlers recover from their little exercise. You're lucky that I didn't have cut. Oshawott used beat up owner. Oshawott used dangerous escape. And from you, my Skyfallen friend, I present some potions in thanks. Can I take these potions now? Because I can be injured. The gnome sound is a sound she should make whenever she gets hit by a tackle. Oh! Oh! Instead of should be oh! A topical medicine. Oh, it's only for Pokemon. A shame. You can use it on your Pokemon whenever they might be worn out in battle. I'll be hoping that you're successful on this trial of yours. More Galaxy team members means more customers for yours truly, after all. All right, so this is the new Pokemon, eh? I can see you rubbing your hands together, like sliding through the door in your big robe. Holding on to the sides of the door. This is new Pokemon, eh? Well, we wouldn't mind if I just had a little look at it, would you? Darren, what's up? This is it. This is it. It's real. It's real. I'm about to go catch my first Pokemon. It's so late. Imagine the trainer shouting, "Use tackle!" and then throw Togepi into an opponent's face. Use tackle. If only. This way, somebody collecting the. Yep. Let me free. I want to break free. Hey, I hope you make it through this, and if you don't, well, it's nice knowing you. Anyway, you gotta go to work now. Ah! Yeah, Sandy. Good luck at work. I hope you have a good day. Good luck at work.
Thanks for hanging out with us. See you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Worn out in battle is a euphemism for assaulted by hyper beam. Oh, my Pokemon fainted. We attended the funeral last week. They I've known them for 20 years. I've trained them up all this time, but the other day they fainted. Tough. It never gets any easier. Your trial will take outside. You'll be outside. You'll leave. Get out of here. All right, let me free now. You're Kenny, correct? I was informed that you'd be passing through. Your trial will take place I know, I want to leave. Let me out! What? You said what? So what's new special about this one? You have no idea? Most of the Pokemon are the same. They've introduced a couple of new Pokemon, but it's open world, almost 100% single player, so there's no battling like that. The Pokedex is now set up so that you have to, like, observe the Pokemon, battle the Pokemon, like, do a bunch of stuff to be able to, like, complete the Pokedex. Also, Pokemon can attack you. Also, all battles are in real time in the real world. There's no, like, battle room that you get shipped off to. There's a lot different about this game. Lots and lots. Please come back alive. Yeah, you'll see. It's pretty wild. Very, very interesting. But mostly, yeah, the biggest thing is that it's now open world. There's no gyms. Ooh, camp. You like the loading icon? Ooh, I missed it. This is our base camp. It's where we start and finish our surveys. Now remember, whenever you pass out this survey, you need to tell people that they need to answer truthfully. It's not about winning, it's about accurate data collection. You're gonna go back to bed for a little nap? All right, we'll see you later, Elfie. Get some rest. Get some rest. It's super late. Goodness gracious. Everybody that is watching the stream right now should be sleeping. Just kidding. We'll probably play, like, I feel like we gotta get somewhere in this game. I'm not satisfied yet. I feel dissatisfied with my gaming experience thus far. Joke's on you, I'm always awake at this hour. Oh, I know. I'm practically eating lunch. What? I'll eat lunch with you. I got a peanut butter sandwich over here. Celine said that he bears responsibility for whatever happens to our sudden guest. What? Is it crispy from sitting? It is. It's the only way to toast bread without a toaster. If you don't have a toaster and you want your bread to be crunchy, you've got to leave it outside for a little while. That's the solution. Just leave it outside of the bag. It'll get all crispy and delicious. Oh, I didn't know that we were turning into a mukbang stream. We're not. I just had one bite of one sandwich. Come on. My friends are bullies. My friends are bullies. Shaking my head. It's crispy. Shinx is the best. Shinx is about. Very cute. To be honest, my dear boy, I don't intend to lift a finger. Thanks, buddy. All right. I'm fed up with this. I'm fed up. I want to play this game. Catch Bidoof. All right. Now it's time for us to learn how to catch Pokemon. Oh! Oh! This is Aspiration Hill. There's dandelions. Ooh. That's pretty. Look, a Bidoof. Looks like a little hairy hot dog. Or maybe like one of those rolls that's like a little pastry, a little treat. Looks like a little Debbie. It's a little Debbie on wheels. Ganon won't stand a chance against Oshawott. Shush. Shush. This is not Breath of the Wild. More like Big Oof, am I right? Oh my god. This is awful. A log.
Is that a log? Can I just, like, catch it? Oh. Maybe I'll just kind of, you know. Catch him. Hey, alright. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
One Bidoof caught. Now, on we march.
This game's easy. It's child's play. I think I see radishes. Oh, now this is where it gets tricky, man. Now this is where we've got to get sneaky.
Now, Starly here, it's the type to run at the drop of a hat.
Why do you think that? Why is it so flighty?
But not to worry, crouch down in the grass and it won't spot you. That's how you can get close.
Your little red hat popping out of the bushes. They'll never suspect a thing. Oh, the audio kind of changed whenever I went into this bush. Ooh. Oops. Oops. Let's be sneaky. Sneak up on the Pokemon. Whoa! Headshot! Critical hit! Oh yeah, baby, we got him. We got him, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what? Gonda, how are you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good thing it was good thing that was a giant heavy ball landing and it doesn't scare it away. Yeah, it hears you throw a rock directly at it. Ah!
See you later.
Oh, so it's kind of cold out here. Why didn't you give me any pants, man? I came through a portal and you don't give me any clothes? Now you are the one who hides in the tall grass. Yes! Also, that sounds like something epic that a villain would say after they, like, are ready to face the, ready to finally face the, like, hero. They could be like, I am the one who hides in the tall grass. I am the wind that rustles through the trees. You loving these facial expressions? Yeah, I do actually like it. Even though I'm just joking about it. They're pretty great. How to throw your partner's Pokeball. To quote Captain Celine's wise teachings, have an item at the ready. Press X. Ah, yes, her wise words. I remember her saying that. Just gotta get some berries. Gotta shake a tree. Shuka shuka. Yeah, tree. Ooh. First person perspective? Kinda cool. There are Shinx! Oh, they're so cute. Shinx has an aggressive disposition. Did you know that already? Yup.
That figures. Me, I have to focus on a Pokemon carefully to notice like that. Or stuff like that. Once aggressive Pokemon get wound up, they'll knock away balls you throw.
Ooh. When you use the ZL button to focus on Pokemon, you can see how easy they are to catch. The more arrows pointing up, the easier it is to catch. All right. X icon appears, then they want to fight with you. Okay. I'm going to get some chicken strips when I get off of work. Hungry. I'm kind of hungry too. I couldn't order pizza earlier. I think I'm going to eat some ramen after this. Pizza tomorrow. Pizza tomorrow.
But don't worry, I'll teach you a trick to catching them. You draw them into battle.
Once you're caught up in the heat of the battle, you can throw a Pokemon and try to catch it. You got a few Pokemon of your own to use, don't you? Take one if it wants to battle. Use what you learned to battle with Volo? Oh, what I learned from the battle with Volo. It's easy to start a battle. Just throw a Pokeball that contains one of your own Pokemon at it. Alright. Bet. Just gotta switch. Oh, and I can use my Pokemon that I just caught. Look at how cute it is. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at that baby. Look at that baby with a little star on his tail.
Oh, he's hippity hopping towards me. Meep, meep. He's smiling. He doesn't seem aggressive to me. Hey, back off, Buster, back off. Hey, back off, I said. All right, last warning. He's so cute. She's so cute. She's so cute. All right, get him, Marshall Watt. Aqua jet him. Boom. Don't kill him yet. Let me do the honors. Oh, wait. So am I supposed to throw my item now? I don't really want to kill it. Do I gotta throw it? I don't know if this is premature. Oh, no, we caught it. Okay, that is how it works. Okay. Good deal. I wasn't sure how much they were going to hold my hand for that.
Wait, did you really? You really did. You did it. That's 3 species of Pokemon caught. You really are some kind of prodigy.
Ah, yes, I am the chosen one.
Ah, you must have given Professor Lavatory the shock of his life.
First you fall from the sky, then you catch all the escaped Pokemon, one after another.
I honestly didn't believe the professor's story until I saw you in action for myself.
Kenneth is gonna bring balance to the Pokemon world. Yes, the chosen one. The only one that can save us. You could catch Pokemon so well.
And here you are with 3 Pokemon caught. You've completed your trial.
Thanks. I'm doing my best. Yeah, it's a trial over. Am I free to go now? I just have to exist at least a tiny bit in the open world. If I have to at least get, I have to be able to get a taste of freedom. A taste of freedom, and then we can be free tomorrow. Ugh, I just need a taste, just a lick.
Congratulations, Kinney. You've taken your steps towards seeking out every Pokemon.
This calls for a commemorative photo. No, it doesn't. No. I also want to change my outfit.
You've got a real talent for this. Now then, we'd best report to Captain Celine. Time to head back to Jubilife Village, eh?
I agree. Now let me change my outfit and let me free. Let me free. Ah. I'm going to have to go straight to bed after this. And not because it's so late, but because I'm going to just want to play this game. Okay? I'd be too tempted to play this game. My Twitch isn't loading. I don't know if y'all can see the chat. Oh, now I think I can see it. You want to change the professor's outfit? Sheesh. When the world needed him most, he got dropped through a rift in the sky.
It's the chosen one, but not any way you've seen before. This time, there's no reasoning.
Not like that. His clothes are ugly. You want to change his outfit? No, that's not what I meant. That's you. That's you saying that. I know you're saying that they're ugly clothes, and you want for them to be changed. You are the one taking it wrong, not me. You. Oh my gosh, can you still up? Yes, I'm still up, but I want to keep playing this game. Ah! This game's pretty dang fun so far. For better or worse, my game binging is limited by the battery life of my Switch Lite. Oh, I thought that you could play the Switch Lite while it was plugged in, right? Also, hi, Lady Dark Sky. Yeah, right. Couldn't you plug it in, still play it? I do that with my Switch sometimes. Although I do take it as a slight warning that I should maybe take a little break.
Humph. You did pretty good, I guess. It seems we won't have to leave you to die after all.
Congratulations. Omedetou gozaimasu. Omedetou gozaimasu.
You've passed your trial. You can hold on to that satchel. I must admit, you've impressed me. I set a high hurdle to judge whether a stranger like you could be worthy, but you cleared it. This is yours, the official uniform of the Survey Corps.
Survey Corps?
I got the uniform and the sandal. Finally. Get changed in the room that you used last night. Then you're off to report to me somebody on the 3rd floor. Present yourself in uniform to our commander. This is the first official order from your captain. Captain. Captain, my captain. Captain, oh my captain. What happened? What happened, oh my captain? You probably have to sit on the floor to use it plugged in. Deal. I'd sit on the floor for Pokemon anytime. But maybe you need a little break anyway. Captain, my captain. I, captain, my captain. Put on a new outfit. Is this my house now? I can't put on sandal? Oh wait, did I just see my foot go up against that mirror? It's got real mass to it. I like that. All right, let's change our outfit. This is what I wanted. Time to put on the outfit. Yeah, where is it? Survey Corps. Ooh, cute. I'd wear that. Pants look comfy too. Nice. Some slandals. Sandals are a little less cool, but still kind of cool. Oh yeah, I'd wear this outfit in real life. Nice. When do I get to color my hair? Is this supposed to be the Meiji period? It is supposed to be historical. I think that I read somewhere that the starter Pokemon are based on folklore or gods from a certain time period, or at least they look kind of like them. So they are leaning into that in ye olden Japan direction. But I don't know what period it is. I don't know enough. Do you have a hat? Not yet. You have to rise in the ranks before you can wear a hat. It is forbidden. Someday we'll be able to wear a bow. A bow the size of our head, 2 times over. It looks like Japan during the 1900s? Is that when Pokemon were still roaming? You may wear this as well. Slaps your cheek. Wear it well. This slap. Look, she gave me a bandana. There we go. Now we're ready to clean with Captain Levi. I'm excited. Now present yourself to the commander. Papa. Who is this commander? I've not seen any spoilers for this game. I love the animation. It's so smooth. The run cycle's so smooth. I'm glad I won't be looking at some ugly run cycle the entire game, because you're gonna be running everywhere. Yeah, I really love the art in this game.
A gruff old man. I've been waiting for you.
Ooh, sweet outfit, dude.
I am Kamado. Kamado. I am Kamado, commander of the Galaxy Expedition Team. Exposition.
That's about right. Zaddy Kamado. No!
So you are Kine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hi.
I've been briefed on your situation, including how you fell from the rift in the sky. Now then, let's see what you're made of. Face me in combat.
Try to what? I have to choose this? Charge at him or try to throw him? I'm gonna try to throw him.
Hiya! You've got some fight in you. Your sumo needs work, but I do see some potential.
I did get wrecked. I got wrecked, man. I've been training all my life for this, and this is what happens?
Don't expect a warm welcome from everyone. Naturally, some will be slow to trust an outsider who literally fell right out of the blue. The superstitious among us might see your arrival as a portent of disaster.
I've never heard that word before.
But you passed the trial that was put to you. No matter how odd you may be, you're part of Jubilife Village now. Dedicate yourself to the Galaxy Expedition Team and complete the Pokédex. But I warn you, Kenny. Pokemon are terrifying creatures. Keep your wits about you as you work.
All right, the trial's complete. Am I free? Am I free now? Can I go wherever I want? And don't be like Lady Baka. Who's Lady Baka? What? So the commander has accepted you. But understand this, you begin as a no-star recruit among our ranks. In other words, you have no rank at all. Yeah, that does sound like what no-star means. Perform well as a member of the Survey Corps and you will move up through the ranks.
Indeed. You see, the more that you add to the Pokédex, the higher your rank will become. And working on the Pokédex will also, of course, bring you closer to that goal of yours, to seek out every last Pokémon.
Here, you will need this. You obtained a recipe for crafting Pokeballs. One apricorn and a tumblestone. At 3,000 bucks, nice stipend. Sweet, dude. Glad to see it. Love to see it. Ray, you are an expert at crafting yourself. Teach our new recruit what she needs to know. Oh my gosh, another tutorial. Oh, you're the Baka.
I'm the Baka.
Crafting!
Indeed. I don't mind a little bit of crafting. Speaking of which, I finally got rid of that 15K N I had, Kenny. What? What'd you do? What'd you do with your? I mean, 5K. Sorry. What'd you do with that 5K? With that 5K N? All right, crafting. Cha. Let's. Okay, so are we gonna need a table? This is a good question. Is there a crafting table that you have to do it at? Do you gotta collect stuff and bring it there? The local cloth. The professor asked if I'm ready to change of clothes. Hope they fit. It's actually quite splendid clothing, ma'am. An everyday kimono and a pair of everyday trousers. I feel like that's the closest thing to what I'm wearing right now. Everyday trousers. You met somebody who was going to Japan and handed them 5K in, and they were taking their husband who wasn't well. I guess it was on his bucket list. Oh dear. Let's not travel anywhere without feeling good. But that was very generous of you. Hey, this way to the Craftworks. Alright, teach me how to craft. I'm still wondering if you can jump in this game. I'm pretty sure that you can. Don't know why it's keeping me from doing it. This is the Craftwork, and this is the workbench, and this is where you craft things. Okay, so you do need a bench. But I saw this at the campsite that we had before. You can use it in Jubilife Village and the base camps to craft Pokeballs and other items. Alright, so you gotta bring back all the loot. I wonder if there's an inventory limit. Yeah, I wonder if you can only hold a certain amount. This is, you pick the crafting item. What the heck? Let's make 20 of them. You made 20 Pokeballs and put them in your satchel. That's nice. No timer, no jump. A coincidence? I think not. No timer, no jump. Interesting. Put that timer back and see if you can jump, streamer. Pokemon 3D, indeed. This is like a actual real solid RPG. Like run around and do stuff. It's amazing. Also, it looks like they're still constructing stuff on that building, eh? The Pokédex, there it is. A volume for compiling the results of Pokemon research. Ooh, this is a very satisfying screen I see here. Seen, caught, where you have seen and caught them, what your stars are, tasks with unreported data, 6, research points to next rank, satisfy. Very satisfy. There's Oshawott. Report to the professor about this new species you managed to catch. So if you
if you catch one, you have to go back to the professor, and then maybe he gives you some, like, missions about it or something. So the locations... Don't know how to switch the top... Oh, there it is. Numbers caught, numbers defeated, numbers you've caught while they're sleeping, times you've seen it use Draining Kiss. So either attacks that they've made, or how many I've defeated or caught, evolved. Interesting. And then I guess their location? Oh, I see. Yeah, it says where it is, in what weather, what time of the day. Interesting. Okay, thank you. I prepared this volume just for you. I hope it aids you well to seek out the Pokemon there are in this grand region. It'll take plenty of research tasks to help the professor complete the Pokedex. I gotta get going on those myself. I'd be all too happy to explain more about the research tasks I could use your assistance with. Come join me at the Field Land Camp whenever you're ready. Okay. Yeah, let's maybe just get past this tutorial, and then I think we might call it a stream. Let's just make it to like the next little learning bit. Hey, excuse me, I couldn't help but overhear. If you're going to the Field Land Camps, would you mind taking care of a request? See, they're teaching me about side quests now. I'm standing guard, so I can't leave my post. But I'll be here at the headquarters if you want to talk about it. Alright, let's take this request. I'll learn a little bit. Beauregard. Hey, so there's this Pokemon called Wurmple. Have you heard of it? Yeah. Well, you see, I was having a chat with the Professor Lavatory, and he told me that after a Pokemon gains a certain amount of experience through battling and the like, it'll sometimes change its appearance and become stronger. He said it was a phenomena called evolution. Some Pokemon undergo evolution. Yes, yes. And so I decided I wanted to raise a Wurmple myself and have it evolve. You're part of the Survey Corps, aren't you? If you catch a Wurmple, won't you let me have it? There'll be a reward in it for you, I promise. Just give me a Wurmple if you can. I mean, probably a good thing. It's meant to be a chill and enjoyable for all ages, but still. Oh, wait, what thing? Chilling for all ages? Probably a good thing. La 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 la. I know, quests? Oh, the fact that the Pokemon tutorials are long? I don't think so. I think that games like this overdo it. I think that a good tutorial is one that allows you to start playing the game, and then they intuitively let you figure out stuff. That's the kind of tutorial that I prefer. I mean, how long was the tutorial in Lego Star Wars? Like, I know that game is more basic, but I mean, honestly, like, it's pretty intuitive, I guess. But yeah, I'm still an adult, so maybe I'm just whining because this game's made for children. But is it? Is this, out of all the Pokemon games, the one that's focused on kids? It seems like the most adult-focused Pokemon game that's been made thus far. Though I guess it might be still as accessible. I don't know. Righto, let's get to it anyway. I hope that this Pokedex, great research, my girl. Yes. I already saw the thing. You want to compare it to Breath of the Wild, but that's not really a game that I think children could learn easily. Yeah, I couldn't learn it easily. I had trouble with the combat system at first. It took me many hours to figure out the combat system without, like, looking up anything. But, I mean, I like to struggle. I mean, you can always make tutorials optional, too. I mean, Breath of the Wild, see, again, they used intuitive tutorial. They made a tutorial island where you were forced to use all of your different abilities. You were forced to try different things. I'm pretty sure that there's ice there so that you immediately learn that you can't go up there. There's water so that you can get like you could drown there. I think there's some enemies up there. Like they teach you all the things that you need to know. And it doesn't feel too much like a tutorial. But this is just like absolutely chonking it. Just chonking that dialogue, man. Okay, now they're teaching me to dodge. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. What's the... See, if you just tell me what the button is, then I get it. Like, I prefer a not Don't Starve, a Dark Souls tutorial as well. That just says, press B to roll. Like... It's Y? Oh, I forgot that Y is different on this controller. There you go. There you go. You just had to teach me. Even if they hadn't taught me Y, I would have figured it out. But they just didn't let me do it yet. Get ready for some Survey Core Wisdom. Focus on Pokemon with the ZL. And press the down button to open the Pokedex. You'll see what tasks you have for that Pokemon. Ooh, that's nice. Did you see that research? Okay, yeah. I wanna check that. That's nice. You can check your Pokedex right from your pocket. Sneak up. Okay, and then you press down. Nice. Number caught. Oh, and it even shows like where it goes. So like number of heavy specimen you've caught. You have to catch 7 heavy Bidoofs. You have to catch 25 total. You have to defeat 15. You have to see it evolve. You have to evolve at least 1. You have to investigate the Bidoof that's bothering the village. And maybe more things. That's cool. I like this. Heavy Bidoof was my nickname in high school. No, it wasn't. I don't believe you. Look at him. Look at this little buck tooth. Don't growl at me. He looks mad. Heavy Bidoof. Big oof. Alright. Hey. You just back off. You can forget that any of this ever happened. Alright? Alright. What does he want me to do? Practice my dodging? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. You can't hit me. These sure are some calm little creatures, eh? Good boy. There. I wish I could pet them. That would be nice. Can I not reach out with my hand and just give him a little pet? Look at him go. Hello, little ones. You wouldn't mind if I just gave you a little catch-a-roo, would you? Oh, wait, I don't want to fight him. I want to catch him. If I just, can I just, like... Huh? Oh, were they, did they know that I was here? Is that the problem? Come back here, you rascal. Oh, and they're gone. See you later. Okay, so maybe you can't catch them if they know that you're there, I guess. Oh, missed it. See you later. Man, you gotta nail the shot. I wonder if they ever give you like a line or something, or like a range finder for it. They show the arc of your throw. I'm sure that you just have to get used to it. I know I'm laying it on thick, but don't forget to open up your Pokedex. You are laying it on thick. But it's all right. This is all information that I need. All right, we catch bird. We catch another bird. Follow him for some tips for research tasks? Oh, okay. He wants me to just run over to him. You still need to catch a Starly, or was that just bonus? Oh, Borb. Borb close by. Hey, get him! Get him! Ah, yeah, we caught one. Nice. Nice. Let's move along. Seems like the fastest way to get around. All right, buddy. What else do I need to know?
Around here, you can find Pokemon called Buizel. Buizel? It has an aggressive disposition.
Look at that aggressive. Look at that animal. He's so tough.
Means that it'll try to hit you with its moves, just like Shinx, and you need to battle it to catch it.
Look at them. They're so tough.
It's the Otter boys. The Otter ones. The Otter guys. All right, we gotta beat them up first. Beat them up, beat them up, beat them up, beat them up. And let's see, we need to click this. Oh, Oshawott. Oh, I do like this first person thing. Like I'm really there. I'm a Pokemon. Oh, it doesn't rotate the view. Okay, that would probably make you sick, but I'm doing my little roll. Oh yeah, this is also gyroscopic too. Surely they're gonna hook this up for that, like, they could hook this up for the VR thing that they have, right? The you know, the little cardboard VR thing. I feel like they could hook this up pretty easy. Yeah, Nintendo Labo, they did that with Mario Kart. I don't see why they wouldn't do it with this game. All right, you wanna get blasted? Let's fight! Oh, here we go. Now it's battle time. They're looking around. All right, I'm gonna keep running around. You just tackle them. Tackle them. I'll be over here. Yeah, get him. Get him. Yeah, tackle him. Good job. All right, give him another hit. Yeah, good job. All right, I'm coming in. I'm coming in. I'm gonna. Oh wait, what? No. I don't want to. I want the items. Yeah, that's right. You gonna pop off right now? Night all. See you later. We're about to end anyway. I'll be playing this game tomorrow if you want to hang out. Toodaloo, Rye. It was nice to hang out with you, Ray. Rye? I think it is Rye. It is nice to hang out with you. Wouldn't that be messed up if the trainer could go up and punch the enemy Pokemon? I mean, it works the other direction. If I walk up, then the Pokemon can hurt me. That was the first thing that I tested. Would certainly make it more entertaining. Imagine if you could just walk up and start punching the Pokemon. I mean, that would definitely defeat the purpose of Pokemon, but yeah, I'd be all right with that. Just karate chop it. Oh, it's a Wurmple. This is what the guy wanted. Hey, one of these here Wurmples. A swift chop to the back. Yeah. Emily. What? Oh, he's mad. I didn't think that the worm would fight. Oh, wait. Oh, I just threw a... Oh. That was my fault. Sorry for the... I accidentally threw a Pokemon at him instead of a Pokeball. So I guess we're gonna battle him. I guess Wurmple's gotta go down. We see trainers sparring with their fighting types in the anime. Ooh, that's true. It's true. A little battle with a Pokemon. I mean, if they're real. Pokemon almost seem magical in the games just because they're so untouchable. And they can't interact with humans. Like, they never hurt humans. It does make them seem almost just like magical animals. Ta-da! We got Wurmple. Yeah, I also love that it's leveling up all my Pokemon as I, times you've seen it use Quick Attack. I'll have to figure out where to put my camera for this game. I guess this corner would be better, right? Because you don't really need to see the icons down there. Much better to see the Pokemon. How do I get these? How do I get these fruits? There are many Pokedex entries that I would disagree with that Pokemons don't hurt humans. Oh yeah, it's just something that they said, even I think that even Nintendo put it this way, is that they just said that Pokemon are not seen hurting humans in the games. That's not something that was like experienced. It was something that was talked about or like it was said that it could happen, but it was just never seen. That's all. It was not experienced. But now these Pokemon, they're gonna be slapping you around. They're gonna be throwing you all around town. They're gonna be throwing you up and down the hills, into the rivers. Here's the recipe for potions too. Thank you. They got pretty close. They got pretty close to it in the detective movie, didn't they? Yeah, they did. I mean, Mewtwo definitely was. He was definitely a force to reckon with. I guess they didn't they? In that movie. Suspicious American movie. Make Pokemon seem much more violent. All right. Berries for healing. I got you. You like that movie way more than you thought you would? Me too. I actually ended up loving it, and then I brought my sisters to go see it as well. And it got me interested in Pokemon cards. Because of the free ones at the theater. So I have a lot of Pokemon cards now. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the addiction. Ice tap! Oh, no, I did the same thing. Oh, you play? I do not play. I collect. I gotta be honest. I've never played a Pokemon, the card game, ever, but I have a lot of cards. Ah, too far away. Come back. Come back. Let me get you. Come back. No. It's getting away. Yeah. Almost. Yeah, there really is a limit to how far you throw it. And no matter how high you aim, it doesn't like improve your toss. How small would I have to be for us to be able to actually see those numbers? Oh, I don't know. I've thought about bringing back my, or at least setting up for, as soon as Garrett actually moves his stuff out of his room, I will definitely set it up so that I can have green screen again. For those certain games that I think would be more fun to play with the green screen behind me. So that it can just be my little body popping out from the bottom of the screen. I was going to be like, oh, if I learn to play Pokemon, you should learn Magic the Gathering. Well, maybe we can do that anyway. But can you not climb in this game? This ain't Legend of Zelda. This ain't your dad's Legend of Zelda. What? I thought that they just weren't going to let me up that wall. Oh my god. Alright, laboratory.
Yes, it's me. Oh, if it isn't a crafting kit. You must have listened attentively to Ray's teachings. Well done, dear girl. This seems to be a good time to explain to you that the survey reports and rewards... what? About the survey reports and the rewards they offer. You'll throw down anybody on Magic the Gathering Arena? Well, I happen to have a friend that's rather good at Magic the Gathering Arena. So maybe we should all meet up and I can watch y'all play Magic the Gathering because I don't know how to play it. Yeah. Yeah, and Darren too, apparently. Darren as well. Another friend. Canadian wizard friend. I didn't know that you liked that game. Though I would like to, I definitely would play, what's it called? The other card game. It's called Slay the Spire. I'd love to play that a little bit. When you submit survey reports, you get money. Okane. Money. Ooh. I'm a no-star loser. But I still got $4,000. No stars, $4,000. By carrying out research tasks, research levels. If you raise a Pokemon's entry to level 10, the entry will be considered complete. And you will have unlocked all the detailed information about the species. If you carry them out, you also get Pokemon research points. And you can move up through the ranks. Cool.
insufficient data, but it shows preferred foods already. But items carried, I don't have any information on that. Shows a range, preferred foods. Items carried, a cherry berry or a spoiled apricorn. That's a bummer, man. Why do all of them have spoiled apricorns? Motions that, oh yeah, the cries. All right, that's good. They love rotten food. All they know is eat rotten food. Eat rotten food and lie. That's all Pokemon do. Why is this mission here? Looks like you have nothing in particular to report this time. What would you like to do? Return to the village. Gotta go. See you later. As much as I want to keep playing this game, I think we should call it a night here. This is very exciting. We are finally seemingly out of the tutorial, and I'm very excited to see the rest of this game. But it is quite late, and I know everybody's already asleep, so we should continue this tomorrow. This is going to be very fun. I'll be playing this like pretty much all of tomorrow. It is really hard to stop. This does seem like a load of fun. An absolute load of fun. We will start catching all of the freaking Pokemon ever. But yes, it is odd. You started a new game yesterday. Played it for 3 hours. Vampire Survivor. That's the name of the game? Or is that the genre? Because that sounds like the genre. What kind of game is it? It's a Vampire Survivor game. It's called Bloodlines. Realms of Darkness. But is it actually just called Vampire Survivor? That's the name. It's like $3 on Steam. Okay, yeah, that checks out. Vampire Survivor. Oh, I've seen this. This does look fun. This is the game where you are the bullet hell, right? Like you are the one shooting the bullets for the bullet hell, and all of the enemies, you just blast them. It looks super fun. Yeah, okay, never mind. Just ignore me making fun of it for a couple of seconds. Yeah, that game looks really fun. I actually should get that game. Anyhow, let's raid somebody. I'm gonna actually save this game really quick. It's gonna be hard for me to stay away from this game tonight, but I'm totally gonna do it. I'm totally gonna stay away from it, no doubt. How long did we play this game? 2 hours, I think. Yeah. 2 hours. It wouldn't be you if you didn't make fun of it first. I was just saying it sounds funny. It just sounds funny to me. Looks like my hair is kind of like calmed down a little bit, I guess. Anyway. Saved our progress. 2 hours in and we're out of the tutorial. Sweet. We did it. We did it! We made it out! That's all I wanted to do, dude! But, you guys, thanks for checking out the game with me. I hope that y'all enjoyed. It seems like it's gonna be a really fun game. I don't know how much content it has, but I mean, we'll see. I think that we can have some fun times with this game for sure. And I'm not going to abandon our sweet, delicious. That was a bad word to end on. Banjo-Kazooie. I won't give up on it. We will definitely continue that game for sure. Maybe I'll just do it like a random day this week or something like that. But yeah, we'll play this game tomorrow. I look forward to it. It will be very fun. I'll be playing Cookie Run, trying to distract myself from this game for as long as possible. And I say that we raid. Let's see. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 people that I follow are playing Pokemon right now. 7 of them. Maybe we can raid somebody that isn't playing it. Drewby's playing Ninja Gaiden. Yeah, almost everybody. Almost everybody that I know that is playing it. Unless y'all want to pop in and say hi to somebody that's playing the game. We could go say hi to Obst. He was in the chat earlier. Did he just start? I wonder when he started to play. I don't want to get everything spoiled. No, it doesn't seem like you really can spoil the game. It doesn't seem like a game that can be spoiled. He's been streaming for 4 hours. He's in town. Looks like he's trying to, I don't know, catch stuff in stalls or something? I don't know. He's ahead of me. He's ahead of me. You got to go to Oopsie's anyway? Oh, I know, Jedi. I know. He stole you away from me. Let me see. Great stream, bud. Thanks as always. He's so sweet. Darren, it's always nice to see you. It's always nice to hang out with you. My favorite wizard. My favorite internet wizard. #1. All right. Yeah, let's go say hi to Oopsie. Let's go say hi to Oopsie. I feel like most of us are going to go to bed after this. But if you want somewhere to hang out, Oops is pretty much my favorite streamer. Pretty much. #2, technically. Darren is #1, technically. It's true. But let's go say hi to Oopsie and see what he's doing in the old Pokemon, the new Pokemon game. I'm gonna say. What kind of raid message should we do? I'm thinking I was thinking about something that would mock how long the tutorial was, or I'll say show us that starter. Because I don't know what he picked. I'm pretty sure that he picked Oshawott as well, but I'm gonna say show us that starter. I always prioritize your streams first. Thank you, Jedi. That's very sweet. Nice. I just miss you, Jedi, but I know that you've been busy in real life. I don't mean to pressure you or anything. I just like hanging out with you, and again, I know that you've got a lot of real life stuff to do, and that you've had a lot of stuff to deal with in the past year, so I totally understand. But I also totally miss you, so sorry. I have a weird way of showing it, but yes, I have just missed you. And it's nice to see you again. Here's the message that we can use whenever we raid Oopsie. You should be around a lot now. Nice. I'm so happy to hear that, Jedi. It was kind of a bummer while you were away. Felt like there was a missing member of the stream at all times. A permanent vacancy in one of the seats at the grand table of Earl. Yes. I'm glad to hear that. But of course, real life happens, and people, stuff gets in the way, and that's totally fine. Because real life comes first, absolutely. But it is nice to have you back. Lemon Berry, it was super fun. Hope everyone has a lovely evening or day. Huzzah! Yes, and I will awaken reinvigorated to play this game, even though I'm pretty invigorated right now. Good night, Pink Monster. It was nice to hang out with you. Thanks for the gnome effects. Appreciate it. It was good to hang out with you, local Texan. I think Darren just started his stream. He just started his own stream. I'm gonna put in Oopsie, and we're gonna go say hi to him while he's playing his game. Alchemic, thank you so much for watching over the chat and for hanging out. I'm looking forward to hanging out with you tomorrow all day. Alchemic time. I could never get tired of you. Alchemic, I'll see you later. Thanks very much. Thank you so much, Jedi, for being a mod and for prioritizing the stream. It was good to hang out with you. Let me see if I can shout out. There's not a lot of people in the chat right now, so it's easy for me to shout out everybody. Kags, thank you for the follow. I know that you just followed me. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We'll be playing tomorrow if you want to watch a little bit of nonsense then. Let's see. Do I got any other VIPs? Thank you, Limaberry, for being an incredible VIP that just resubscribed today, right? Holy moly. I know Di did. Oh my goodness gracious. I think Carly Bell did. I can't see it. I know that Lemonberry resubscribed a minute ago. Okay. Thank you so much, Kivy, Lady Darksky, and Malice for being my incredible VIPs. All right, I'll be here tomorrow. See you guys later. Enjoy Oopsie's stream. This is a message to send. Can't wait for tomorrow. Me either. Robbie will be free to actually play this game. Very exciting. All right, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Nighty-night. See you later. Much love. Take care of yourself. Wah. Now get out of here. Unless I'm gonna have to kick you out. Thanks for watching the videos. Muchly appreciated. Is this on YouTube? How did you find this video?